Hey, it's just me tonight, Chris. I don't know. Lee's off at a football game for his son. It's the last home game of the year, last game of the year, so he's over there tonight. I just figured I'd come on and hang out for a little while and see who shows up. And I've got a interesting thing I've been working on that I'm going to kind of break during this, especially for people that are, watch the stream. Hey, Steve. So, trying to bring this up wherever it is. I got a picture I wanted to show, but I gotta find it because I was not prepared like that. As usual, you guys know me. Wherever it is, gotta find it. I got too many pictures on social media, evidently. Keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. I'll find it eventually. Hey, Randy, I got something that's probably going to interest you. Probably Steve will be interested. Chris might be interested. So, in case y'all don't know, which most of you do that have been following us, know that, well, that's a bad picture, but I might show it to you anyway, just because it's one that I've got here. Let me see if I can blow it up. Boom. All right. So, just to show you guys that I have been in, that's Fat Bob, or a Fatter Bob, when I was in healthcare and worked in the lab. So I had some other photos that I was going to show you, but that's the one I found first off. Of course, I didn't look too happy, but yeah, so I've got, experience in science and mainly in chemistry. And so, good old Apis Biologics had me going down a rabbit hole. And when I talked to them, and I think it's ridiculous that swarm lure is $32 for a 2-ounce bottle. Hey, Phil, good to see you. So, $32 for a 2-ounce bottle of swarm lure. So I started going to the inner science geek in me and have been doing some research through PubMed, and this one article was on Chem Europe, and some more health science links, and I've been able to come up with a concentration for swarm lure. It might be a little strong, this first one, but it doesn't use lemongrass oil. And from all the reports and studies that I've seen, the things that I have used does mimic the Nasonoff pheromone. So I'm pretty excited about it, but I need some help. I need some help from you guys, to some of you testers, some of you swarm guys, and need some help testing it out. I just made the first batch a little while ago, and I've got about 22 bottles of this mixed up right now. And it's pretty strong. Still on my fingers, even though I've taken a shower and everything. So what I'm planning to do is, I've got money invested in the product and the chemical. It's not a chemical. It's a terpenoid blend that I've made, floral terpenoid blend. So it's not a, and it's all food grade. Everything's food grade in here. So it won't harm the bees. It's a very strong scent to it, but it's not 100%, like lemongrass or something like that. It does have a lemony citrus smell to it, but it's definitely, this is probably more concentrated than you would have to have. But what I'm thinking is it may last longer on the colony, on your swarm trap. So, it's kind of winter time, so I got digging, and I figured it would cost me about probably $5 to ship one of these. And then by the time you got the bottle and everything, so I was thinking I would do something crazy like $10 for the initial people that want to test it out. And I'll put it on the website as like 1 cent with $9.99 shipping. So the shipping is the shipping plus the product for this initial batch. I actually have enough bottles to make 100 of these, but Randy, you might have to dilute it down a little bit because it might be too strong. But everything that I've gathered, this is actually just a little piece that was left over. But everything I've gathered is, this is the concentration of the floral terpenoids that mimics the Nasonoff pheromone. The problem is that it might be too strong, so it might have to be diluted down. So that's where you guys can help me out and let me know if this is, if you say, if I need your feedback, right? So if you say, hey, Bob, it's great, however, it's too strong, you need to cut it down, or, maybe it's too weak, that's where I need y'all's feedback, and y'all be my test group. And, you don't have to be catching swarms to see if bees are attracted to it, right? You can spray it on something and hang it in there or whatever. And so just to let you know, I can't show you what's in it. It's the secret blends, but they come in fancy scientific bottles. And then I've got another thing that's added to it as well. So it's not so it's pretty cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to list this up, and it's unlabeled. I don't even have a name for it. So if you got a name or something that you think might be cool, I'm not against it, not opposed it. No alcohol in it. No alcohol. So smells good though. But there is no alcohol in this at all. So it is a distilled water base, and it's got the floral terpenoids, which are an oily base, and it's got a emulsifier that's not soy lectin. So and it is, matter of fact, the emulsifier I used was kosher. So if you got Jewish bees, they'll be happy to know that. And this might be something that, man, smells good though. That, it's pretty strong. I mean, that's the only thing that I'm worried about is the dilution, not the concentration. So the concentration is good, and we'll make a label up. But when I send it out, it'll just be a bottle like this, guys. So I already know just from shipping other things that this will cost me about $5 to ship, and then I'm only charging $5 for the bait. So I mean, this 4 ounces could end up being 12 ounces if you guys start diluting it down. If you want, matter of fact, let me go to the Big Cartel right now, and I'll just create a product real quick while we're on here. It probably won't even have a photo, guys, because I don't have any photo to put on it. Let's add a product name, Swarm Lure Test, okay? Test bottle. That's what we put. Swarm Lure Test Bottle, description, test 2 ounce sample, category, okay, price, I'm putting the price at 0.01 cents, okay, but I gotta put shipping on it, so the shipping will be $9.99, and that just makes up $10 like that. This should have a long shelf life. To give you an idea, the Swarm Commander that I bought, I've had for 2 years. So this should really last a long time, but I'll clarify that for you, Steve. I'll have to look at the only thing, the emulsifier is what I've got to look at, but it should last a long time. Shipping, $9.99. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm setting the shipping at $9.99 for the first one, okay? So if you get 1 bottle, it's $9.99. If you get 2 bottles, the second one's only going to be $5. So in addition. So it'll end up being $14.99, but it'll end up being $15 for 2 bottles shipped, if that's what you want. Does that make sense? Hopefully I'm making sense to you guys. The price is 1 cent with $9.99 shipping. Okay? So that just breaks out the shipping, and the price comes out to $10. And then if you get a second bottle, it just is going to add $5 of shipping on it. So it'd be $5. Oh, wait, I got to change it to $4.99, right? $4.99. Sorry. Don't want to overcharge you a penny. $4.99. So basically, you're getting these for $5 a piece, and then the shipping $5. So not trying to do anything crazy. Now tax, it's going to charge you tax, but I can't really help that too much. Sorry, it looks like there's some errors that need to be fixed. I wonder if it's the one. Oh, country. Crap. What do you mean? Why is it saying this? Oh, sorry. United States. Now I got to redo it. Hold on. 0.99 and with others 4.99. All right. And then let me trash this one. Now it should be good. All right, there you go. And I'm going to put it as on sale and save it. So it should say on sale on it. There's no photo with it. Just understand what you're getting. So if you go to Bewares or www.bewares.co, I'll type it in. www.bewares.co. There you go. And that'll give you 1 cent plus the first one will be $9.99, right? So that'll make it $10. And then if you get a second bottle, it's $4.99 for shipping and 1 cent. So you end up spending $15. You get two bottles shipped to you. That's how it ends up. Lee is at a football game tonight, Vincent. So it's probably going to be a little bit strong. So you guys will probably have to dilute it down. So we'll see. See if my science mind plays in good. But man, where's my little light one? So right now I've got 22, but I've got enough. I've got enough product. I can probably do 1,400 of these bottles. So if you just order it, yeah, that is quite strong. I think it's good, and I mean, for even if I had this at retail at $15, is half price of what Swarm Commander is, and everything else out there. So it's a good thing, good topic. Let's see. Let me just check my site here to make sure how it comes up. All right, you see, it's just got an X. It doesn't have a picture. And so there you go. It's up there. It's for sale at this moment. And we'll see how it plays out. Did you order it already, Phil? There it is. All right, cool. I'll get it in the, I'll be bottling that up, or not bottling up. I'll be packing it up this weekend. Oh, you got 2 of them. Sweet. All right, cool. Hopefully I got to bottle a bunch of them up. And hopefully my internet's not dying on me. So, matter of fact, guys, I can't talk to myself too long. So I'm going to invite people to come in and talk and have a good time. Thanks, Randy. Appreciate you, buddy. So let me pin that to the top. And messages pinned. So all right, so good. Someone come join me because I can't sit here and talk to myself too long. And we need to hang out and talk beesness. And if you got any question, I know DC likes to talk about beeconomics. And I'm just trying to find, guys, really ways that, trust me, I don't mind turning a profit, right? I don't mind making a little bit of money. But I think there's a fine line in beekeeping nowadays between people saying they want to help beekeepers and people just wanting to you know, turn as much profit as they can. And I understand, you might only have finite amount of time to do business or something like that. I get it. But the fact of the matter is, if beekeepers find something that's good, they're going to buy it. You don't need to charge through the roof for everything. Yeah, I would use distilled water, Randy, if you thin it out any. But it's pretty concentrated right now. But it's by the concentrations that I've studied as far as the product, but the volume. Hey, Grayson, I'm gonna be on for a little bit, but if somebody comes in, that always makes it easier because we can talk to each other, right? So that's what we're gonna try to do. And tomorrow I've got to go to the sugar plant and pick up syrup tomorrow, so that's going to be a long day. It's going to be a big day. So the thing is with naming something, I don't want it to be something like Swarm Commander. That's a cool name, but you don't want to be too close. You don't want to be like a knockoff. But this right here, I mean, this is all food grade science grade. I didn't buy oil. This is not oil. I mean, it is oily, but it is not lemongrass oil. So, matter of fact, it doesn't even say lemongrass in it anywhere or lemon anywhere. So, it just has a lemony scent. But yeah, come on in, guys. Let's get the chat going. Bob's bee bait, but nobody will know who Bob is except for you guys. It's just interesting when you start digging in science, you know, PubMed and Chem Europe and heck, I was on National Library of Medicine studying the pheromones of the bee colony. So I've been doing that for a few weeks, and I ordered the stuff and mixed up batch 1. So batch 1 is probably going to be overly strong. So I need to lean on you guys to kind of you know, help me get the concentration. Not the concentration. The concentration is correct. The dilution is more like it, right? So we don't want it too strong, but we want it to be strong enough. Like, I like it strong because when I spray it, I feel like they might be able to smell it further away. It just needs to stay in the hive long enough. But because it's an oil, it should last. Most of your swarm lures are saying reapply every 2 weeks. So we'll see how it goes. And I'm excited about it. I like trying new things and inventing stuff. Thanks, Randy. So we got Phil, Randy, and Robert ordered. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. And I will have those in the mail on Monday for sure. With the lid screwed on tight so they don't leak. Hey, Jeff, good to see you. Someone come join me, guys. Join me. Let's chat together. And so, you know, that's something I've been working on. I think I will probably be starting to stock, even if I can't get them at Hive Life, I'll probably start stocking the global patties with the apis in it as well. So we don't have to worry about it running out. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate you, buddy. And we'll get it going. But I really would appreciate you guys' feedback on it, as far as you know, if you have Swarm Commander. I don't have my little vial of Swarm Commander, but you know, do a sample. I'm just going, this product has, hey, Michael, this product has everything in it that Chem Europe said about Nasonoff, that the National Library of Medicine said that Nasonoff pheromone contained, and of course, good old Wikipedia. So done a lot of studying, looking at PubMed and everything, and this is the result. Not the end result probably, but this is the result. So again, if you want to test this out for me and help, I hate to say I can't send it for free, but you know, I've got money in the bottle and in the chemicals to make this. So I priced it at 1 cent, $9.99 shipping. So that's basically $5 it's going to cost me for the shipping. Plus I've got to pay for the packing material, right? And then the difference is what I'm making on this, like $3-4 maybe. And then second bottle is 1 cent plus $4.99 shipping. And that makes it $5. So I'm able to ship them together. And I've got enough to make, I've got 100 of these vials that I can make. They're 2 ounces a piece, liquid. Well, Phil, you could actually go outside and try it. Yeah, I mean, you could spray it to see if bees will even attract to it. Oh, hey, God bless you, Jeff, for helping somebody out, man. I did that for somebody that had knee surgery. The website is www.beewares.co. That's the website. That's my website, guys. That's got the ape. It doesn't have much on it. It's got no picture for this swarm lure. It's got a hive tool and it's got Apis Biologic. That's all that's on it. So, Dennis, your boy, Dooley messaged me back. He told me to come at 4:00 tomorrow afternoon. So, so I'm going up there tomorrow afternoon instead of in the morning. But hopefully that doesn't take all day. But I'm going to probably get 20 to 25 5-gallon pails. Bob's Bee Catcher. The BBC. And, all I did, honestly, guys, I referenced other people's science, found out what they said was in it, and then I made it. So I'm not trying to get rich off of it. I'm just trying to, if I make a little bit of money, great. But the main thing is I could sell it. I could literally sell it for half price. When I say half price, half of what Swarm Commander is, and make a decent profit. I don't need to get rich off of every bottle, and I say Swarm Commander because it's the most notable, but Swarm Science, all of them are right about $30 a piece. So, it is what it is. But anyway, guys, the link has been pinned. I need some chatters. Where's all my chatters, my talkers? And let me see. All right. Man, this feels good. This is the first sales this month on the website, even with the Apis. Everybody bought the Apis up when we put it out there, and it's kind of slowed down. I think everybody's waiting for those patties at Hive Life. But what do you guys got going on in your bees? Phil, what's your temperatures right now? I mean, I was breaking a sweat today. It doesn't show the total price before you put the credit card in? Really? Let me go to the website. The only thing that'll be different is, so if you're getting one bottle, it's $9.99 and 1 cent for the bottle, and then whatever your sales tax is in your state, Making Dreams Bees. Yeah, that's what I said. I thought it did. I thought about Swarm Wrangler. I thought about that because that's kind of how I named, the Bee Ranch. Oh, okay. So you're going to be in the real cold. So we had like 75 or 77 today, and our low is in the high 50s. $57 in Vermont. Well, they're still flying, right? At 57. They fly here at like 53 is usually 52, 53 is when they start flying. Wood resistant bees? Wood resistant bees. Dennis, I've got to follow back. Yeah, see, most people, I mean, I thought it did. I thought when you put something in the basket, so if I add it to cart, it says subtotal, and then you go to checkout. Oh, you know why? Because you got to put you probably have to put your shipping information in so it knows how to calculate the shipping. But it'll be $10 plus tax. Well, hey Daisy. So yeah, there is a credit card charge, but it's not terrible. The thing is that it allows me to um, pull the information off the website into the shipping stuff so I can print it out. Yeah, I've got like mine's saying 73 right now, partly cloudy, but it's supposed to get down early or later on. Let me see. Well, what? Let me see. Yeah, so it should be $10 plus tax for the lure, and that's already knowing it's going to be about $5 to mail it. Um, so that's just best way to break it up. Top 10 bees. Well, right now I've got Italians and Carniolans, and I did have Saskatraz, but I don't think that colony actually made it. All right, yours are flying at 45, Michael. Okay. And let's see. Dennis, I'll take a bee wrangler. Yeah, Randy, but you've ordered something before, so you already had your information in there probably. Can you drop off an Apis biologic for which one do you want, Dennis? Do you want the big one or the little one? But yes, I can. I can swing that by on the way up there tomorrow because you live close to the highway. I actually have it in. I think I already have some in my truck ready to go. So the link is in the chat, guys. Oh, okay. I got you the smaller one, but the smaller one still does 52 gallons. So you'll be able, if you got a couple buckets of syrup there, you'll have plenty of it. Yeah, I can do that for you, bud. No worries. So, man, I really thought. Okay, I'll bring that too. I've got plenty. Got plenty. You're too far, Mike. You're too far up in Vermont. But so I'm trying to make a difference with, some. I mean, this is kind of reinventing the wheel, but I mean, there's other products out there like this one, but thing is, this one I'm not gonna charge $30 for, so it'll never be $30. Worst case scenario, when we get it locked in, it'll be $15.99 or something like that probably. So we can definitely can do that. All right, guys, come on. Is the link? Yeah, the link's up there. Man, blast them. I did that too. I had when I came into spring, I found 4 bees in one colony that had deformed wing virus, and I blasted them with oxalic acid. I mean, I blasted them, and now they're one of my biggest colonies out there. And I also put Apivar in them later in the year. Grayson's about to join. And cool. And hopefully my internet stays on. Otherwise, it'd be the Grayson show. I think it will. I mean, by all of the publications that I've read, this is the breakdown of the Nasonoff pheromone. And the only thing, I've got the concentration correct on the products that make the Nasonoff pheromone, but it's maybe about the concentration. Hey, Spanky, good to see you, bud. And so I was excited to get this going. And, worst case, it's too strong. You might actually be, if you buy 1, you might actually be getting 2. If you buy 2, you might actually have enough to make 4 if you dilute it with distilled water. Yeah, I know. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? If you could, Keith, if you could make one that would stop them from swarming. Unfortunately, thanks, son of one. Appreciate you, buddy. I'm going to get these out on Monday. Tomorrow, I'm going to be running to Charlotte to buy some syrup. All right, cool, Grayson. So again, this is on the website for 1 cent with $9.99 shipping, which ends up being about $5 I actually make on this. And the second one, if you buy a second one, it's 1 cent with $4.99 shipping. It ends up being $5. So it's a good deal. All right, hold on. Look who we got. Man,
Hello.
You're the only one wanting to talk to me tonight, Grayson. What's going on?
I had to take a quick shower, but I thought I'd join for a little bit.
Well, I appreciate it.
To do.
It makes a live stream, as you can tell. Remember the first live stream you went and you were talking to the chat box the whole time?
It's
hard. It's harder.
Hard to keep up doing things with just one person, so it's good to have a few people in.
Yeah, I mean, it lets you ask questions to multiple people. It makes the time go by a little bit. You doing all right today?
I'm doing good today. Went up to the BR checking on them a little bit. We've been working on some building our own bee boxes. I've been talking about that, so it's going pretty good. We got one built already. I'll show a picture. I don't know if I have one in here, but it's like me and my granddad have been doing that, so it's pretty cool.
And the most important thing about building the bee boxes with your granddad is not the bee box. You won't understand this till you get older, but it's the actual time you're spending with your granddad.
I get that.
So the bee boxes, I mean, it's a box, right? And it's probably awesome, but the time you're spending with your granddad is awesome. I wish I could spend time with my granddad now. But so maybe after you get it set up, I'll start joining. Cool. I'm watching the chat. I hadn't even showed up over here yet. So the bee boxes. When I started, Grayson, I was like, of course, this was a few years ago before COVID and all the prices started going up on lumber. And I was building mine. I was like, well, I can make boxes myself cheaper than buying them. And then I found out how much time it takes to actually make a bee box and then paint it and everything. So it just got to the point to where I was like, time versus money thing. I just spent more money. But now, I'm going to start probably building more of my own boxes, or at least buying them unbuilt, right? Just the pieces and putting them together myself, because they were charging me $2 to build them. So when I would buy them, if I bought them for $20, it cost me $22 to to have it assembled. But then those are the boxes where they're warping because they didn't glue them. Where I would have glued them
Like,
first.
yeah.
So you guys gluing them and everything?
We're actually building them like all handmade, like like buying the wood and then making notches in them.
Right. Making the
And
frame rests and
frame rest, all that stuff.
now are you cutting finger joints like where they do like that?
They do. We were building them. It turned out
Or are
pretty
you
good for the
doing
first
them where
shot.
they just lay in? I actually like them when they just lay in and you just staple them down the
Mm,
sides.
we need to try that, but we made them with the little notches in them.
Well, cool. So you've been building boxes. What have you been doing with the bees?
Well, I've been feeding them. I haven't been doing many inspections yet. I've been kind of I'm staying away from doing inspections now. I've been mostly feeding. Now during the whole winter I'll be feeding, and then during the winter I'll be hunting. And I'm gonna try to build more bee boxes during winter where I won't be able to go out and inspect. So then I have a little more time to be able to building bee boxes. So that's my initial plan for this season of because here it's still nice weather. We still have
So
70
yeah,
degrees, and it's
I
been
think I've come to the conclusion I'm going to try something this year. I'm still going to use some sugar, but to make like sugar bricks. But I'm thinking it. There's very few weeks that we just are so cold that the bees can't fly and forage. Um, so I'm thinking I'm gonna still liquid feed all winter, and it might be open feed and not in the colony. But if my thing is if they're bringing it back to the colony and they're feeding each other, I'm not caring about the storage part, right? Just them feeding
feeding
each other. And so I'm thinking I'm gonna try to keep some open feed out all winter.
because one thing that will happen during winter
At
is
least like
whenever
January.
it gets warmer, bees will fly usually around over 65 degrees. They'll be going out depending where you are. That's the one number thing. It's depending where you are, you might not have any pollen. So it may be good to have some community feeding out there. So then whenever they go out and try to look for stuff, they will find something to eat.
Well, my bees start flying about 52 degrees. That's when they start getting out. And if they've got something to forage, which right now they don't, as you can tell by that pollen video I put out, the pollen feeder. That's something
But
simple that you can make with just a spare piece of pipe and a
if
couple fittings on the end, and put the dry pollen sub in there, and they'll just go to
go
town
in there and
on
eat
it.
it.
Mm-hmm.
That's really cool. I watched that.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing all right.
Good to see you.
I can't see me well. It looks like I'm on the porch tonight.
You just got to turn where the light's in front of you.
Oh, lights in front of me.
There you go. Now we can see your face. There you
Oh,
go.
all right.
Where are you
Yeah.
located? You're in Alabama.
Dothan, Alabama. I'm probably about 2 miles from Bruce's house.
So you can throw a rock and hit his hives just about.
Yeah, I keep telling him I'm tired of feeding his bees.
Hey, you know what though? That's awesome because if you introduce new queens or virgin queens, that means his drones are contributing to your population as well. I mean, to your mating of your queens.
Yeah. My plans are this next season to I'm gonna order a couple packages of carnelians.
Right.
And introduce them down here to try to see what kind of mud I can create down here.
Well, this was my first year with carnelians, and they did pretty well. I mean, they blew up really fast.
Well, I mean, I said, did I say carnelians? I mean Caucasians. I'm sorry.
Caucasians. You gonna get some of those Bob Binnies or Cole Binnies?
I'm gonna try from a different provider who does artificial insemination on the queens.
Right.
So that they're gonna be a purebred when I get them, but by the next season when you go to split them, queens fly out. They're not gonna be full blooded then. So that's what I'm looking at trying to accomplish this next year.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what I did this year. So I had my original Italians, and then I bought some nukes that were carniolan, and then I also made some nukes from my existing stock of bees, but I put different mated queens in there. So I've got queens from Jose out in California. I had one of Greg's queens, and I had a bunch of Cutix canine queens from down here that are supposed to be hygienic bees, but I think to some degree all bees are hygienic. They're going to try to clean mites and stuff off. It's just whether or not they're successful.
Right.
But I actually did see where he showed me a video when I was buying the queens of the bees dragging out a drone larva that had a mite on it, and they ripped it right off of it and ripped the mite apart. And I was like, oh, that's something like I need out here. A little aggressive mites, that's fine. But
yeah, this is my first year doing bees, and I've been working with just swarms. Is what I've been working with. The first one I caught in May of this year. It sort of freaked me out because I had no idea understanding some of their traits, as far as being their cleanliness traits.
Right.
And I thought I had sack brood in the hive. I was looking at that. I was like, oh my God, I got sack brood or bald brood. And then realized that from when I was looking at different pictures, usually when that happens, it's like it's widespread across the whole brood, not just one little, like 5 or 6 in one little area, one frame, and 5 or 6 on another frame.
Right.
So I started realizing that's what they were doing. They were taking out the
effective larva,
non-viable larva. Yeah.
That's let me see. There he goes. All right, so I see a message pop up because I've got dual screens on YouTube, but it doesn't show up in StreamYard until later. So I caught it come up there, and I was waiting so I could show it.
Oh.
Spanky says the Caucasian I bought would fly out of the hive when I pulled her frame out, but I guess she didn't survive. So the hive, was gone. Yeah, he said, let him know if the Caucasians normally do that. I don't know. I haven't. The only Caucasian that I had Caucasian from Jose's Queens, and then I had I guess the Appalachian mutt, which I guess has some Caucasian traits in it from Greg Burns, and I haven't had that issue. Matter of fact, that colony that I put Greg Burns' queen in is now a colony that has it doesn't have the Pepto Pink queen in it anymore. I don't know what happened to her, but now it's got 2 queens in it. And it's yesterday I went out there, I pulled the frame out there like 2 inches apart from each other, just working the frame. They didn't care about each other or anything. And I was like, okay, cool. Let's drop some brood, ladies. Let's go get to work. So it's pretty exciting because it's kind of like a misnomer. Most people are like, oh no, one queen's going to kill the other queen that kills all the other queens. Not necessarily the case. So
we get that's pretty good. That's a good way because some also acts like whenever you're going to winter, if you still do have those 2 queens, if one queen does die, not them killing each other, just one dies because it's too cold, they'll still have another queen that can still lay eggs. So that's another good little thing.
Well, what I'm hoping will happen is they'll make it till February, and about the second week in February here, right around Valentine's Day, is when people start splitting here where I'm at, which I'm a little bit north of you guys. I'm in Columbia, South Carolina. So usually Valentine's Day-ish to, second week, third week in February, people start splitting. If there's 2 queens in there, then I'll just cage her up real nice move her to her own little nuke box and let her go,
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
and just start pumping them out. Because this year I kind of swelled the number of colonies I had in the middle of the season. I was at 60, and now I'm back to right at 30. So with that 60, I also take all my 2-frame nukes that I've got, for making queens, and then if they do good, then I move them to a nuke, and then I make nuke boxes. So as they grow, if somebody needs a queen, I'll just go harvest one out of one of those 2-framers and sell her, and let them make another one, and just keep
Processing.
just keep processing them.
Kind of like queen rearing, I guess.
Yep, I just let them do their own queen rearing. I really haven't done any grafting myself. I wanted to do it this year, but I had so much going on with bees because nobody around me, the closest bee store to me is like 30 miles, and they don't carry queens. They don't carry, well, they do sell nukes, but, none of that stuff. So when people were looking for queens and nobody could find them, I just started buying them. I was buying them in 25 at a time, right? So I was getting a discounted rate, and then they
more.
I would just sell it like they were buying one off the internet type of thing. All right, so James just asked this question. So, Bob Swarm Lure Test Bottle Sale. Did you get an email on that? I don't even know if I put that on there, if it sent out an email. But so I was doing some research, and guys, my background is in health science, and I worked in a nuclear lab and nuclear pharmacy. So quality control testing and chemistry has been my background. And, getting in with Apis Biologics and talking to the owner of Apis Biologics, and he was telling me how he was going through people's studies and other scientific studies to research to find out what was needed in his product. Well, I did the same thing, only I did it with the Nasonoff pheromone and what comprised the Nasonoff pheromone. And once I found that out, then I was able to source the materials I needed to make swarm lure. So I'm not going to show you the names because that's secret, top secret stuff. Not really. You could find it on the internet if you wanted to. But I bought these products from their floral terpenes, and mixed them to the concentration that Chem Europe and Chem Europe, National Library of Medicine, PubMed, all of those things, and got a concentration and a dilution, and that came up with this swarm lure. So this swarm lure is probably way too concentrated because it smells stronger than like when I had sprayed my Swarm Commander. So that's what I need help with right now, James, is we've got swarm lure here, and I've got it listed on the website for 1 penny. Now, hold on. It's not 1 penny. It was just the easiest way to price it to make sense. So the shipping is going to cost me around $5. I already know that. So I priced it at $9.99 shipping and 1 cent, which makes it $10. So that means it's $5 for the bottle and the stuff that I've put in it. So I'm not really making a profit on that. And then if you get a second one at 1 cent, the shipping on the second one is $4.99, which just makes it $5. So you can get 2 bottles for $15 shipped. And then, hey, I know it would probably suck for a taste, but it's supposed to be food grade. Everything in it is food grade. And it's bitter. Yeah, it doesn't taste good, but it smells good. But I mean, everything in it is food grade. Even the emulsifier, it's not soy lectin, but it is food grade, kosher. So if you got Jewish bees, you're good to go. So yeah, I mean, it's is what it is. It's probably strong. You'll probably have to dilute it down, so it means your bottle will even go further. But yeah, it's the first batch test bottle.
Mm.
That's why I'm doing it so cheap. But I'm not. It's never going to be $30. If it gets up to where it has to be $30, then everything else is going to be $60. The only reason it'll ever get that high is because of the cost of the materials. Because again, I'm trying to help beekeepers, not rape them financially. So, and my thing is, I don't know if you remember. Hey, your granddad's on there now. I don't know if you remember, but we had the maker of Swarm Commander on our stream one night, and he said his time in the cosmetic industry is what led him to the Swarm Commander recipe. And I'm not saying this is the Swarm Commander recipe. I don't know what the Swarm Commander recipe is, but I know what all of the medical publications I've been reading say that the Nasonoff pheromone consists of, and that's what's in this bottle. So that's why.
Attract swarms.
Yep, swarm attractant.
That's cool.
And it is pretty strong, but again, right now with the test series, you can get 2 bottles for half of what Swarm Commander cost right now. Now after we're done with the testing, I don't ever plan on this to get over about $15. Because at $15, I can still make a little bit of money, and everybody's still getting a good product. It's not about, I'm not trying to retire off of this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you're interested in that, which the only reason I brought it back up is because James asked about it in the comments. I'll drop the link to the website. There's no photo on there. I'm showing it to you right now. It's
just a little picture down here that I wanted to show about the bee boxes.
Yeah, I'll share it up.
It's a video, but it's just a video, but you don't have to play it. But that's all what
I had it playing. It's just a short video, right?
It's just a short video, but it's just me sanding it. But it's nothing
Those
important.
are good-looking boxes.
For the first try, I think so.
Well, your granddad is a heck of a woodworker, I'll tell you that much. And you cut all those finger joints and everything. Did you have a jig? Did your granddad think about a jig?
I'm hoping to start doing it by myself, but he's gonna he was gonna help me first. So it really turned out good for the first try.
Well, you must not pay attention to many of our beekeepers we've got on, because Bruce Jenny's missing a finger from a saw. Phil from Fermana Bee Juice is missing 2 fingers from a saw. So, and they're all beekeepers. So,
wow.
I'm trying to keep all my digits. So just be careful. Be careful, which I'm sure that's why your granddad.
I'm partial to mine as well.
What's that?
I said I'm partial to mine too.
Oh yeah. I'm not trying to lose anything, but those boxes look good.
They do. I thought they looked pretty good.
They look real good. Now, are you gluing them too?
We didn't glue them this time because I didn't have any glue, but I'm hoping to start gluing them. This one I'm probably going to keep it, but I might sell it. I don't know yet, but.
Well, definitely get some glue, because that's going to stop the boards from bowing out, especially around the frame rest where it's a little bit thinner. Ask me how I know. All my boxes are doing that I bought pre-assembled because they didn't use glue on them. So make sure you use the glue.
Definitely, I need to get some.
Walmart or Lowe's or somewhere like that. It's not too
probably
bad.
Get it. So definitely need to glue them.
Yep.
I just use some wood glue or something.
Yes, glue them. Most people are using. What do you use? I use Type Bond 2 or 3. Son of one. What do you? And I don't know your first name. What's your first name? And that way I'm.
My first name is Ed.
Ed. Okay.
Yeah, Ed. I've used a Type Bond.
Type Bond
as well.
That's pretty much what most people are using, and it works. It holds things together really.
What's it called?
Tight Bond,
Tight bond. Okay.
Titebond, and it's type. They've got like a Roman numeral 2, right? I or I 2 or 3.
Mm.
It's usually what people are using. I. Time Bond here, glue, Spanky.
Loctite for wood.
That's it. That's it. Just slap it together, glue it together, and let me see here. Trying to. Let me see. Wow, I appreciate it, guys. 5 people have ordered swarm lure. Ed, what do you got coming up for your bees?
I'm just well, the one hive I've got, they're ready for winter. I probably got one full deep on top of like they're double deep, so one full deep full of honey on them, and the recent swarm I caught with October 21st. Now I'm trying to get them to grow. I was stuffing sugar water to them, trying to make sure.
What kind of feeder are you using for them?
They have a. I'm actually it's open feeding them, and I have an old chicken feeder like waterer.
Yeah, I did that last year.
That's what I'm doing for them. But I open feed the other hive as well. But they have a 5-gallon plastic tub out front that I keep the sugar water in.
Do you have a frame feeder at all?
I have a frame. I have a frame feeder, but for some reason, I end up with too many dead bees in it. I just don't like them in the hive dying dead like that.
The only reason I'm saying that, or something that you could, I'm not going to say Boardman feeder because I've learned my lesson with those. But if you can put an entrance reducer down on that smaller colony that you're trying to feed, and somehow put feed directly to them, because my thought on it is like my open feeder, right? The open feeder is great when you've got a lot of colonies because the big colonies are going to send out a ton more foragers than the little colony can, right? But the little colony still has bees in it, or the last swarm you just caught. So they can stay right there and eat and store right in the hive, where they might only send out a handful of foragers, and then the bigger colony is actually getting the majority of the open feed. So I kind of do both at the same time. Like my smaller colonies, I'll put feed directly in them and open feed them, so the foragers are still coming out, but they always have that right in the colony to work on, where the other bees can't get to it. I mean, that's just my 2 cents for what it's worth. I mean, that's just what I'm doing. No one swarming. Baggy feed. Yeah, people do baggy feeders too. So they'll just take a Ziploc and put sugar water in it, zip it back, and then take a toothpick and poke some holes in it and set it on top. And then they can just.
I saw that before. I don't know who was it. Maybe Earl on Hilly Billy House. I think he was doing it or something. I saw it somewhere though.
Yep, Randy says fill the frame feeder with pine straw. That works too. Yeah, they might build some comb, but I find the smaller colonies, when you open feed them, they don't really waste time building in the frame feeder that much, because they've got frames that they can build in too. So, but they will, once it starts getting packed out, they'll just start combing that up too.
Yeah.
And no one swarming. Let me see.
We haven't no one swarming, I guess. Mention.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that, buddy. Steve just ordered swarm lure. I need to take a picture of it. We got to come up with a name. I do like Bee Wrangler. I do like that. Little cowboy bee on it, whoosh, cracking the whip. That'd be cool. What, you got dinner? You brought me dinner, Ed?
Yeah, I just got dinner delivered.
What?
Let me see. Who else is on there? I'm surprised Charlie hadn't been on. He must have had his bee club meeting this week.
Probably.
Bob's Bee Walker. It'll be interesting. I mean, I'll be curious to see what you guys think on the strength of it. I think it's strong, but I don't have a side by side comparison with my Swarm Commander. But this is it's going to be good stuff. I might just put like X on it.
Yeah. What have you been doing with your bees, Bob?
Well, yesterday when I got home from work, I put some pollen patties on a couple of colonies, and the only reason I didn't put them on all my colonies is because I ran out of the good patties that I made, and I've got to make some more. So that's the constant battle of if lure causes swarming. I hope not. I hope you're not spraying it in a hive that has bees in it.
If that happens, some of the bees might rob it. That wouldn't be good. Or they might
get sued for trademark infringement on Swarm Wrangler, though, because Mr. Ed always says, "Let's go wrangle some bees." I do. I use a Ziploc bag on my pollen patties.
And I have to try that. Also, I'll have to try that with sugar. That might be a good method to do.
Well, I like the open feed because I can feed all my colonies at one time, right? All the foragers. That's the main thing that I think stimulates the robbing. When they don't have any, they confined in, in an open feeder or in nature, then they're going to start looking for other colonies they can get into, and it's always the weakest one, and then they rob it out and kill the queen, and all the bees are dead then. So it's
what are you doing for community feeding? Like, what are you feeding?
What am I feeding?
What are you feeding them? Sugar water?
Sugar water with Apis Biologics in it.
Okay, I was just wondering.
And I ran out of my syrup, and I'm going to get some more tomorrow. So I've been using just regular sugar, but it's too expensive. Oh, well, it's not. I guess it won't do too expensive, but when I can go to the Domino Sugar Factory and get a 5-gallon bucket of 2-to-1 sucrose for $10.
Oh yeah.
And it cost me $14 for enough sugar to make a 5-gallon pail of 1-to-1. I could take that one bucket for $10 and make 2 buckets.
Thank you.
So I'm saving it's like a third of the cost. Repost the website, okay. There's the link to the website, Dennis. Thank you. And so doing that and trying to keep sorry about the alarm, guys, putting mom to bed. Yeah, my mom's got Alzheimer's disease, so we have to put alarms on the door so we know if she gets up and starts walking at night or something,
Oh yeah.
But yep, so ordered these. Whoop, almost gave it away. Gave away one of the floral compounds. And mixed it up. So it's not lemongrass oil. I'll say that. It does not have lemongrass oil in it at all. So it does have a lemony scent, but it is not lemongrass oil. So that's and it is food grade. As you saw, I just tasted some. I didn't do like the breath taste. They'll walk right in the box. Matter of fact, I should use it. I should put his face on it, Bee Wrangler, and then send him a bottle. Do you know who Mr. Ed is?
I think so. Oh, okay, I think it is.
Ed Horchoff or Jeff Horchoff?
I think isn't he near Randy McCaffrey?
No, that's Dirt Rooster.
I know, but then he I
He
saw
he
him.
does hang out with Randy
That's what I
sometimes.
mean. I know who he is. So I'll just make sure because there's two Eds. You're talking about the one that was on here and the one I know who he is.
And
And him and Randy sometimes hang out on Trevor. So I saw him in one of Dirt Rooster's videos. So I know who he is.
and Lee gets to go fishing with those guys this weekend.
Mm.
So that'll be fun for them. So Lee's going to be tied up most of the weekend.
That's cool.
He was going to be a monk, but he's not a monk anymore. Um, he actually decided against becoming a monk. At least that's what he said when he was on our show. And now if he hasn't already, he's going to be getting married.
Mm.
But it's going to be, I don't know. I'm just really hopeful for this. Really, really hopeful for it. So we'll see if we can bring a good product at a fair price. I think it'll be good for everyone. I mean, if this is the same as Swarm Commander, why would you pay twice the price? That's all I'm saying. So it's so yeah, doing pretty good on this sales today on the Swarm lure. But what can you say for a penny? A penny plus shipping, right?
That's not
Bee
bad at all.
Collector. Like you remember that movie, The Bone Collector? Bob's Bee Walker, and then your tagline, and they'll walk right out of the box. That's true. You want to force an abscond, you just spray some in there and they all leave. And then you put another box there and they all come back in. Building a house. What's your brother doing tonight?
Nothing right now, I don't think. I think he's probably just watching the live for a little bit.
Watching the live? Watching his famous brother? You're getting there, man. You're getting famous. Banaka for bees. I sent you a pic. Is it one I can show, or is it like you sending me some freak show stuff? Let's see. Where'd you send me a pic? To my phone? See, most everybody's got my number too. So if you ever want my number,
I say.
If you ever want my number, just send me an email. I'll give you my phone.
I will.
That way, if you ever got a question or something, or
sure,
I can help you with something.
Sure.
Randy, I don't see it.
It might take a little time for it to load or something.
Yeah, I do live in the country, so sometimes stuff takes a minute to get to me. I don't see it yet. I'll keep an eye out for it, though.
Jeff said 16 pounds of sugar to 1 gallon of water.
That's 2 to 1.
2 to 1, okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So water weighs 8 pounds to the gallon. So basically, if you take, well, it depends how much you need. If you're doing a 5-gallon pail, you'd use 20 pounds of sugar and 3 gallons of water, and that would be 1 to 1. Okay. And what he just told you is 16 pounds of sugar to 1 gallon of water, so that's 2 to 1. But you'll have to heat the water because the sugar won't dissolve very well. Otherwise, it'll just be like sludge in the bottom.
I get you. What do you feed? 2 to 1 or 1 to 1, or do you usually just do pound patties?
I've still been feeding 1 to 1.
Okay, I'm been different things lately. I'm gonna try some new methods, maybe the sugar blocks, because I'm gonna try some different methods. But I'm right now on some of the colonies I'm feeding like 1 to 1 sugar water, and then some feeding pollen patties, and then some still have their sugar bags on. So it's just a little different of different things. And then I've been mostly feeding making bee boxes, editing videos, working a lot of all bee stuff at the time being.
Let's see.
Hoping to get some more bee stuff done, like more bee boxes, some stuff done tomorrow. My plan.
All right. Just added his 7-foot tall breed. You sure you sent it to me? Let me see.
Now what do? Do you buy your boxes, or do you buy them assembled, or do you make them yourself?
So some of the I haven't made any in a little while.
Okay.
I tend to try to buy them assembled. At least
Okay.
that's what I was doing, and until this year when I started seeing those bowed out. So
Okay.
all of the ones that I buy unassembled and build myself with
Yeah, like wherever they already have all the notches cut out, you just gotta hammer it together and put glue in it.
Yep, and they end up being stay together better. I just the time like this year I bought 50. I think I bought 50 boxes. Hold on.
50
No, I
bucks.
bought 25 deeps and 50 supers.
Yeah.
And then I bought, I think, 20 bottom boards and 20 migratory covers. And then I bought 30 two-frame mating nukes setups. And I bought 10 more 5-frame nukes. So I bought a lot of boxes. So for me, when you start looking at that many boxes, the amount of time it takes to glue, staple, assemble, paint,
Yeah.
it's set up. It gets out of control, right? Where if you were doing, 3, 4, 5 boxes, no big deal. But
if you're doing a lot of them,
it
and
gets
start getting a lot. Unless if you don't have a full time job, then if you're free all the time, don't have nothing to do, you might want to do that. Like we're always usually here, so that's why I'm going to start building my own bee boxes because I have mostly all the time. Next thing I got to do is paint them. We'll build some more tomorrow. Before I staple them, I'm gonna put glue in them next time.
How many have you built so far?
One so far. We have 2 of them of the pieces already cut. We just gotta put the little notches in them and then glue it and then painting. And then if they're good,
James likes that book.
Good book in the background. Bob. Next thing to do is paint them and then try to sell them. I try to make. I might try to make 20 of them at a time or something, and then get them stocked up or something, and then sell them to somebody. I don't know who I will sell them to. Maybe I'll sell them to you.
Hey Grayson, what size shoe do you wear?
Um,
That's a very random question. I know.
9, 8
9 or 8?
men's.
Yeah, these won't fit you. I was going to send you something that I picked up yesterday. They're 10 and a halves. How long do you think it'll be before you're in a 10 and a half?
I got no idea.
You recognize that logo?
Not really.
Jordans.
Oh.
So I got some Jordans. I was going to send you some Jordans, but they don't fit you. If they would have fit you, I would have just sent them to you. Yep. You buy equipment, build your bees. It ends up in the long run. Right now, it's not a big thing when you're just building 1 or 2 or 5 or something like that. Not that big a deal. But I went from all right. So give you the example. I went into winter with 15. I came into spring with 15, and then I lost 3. Starved out right before spring. Then I went to I did my split. So I had 12, right?
12. 12.
So I went from 12, and then I did early splits because the weather was so warm.
I guess you went to 24.
No, I went from 12 and I did 10 3-frame splits.
Okay.
All right. So that's using 30 frames, right? Well, 30 frames is 3 single deep colonies.
Yeah.
So I went from those 12. If you take those 30 frames away, that basically moves me back to 9, right?
Mm.
Well, none of those first 10 splits made it. They all died because it was 75 and then it snowed on the weekend.
Oh, okay.
And then Wednesday it got 75. And then by Saturday, the next Saturday, it snowed again. So it snowed, it was 75, snowed, then 75, and it snowed again.
Oh.
So those bees just got wiped out. So I came out with 12, but because of my early split, I was really only working with 9.
Okay.
Right. So then now I built it up. I had 60 at one time.
60 at one time.
And then by the time I sold queens and made some nukes and sold them, and all of that kind of just and condensing them back at the end of the season and merging colonies back together, I'm at like 27 right now.
Okay.
So, but they're 27 strong colonies,
which is real good.
So I still almost, I over doubled. I made honey. I sold 10 nukes. I sold about 85 queens. So, did a little something. Did a little something this year. It's just it's just trying to make a little bit of money. Grow my colonies, make a little bit of money, and the money is to help build my apiary up.
That's right. It's definitely.
And
I'm hoping to come out of winter with all my colonies, but I know, I might lose one or two. So, theoretically, hoping to at least get 5 or 4 out. I can't say that all 6 of my colonies are going to come out strong and healthy because I can't really tell. But I'm at least hoping to get 5 or 4, and I'll be happy with that. I would like 6 of them to come out, but I'm gonna have to, whenever spring comes, we'll have to see how many I have. But that's what my thing is.
My bees in the spring were spicy. In the spring, when they came in the spring and they were starting to forage, yeah, they were pretty spicy.
We're probably looking
I just saw it come across. I'll send you 2 of them, bud. Thank you. And Jeff, you're trying to stay there at 38, or are you gonna grow again next year?
That's 38 colonies is a big thing.
I'm out of drink too. I wanted to have this year to be like a honey production year, but I ended up just with the splits. I did make some honey, but not as much as I probably could have. And now I have a job, so yeah. Well, see, next year, Paul, I won't have to buy an extractor because I got a nice, big, beautiful extractor. I won't have to buy an uncapping tank and an uncapper. So I've got that. I've got a bottling tank and a nice bottling valve. I'm telling you guys, nobody's got the valve that I've got, and I think you're missing the boat. I've got a video. It's kind of here. I'll play it. Maybe if I can find it. My channel, videos, and it's loud.
Listen to something up here. We missed it. He said Walker Bee Swarm Catcher.
Yeah, I'm right now. I'm kind of favorable to the. Hold on. All right, I'm kind of favorable to the Swarm Wrangler. I like that.
Really?
Oh, let me see. Skip ads. Let me pause this. So please don't mind the mess. I will mute this, but I will present it as such here. Hold on. Share screen. It's actually playing already. And I'll unmute it when it gets to something. It's loud. I'll tell you that. Whoop. There's me with a beard. You never seen me with a beard. I always was clean shaven since you've known me. All right, so pause. Whoop. Back it up. Play. Pause. You see that valve in my mess? You see my mess there. I apologize. But this valve right here is air. It's air operated. So
Air operated. Okay.
my compressor here.
I see. I know what you're talking about.
You're
You're
just
gonna
got a foot pedal.
I know how a compressor works. I have one as well, but you're gonna pump the air. I see to there.
Yep.
And I
So
guess air operates the valve to open and close. Is what I'm guessing.
Yep. So it. Let me see. I unmuted it, but it's not going to show it. So
I see you didn't put your honey down there, and I saw that where it'll go to the top and then it'll stop.
Something well, like no, this one actually has a foot pedal.
Oh, foot pedal. Okay.
So you step on the foot pedal and it opens the valve up.
And then so the foot pedal goes where does the foot pedal go to?
So it goes to the air lines on the valve. Those blue lines are going to the foot pedal.
Okay.
So when you step on the pedal, it opens the valve and dispenses it.
Oh, that's real cool. That's a real easy way of doing it right there.
Well, it gives you both hands, right, to work with. And I think I still overfill it because I'm messing with the camera and all, trying to get it right. Yeah, see, it's a little over full, but.
So that's how you make your honey?
Yep. So cool. Just step on the pedal, fills it up. And
that's nice right there. That's a good way of doing it. What kind of bottles do you use? Size?
Those are 1 pound squeeze bottles.
1 pound squeeze bottles.
Yep.
Same as the one that you gave us.
Yep, exactly. That's the exact same bottles.
That's cool. It's real good.
So it and that's when I overfill it right now when I click it and boom, right there. See, boom, run over. But that's an 18-gallon bottling tank.
Wow, that's cool.
And
then you pour your honey into that, and then from the extractor, you put it in your buckets, and then you pour it into there, right?
Yep. The biggest complaint that like people have when they watch this is because my compressor's loud. It's not the
tank.
It's not the tank or anything. It's just that
compressor is kind of loud, and I've used it.
But if you had a bigger compressor than I have, a bigger tank or something, then it should shut off.
I don't know what is that. It's kind of like mine, but mine's a DeWalt.
That's a Fortress from Harbor Freight.
Okay. How much pounds does it hold of air?
18. Oh, that's a 6 pound compressor.
That's probably what mine is too.
Gallon, I'm sorry.
6 gallon. I think that's what it is. They do make some that are bigger but heavier, like those big ones. One of my granddad has one of those, but they're big, and I don't know how much really they hold. They probably hold about 20 maybe gallons, like those big tall ones.
Well, yeah. So the most of them that I've seen are the Lee's got one. I think they're 16 gallon. Now that valve is not cheap, but when I say not cheap, it's like $425.
Yeah.
But the one with the lever, the one with the lever that everybody uses is like $200 now. So
it's a $200.
And you still got to hold the bottle with one hand and use.
You ever with the
lever?
Yeah. Use two hands because you can be more steady. We do it just with a normal. We'll do is fill the honey with the extractor, put the bucket, the honey bucket that has a valve on the bottom.
Yeah, I've got the gate. You got the plastic gate.
The plastic gate is what we use, and every time we use it, it would get a mess. So what we did was we got a plastic cup and drilled a hole, like a big hole in the bottom, and then put it under there and hold the bottle on. It was kind of hard, but it kind of helped, not wasting so much honey in it. Last year, we wasted a little bit because it just got everywhere.
Well, with this one, what I did, this last time I just filled some honey up, and what I did is I just put a cookie sheet down underneath it. So if it dripped, it just dripped on the cookie sheet.
Okay.
Afterwards, but I try to, if you get the bottle and you open up, those gate valves, I hate them. But when I use mine, I'll just put this up to the top of the valve and then just scrape the last little drip off and then put the lid on.
Okay, I get you.
And it works pretty good. Hey, I'm gonna leave you for about 30 seconds so I can go get a drink. Sure. Entertain everybody. You have the con. I'll be right back.
Now it's just me.
Just you for a second.
Daisy said, I have 100 plus halves too many to keep up with. 100 halves can be a little, I think 100 halves 50 is like a sideliner. It's not like, hobby sideliner. You're getting more into a sideliner beekeeper. I think that's what it is. You can correct me if I'm wrong with that. But somewhere around that's a sideliner beekeeper. With 100 halves, you can, make, if you can get them all into winter successfully, next year you'll have 100 halves to split.
You didn't have to stop talking because I came.
Oh, I was just reading Daisy's Honey's comment that he said I have 100 plus halves too many to keep up with. I was just saying that he's moving out of the hobby beekeeper. He's moving in kind of to like a sideliner beekeeper, if I'm correct, I think.
Steve, just load them on a trailer and bring them on down to me, and we'll load them up out here in the back.
For free.
Yeah,
I don't know if you'll do it for free.
Yeah, you can just donate it, donate 80 colonies to my cause or whatever. I've got land I could put bees on. I just don't have enough bees to put them out there.
Donate 40 to Bob, donate 40 to me. And then keep your average 20.
Well, you know what I found with this Larimore? I was having trouble too. And what I found is because I was doing too much. I was trying to do too much.
I get you.
Just let the bees go, do your treatments, and kind of stagger. What I did is I staggered, right? So instead of working 30 colonies at one time, I might work 5 colonies 6 days of the week and then not work bees 1 day of the week. Right? So I was breaking it up.
The ideal thing what many beekeepers will say is, to inspect at least, every 2 weeks, I suppose, would be best in each colony. It doesn't mean, you have to go into each 30 colonies every day. You can like kind of divide it up. That means like one colony. I'll make sure, you know what's going on inside the colony. You know that you have good queen. Know you have, low mite problems, that kind of thing.
But you know what? The number one killer of bees is in America?
What's that?
Beekeepers. I mean, it's the truth. I mean, bees in nature, they may die, right? We know that with mites and everything, they could die. But there are colonies that you do something wrong with, like my nukes, right? When I split those nukes off too early,
I know.
I basically wiped out 3 colonies.
Yep, you're right. That can happen. For us, I don't know what the real ideal time to split is. I'll have to, ask Bruce from Bruce's Bees because he's, not too far away from me.
You guys are not that geographically different from me. You're just a little bit further south.
That's right.
So it's probably about the same time. Probably 3rd week in March. Because by the time I think he's already getting ready to ship bees out to the almonds by that time. So
it's probably about the same, pretty much.
And that's one thing when I got into beekeeping, I was watching YouTubers, right?
Yeah.
And they have great ideas in great things. But the problem was that they're different geographic locations.
I was just about to say, whenever the beekeepers, beekeepers will watch beekeepers, will watch their ideas and think that's what I should do. But actually, right now, like, so I watch David Burns. I like his ideas. But he's in Illinois, and he's has more colder temperatures. So I can't really go along with I can go a little bit along with what he says, like some of his tips, but I can't really go along when he likes to split.
Well, you know what the big problem is with that, right? So if let's say David Burns put out a video today and you went and you said, man, that's a great idea. But you should have already done it like a month ago.
That's right.
Because they're already past you in that time.
Because Illinois is more cold, it's like different temperatures are around. You got to know what you might want to ask somebody in your area who's had experience with bees, and you're gonna have to.
Well, I've been lucky. I've got a mentor, and I talk to him, and we help each other out, right? So he got me started. I bought my first nukes from him, and he's down the road from me, but he's an older gentleman, and so if he needs some help, I go help him out. Like tomorrow, when I pick up my syrup, some of those he's buying from me, so I'm just helping him out. So that's kind of one of those things where we just if I'm going there, if I'm at Walmart and I see they have sugar, I'll ask him. I'll call him. Hey, do you need some sugar? I'll pick it up while I'm here. You can just give me the money back when I come over. And he's yes, no, maybe, whatever. But we just try to work like that. If he says, hey man, I need a queen, or I've got a queen, and if Cayman's doing it, we're already late, right? Especially, and not only that, what you'll notice is like Mike Berry. I love Mike Berry's videos, but he might release a video today that he filmed 2-3 weeks ago, right? So you're watching the video today and you're like, oh, well, he's about the same as me at what he should be doing, right? Like he's in Alabama. Or I think he's in Alabama. Where's he at? He might be in Louisiana. I'm not sure. He's down south. But at any rate, he you're looking at that, and he's already done it 2-3 weeks ago. So it's like now I'm behind if I try to do that. I will be going that way tomorrow. Hey, Greenway, send me. Matter of fact, let me. I'm gonna give you my email address right here. And shoot me your address by email, buddy, because I got to stop by Dennis's tomorrow. He's in Louisiana. So I mean, even though we're similar, but he's still going to do it a little bit before me. That's one thing that I like. The stream team, Bruce is in the south, but all the rest of those guys are up north.
In Ohio?
It's kind of like middle America, right?
That's right.
And me, Lee, a lot of the guys that come on here are more southern beekeepers, so that kind of falls around,
differences.
Yeah, differences.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Because you'll
even though they have good ideas, I would have to wait till next year to use that, right? To use that. Let me see. Let me go to dashboard, refresh. Guys, you guys are awesome. I had 8 people order the swarm lure.
Telephone, Ed said Cayman is 7 hours away from us, and Dauphin, I'm 35 minutes from the panhandle of Florida. So I guess Cayman's in Louisiana. Is that correct? Where's he? He's in Tennessee, right?
He's in Tennessee, yep.
Tennessee, okay.
And Ed, who was just on here, son of one, he's in Dothan, Alabama, which is close to you, right?
Right, that's right.
So
probably less than an hour.
So are you excited to go to Hive Life?
I am. It's going to be real fun. I'm going to probably meet a lot of different people. I'm definitely going to bring my camera. I'm probably going to try to bring different SD cards so I can bring back and put a video for people who didn't go, especially like our other family. They might want to see how it was. So I'm going do different, talk to different beekeepers and different things. So it's gonna be real cool. And over about sold out. That's why we went ahead and got our tickets. Last time I heard that he was at 1,400 or something, and then ending at 1,600 tickets. And somebody said that was going to make it one of the biggest conferences in USA, something like that.
Hey Spanky, have you heard from Phil Fermana? I haven't seen Fermana in a while. Let me see. So I've got a couple stops to make on the way up to get the sugar tomorrow. It looks like it's going to be interesting. Loading my truck down. So if you're just joining us, I think most of you guys have been in here for a while. Vincent, I'm trying to go. It's not that I don't want to go. It's more of a logistical issue with my mother and with my animals. So that's the whole thing. Trying to go, but I gotta get someone to take care of my mom. Then I gotta get someone to take care of my animals. And so it's a big thing. But I am trying to get up there for sure and hang out with all you fine people. Let's see. So again, if you want to get in on the swarm lure, I'll drop the website one more time here. And then I promise, unless somebody asks for it, I won't do it again. All right, there's the website. And again, it's 1 cent plus $9.99 shipping. That shipping and the 1 cent is around $5 for the shipping, and the rest is for the bottle and the materials. And if you get a second bottle, it's $4.99 in one, so you get the second one for $5. So together you get 2 bottles for $15 plus tax.
That's good. I'm about to go. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Well, I appreciate you. Sorry I was so boring for you tonight.
No, there's nothing.
All right.
Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you. Till Vince, Vince is watching. Hey, Vince, we'll see you next time. Maybe you can pop in next time too.
Definitely. See you later.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, guys. The link's up if you want to come in. We'll do this a little bit longer, and then if nobody wants to come in, yeah, I've sent him an email and he hasn't responded, so I don't know. I don't know, and I haven't seen him on the Hillbilly stream, which he usually checks out either. So, so just if you see him, tell him we said hey, and hopefully we can get him to come back. But then again, it is late nights for him, really late nights. So. $195 south of Bob Binney. You're probably 3 hours away from me, Carl. I'm in Columbia, South Carolina. Well, actually, Hopkins, just outside of Columbia. Not too far. You're 85 miles east of Columbus. Columbus, Georgia is right on the Alabama border, right? Like Phoenix City, right there. I know. I had to shave it for work, guys. If I didn't have to shave it for work, I'd still have a beard right now. Well, I'm going to take a shot of hot honey. Good, man. I swear this gets hotter and hotter. Man, oh, man. All right, let's click the link. Paul, where you been, man? I haven't seen you on a live in a long time. Lee, how's the game? Did y'all win? Man, that gave me hiccups. Well, you guys are getting quiet. No, Lee's at a football game. Ah, there he is. Paul, at a football game.
Okay, I'm here.
Ah, there he is. You got to mute your YouTube stream though. What you been doing? Oh, you're muted. Hold on. Oh, you got to unmute yourself. You got to hit your little speak. There you go.
There we go. Unmute on YouTube and unmute on StreamYard and mute on Hive Life, right?
Yep.
Okay, I think we're good.
No mead talk. Everybody's wanting free stuff, man. Y'all are killing me. I actually had somebody. This killed me today. I had a store, a beekeeping store in South Carolina, which will remain unnamed. I'm not gonna say who they were. And I was trying to get Apis Biologics into their store, and he said, man, I just talked to Ian. Ian speaks really highly of that stuff. I said, yeah, I like it a lot too. And he said, you got a free sample you could send me? I was like, no.
Nope.
I mean, I've got to pay for it, right?
Yep.
So it's like I don't mind giving away some free stuff every now and again, but if you want to carry it in your store and you've already called and validated the product with Ian friggin' Stepler, what can I say to you that's going to change your mind?
Yeah.
You know, and if I give you a free product, then I just gave it to you and I'm out the money.
Yeah, if somebody who's running 1,500 hives is using it, what kind of more endorsement do you need, right?
Right. I mean, that's my thing right now. And
sorry, but I'm going to be eating in front of you too. I got a Subway sandwich here.
Hey, eat fresh, my friend. Eat fresh. Hey, who we got here? Jeff. Up, you're muted. Hold on. You got to unmute yourself. You got to hit your mic.
Yeah, I didn't get invited to the inner circle fishing trip with Mr. Ed and Randy and all. You said you sent them my email address.
No, what I said.
Randy, where are you, buddy? Come on.
Hold on. Jeff, you got to mute your YouTube or turn your YouTube off and then watch it through the stream.
I'm lost. I'm learning.
No problem.
Yeah, so I appreciate Bob you trying to hook me up with the inner circle there, but evidently it didn't work out there.
Well, he called me. Randy called me and he said, "Hey, Bob, what's Lee's number? We got a fishing trip." I'm like, "Oh, so you're just not going to ask me? Do I want to go? What's Lee's number, right?" I said, "I understand. And he got a chuckle out of it. He said, "No, I just knew you were in South Carolina and this fishing trip's leaving from Biloxi, Mississippi." And I said, "Well," and he said he knew Lee was in Louisiana, and he said, "If you know anybody else, I've got space over there, right? A few more spots." I said, "Well, Paul from Hale Hives, he's in that area," and he said, "I've heard of Paul," and so I assumed he was going to get in touch with you. And you're like, "No, I didn't get anything." But then after the fact, then I found out Mr. Ed was going too, so I don't know if he had a bunch of calls out or what.
Yeah, you said Yappy may be going down too. So yeah, we're all in the same area within about probably 100, 150 miles or whatever of each other.
But don't feel pregnant. They were calling me and didn't invite me.
I know. Well,
for other people.
Well, yeah, but you're a 6 or 8 hour drive away, right?
Yeah, but sometimes now I'm finding it hard to even find if I'll be able to go to Hive Life.
Every once in a while, you're good to go, huh? Yeah, you haven't heard anything else back from Blythewood, huh? About
no,
him?
He's having some bad health issues, and
tell me anyway. $180, buy a ticket and come on, Bob.
Yeah, I mean that's not the problem. The problem
I want to see you there.
My mom's got Alzheimer's.
Well, you didn't see my last comment, did you? Or maybe you decided not to answer it.
I probably didn't see it. Now you're going to make me go look for it.
Well, I said, she's not going to know you're gone anyway. I said, is that
Well,
too late?
that's true, but my wife has got to sit here and take care of her.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm sorry, that's bad.
You're going to
I
hell for
think
that.
if we can joke Phil about his hands, I can joke you about his mom.
Oh, hey, speaking of which, you know, when I was on the Mead a couple weeks ago and giving stuff away, the Hive tools.
I was there.
So,
Don't
filament corner. Do what, Steve?
Don't blame me.
You were very
Oh,
cordial.
it's all your fault, man. That stuff is potent. and so I gave away a Hive tool, a laser Hive tool, to Filament Corner. Spanky, and he's like, "Well, I'm sending a package to Phil. Let's send it to Phil." So I said, "Well, what do you want to put on it?" So he sends me a I got to show you all the picture of this because we haven't seen Phil in a while. And I got to find it. Give me a second. I'll find it on my phone. And
so Charlie's usually eating popcorn. I'm eating a Subway sandwich tonight, so I figure we fit right in.
And he's got, where is it? Oh, there it is. So we did Phil, but look, now this is all Spanky. I did the work, but this was Spanky's design. You see, is it missing the two fingers on the Hive tool? So
when y'all first started joking with him about that, I'm like going, "You guys are crass. You guys are crap."
You remember when he first started coming though? He was talking a bunch of smack to everybody.
Yeah, I know.
So, you know, you gotta, when you come to the stream, you know, you gotta bring it.
Well, I think he and Hillbilly Earl got a little sideways on the Apis or whatever, so I think he hasn't been on.
Well, that was on our stream. He left our stream because we were talking about it. Well, you know, and I understand we don't want to come on and be an infomercial every time, right? I get that, you know.
Yeah.
But the thing is, not everybody watches every time you do a stream, so it's like you got to find that line because nobody's making money off of YouTube. I mean, it's not like, you know, I don't make money off YouTube. I don't have.
Yeah, me and my 42 subscribers are just rolling it in right now. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, I don't have Hive Life sending me money, you know, to pimp their product out. Even Blythewood Bee Company didn't pay us nothing. You know, it's none of that stuff, you know. So how do we make money? Swarm lure, Apis Biologics, but I haven't made it. We've sold a bunch of Apis Biologics. However, I ordered a lot more than I've sold. So it's not like I'm, you know, in the green right now or anything like that.
Well, I'm sorry, but at an eighth a teaspoon per gallon, I've got enough to last me a while, buddy. So I won't be ordering back from you again for a while.
Well, and to me, that's the beauty of the product too, is that, you know, you get the little, and it does different stuff, but the little Hive Alive vial does 10.5 gallons with 100 mLs. The bag of Apis, the small one, does 52 gallons. So it's like, you know, and it's cheaper.
I just bought 25 more pounds of the sugar from Walmart on my way home tonight. So we're feeding tomorrow. Probably the last time I feed for the end of the year, and then we'll just let them cruise for the rest of the year.
I did that. I was buying sugar and making sugar bricks and everything and open feeding. And I was like, man, it's just too much. I got to go back to Charlotte and drive and get the syrup. Steve, where are you at?
I'm at my girlfriend's house.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like,
I'm on the phone. I don't have my glasses. It's hard to see the phone.
Well,
does your wife know you're at your girlfriend's house? I don't know.
It's probably better that you don't see, you know, me and Paul.
No, I can see it. It's just blurry.
And that's probably the better view of looking at us two guys on here.
This is the first time I used the phone, so it's working pretty good.
But, you know, you got it right. I mean, we can hear you. And don't hear ourselves again.
You know, I wanted to order 2 bottles, and I only ordered 1, so I sent you another $5 through Zillow.
Yeah, I got it. I got the email. I'll toss it in the pack. But this is it's pretty concentrated. right now. It's probably too strong right now.
Spring to try it. Can't wait.
Well, I think I'm going to actually go outside and do some sample sprays tomorrow just to see if bees come to it. You know what I mean? And I'm sure they will. As long as all the medical publications are correct and science publications I looked at are correct, then that should be the money right there. So, I mean,
Yeah. I'll tell you, we've been having some warm weather. I've been feeding my bees heavy. I went to about 300 pounds of sugar already.
Oh goodness.
well, I'm actually contemplating just to continue to feed them because I went to let me see, I got to move it from behind here over to my other screen here. So the average temperatures in South Carolina, if it's going to show me, go back again. All right.
Well, we're going to be 74 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be like that here too. So,
I mean, they're taking down 10 gallons a day right now.
oh, and if you put out, that's probably all you're putting out too, right?
Everything they take is so fast. I can't put any more in there.
So that's kind of my thing is like looking at it, even in November, the average high is like max temperature is 79, average temperature of 61, minimum temperature of 50 for averages. So even I mean, if you're talking 50 degrees, it's just below them actually being able to fly anyway. So you might get that minimum for like 8 hours maybe, and the rest of the day it's warm enough for them to fly and everything. So it's like I might just keep putting the sugar out there.
I put the pollen substitute out today. I couldn't keep it up there. They ate so much of it. It's crazy.
In the tube?
No, I just put it on a plate. I don't have a tube. I got to make a tube one day.
So the yeah, they were hitting my tube today too. So
if you look up my Facebook page, I filmed it. It's crazy how many bees are out there.
did you put it on your Facebook page? I was at work and then let me see. Did I get a notification from your Facebook page?
Well, we're like at 74 right now, going down to in the 60s tonight. Tomorrow 70 as a high, but then the next day 85. So
Ooh, wow. Where are you located?
what a swing. I'm down in Louisiana, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Oh, okay.
It just I mean, you got 15, sometimes 30 degree swings in high and low temperatures. And it's like, what do you do?
This is a crazy.
Whoop. All right. So I will share that video. Well,
So my plans are to put sugar on them tomorrow. I may put another half a hive patty or whatever on just to make sure they got it. They're bringing in some, and then I'm done for the winter.
I got internal feed too on my hives. They're crazy.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I missed that.
I have internal feeders also besides open feed.
Yeah. Okay. I've got a couple small ones with some internal hive feeders, and then I've got what I do is I put another box on the top, and I've got a sheet box from Dollar Tree with some straw in it, and I put sugar syrup in those.
all right. Let me this is your pan of pollen sub today?
Yeah, it's pollen sub.
Wow.
Was that full when you started?
They're stacking it.
Was.
Oh,
And the bees flying around are all full of pollen. It's unbelievable.
they're like all covered with it too, right? They're just like
yeah, all covered with it.
That's crazy. I have not done it in a pan like that. I've just done it in the tube. I bet you they would go crazy on it. So what do you do with the pan? Let's say they don't take it all down. At the end of the day, do you pick it up or you just leave it there for tomorrow or what?
Tonight, the only problem I have if it rains. If it doesn't rain, it's fine.
That's yeah, but they probably don't it probably doesn't last in there very long.
No, that's empty already. It's empty. I got to fill it again tomorrow.
So how many pounds you figure you put in there at a time?
It's not that much weight, just volume.
Right.
I don't know. I just keep filling it till it's filled.
Until they stop taking it, right?
Rocking it so the wind don't blow it off, the pan away. But they take it quick. I think I filled it twice today.
Twice?
Twice.
I did put it in my pollen feeder in my tube, and then I put some pollen patties on some of my smaller colonies yesterday. So we'll see how they do. I've kind of peeked on one of them today to see if they had eaten through the hole yet, but they hadn't. So
yeah, I went through my nukes today to make sure I got candy on them right now, and they got brood in it. This is very unusual for us in New York. In November, have brood in the nukes.
Now, have you used the Apis?
I'm using it in my liquid. I just realized today when I was watching Earl's thing, I should put it in my pollen substitute too. Also,
Well, you didn't get the other one, did you?
I got both of them.
Oh yeah, there you go. Well, you got to put it in your patty. I don't think you can just put it in the dry, because let's read the directions. I've got it right here. Add an entire package to 50 pounds of pollen sup mix, or 2.16 grams per pound, following your established feeding early spring, late summer schedule. Thoroughly blend package into supplement mix. Important to mix, ensure even distribution of bioactive elements and final patty mix. This package will make 50 pounds of final pollen supplement preparation. So I've never done it in dry patty, but I have done it in my pollen patties. But you know what you just said, Steve, is the same thing that Charlie said when he was doing his video the other day. He said that he's talked to other beekeepers around him that are not using Apis biologics, and they don't have brood right now. And he opened up his colony, and he's got eggs, brood, and larvae, and the queen's still productive.
That's crazy. I can't believe it this year.
So that's pretty much what I'm getting to with putting it in my product. So, I mean, again, here down south, I don't notice a brood break necessarily. She does slow down, but it's not like she just shuts off like she does probably for you at some time during the year. And, Charlie and Paul, you probably don't get a brood break down there either, do you?
Not much. I mean, we had 18 degrees last year, and it kind of hit back my orange trees a little bit, kind of split the bark on the orange trees. They're coming back, but most of the time it doesn't get cold enough really to. I mean, last year at I came in a video last year that's Christmas Eve, and it was like 74 degrees here.
Jeff says he's got some brood, but not much. But Jeff, you're using Apis too, right? I mean, I've been steadily feeding it, constantly. If I've got syrup out there or it's got Apis in it, I don't skip it right now. And part of it is the same thing, the validation. I'm trying to see. I might liquid feed all winter until it's like January, when it's the coldest month of the year here. Then I might stop it. But if they're coming to get it from the feeder and carrying it back, and they're feeding the other bees, that to me, and not storing it, right? As long as they're using it, then it's probably a good thing.
Last check, my hives were pretty full. Like I said, this weekend I'm probably going to mix some Apis into some sugar water, give them one more feeding, and then I'm just kind of going to sit back and let winter happen.
Well, this channel is definitely the first people that in the States that have been experiencing the Apis product, and I'm happy with it myself as far as what it's doing. It's funny because there was a lot of people who were like, "Hey, I don't know what it's gonna do," and then I just said, "Watch this video, Ian Stepler, when he says, yeah, this is what I'll never not have this in my colony," and he doesn't get paid. I asked the guy point blank, "Do you pay him?" Nope, don't pay him. So the only benefit he gets is Ian knows what's in it and how to make it, buying the raw materials, right? So it ends up being cheaper for him to buy it.
Well, I figured that'll give him enough nutrition to last through the winter. Then come second week of December, I'll probably hit him with 3 hits of OAV, and like I said, be done for the winter. But I've got one more step to just make sure they kind of make it through, and they come through in the spring, and they'll be ready to go.
Larimore says the swarm he caught last weekend already has new eggs. That's cool. I use Ultra B as well. I've got Ultra B, but I didn't know it had lemongrass in it. Does Ultra B have lemongrass oil in it, or the patty?
Well, I just got some Hive Life patties in the mail today from Bohemia Bees. I won them off of Bohemia Bees draw a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
On the giveaway?
Yeah, on the giveaway. They just mailed them to me or whatever for that. So I've got them sitting here waiting for the spring. I'm not planning on giving to them now. I'm just going to wait till the spring and give them to them then.
All right. So ingredients, which is surprising. I haven't read this part. It says not for human consumption, but I've eaten it. Patty.
And look what happened.
Yeah, look what happened. I got retarded.
He becomes a meat drinker after that. You know what happens to him.
Well, it's good meat. I don't blame him. I would drink it too.
It says it's got plant protein. It says plant protein products, processed grain byproducts, roughage products, canola oil, lemongrass oil, sodium chloride, which is salt, vitamin A supplement, vitamin D3 supplement, vitamin E supplement, ascorbic acid stabilized, zinc sulfate monohydrate.
So it sounds like the same ingredients list off of like muscle milk or some other protein powder, huh?
Yep, this was minute with some lemongrass oil in it and canola oil.
So you're going to bulk up and look like Arnold Schwarzenegger before the spring.
Menadione, sodium bisulfite complex, riboflavin, pyroxidine, hydrochloride, folic acid, and biotin. It says crude protein not less than 58%, crude fat not less than 5%, crude fiber not more than 3%, moisture not more than 6%, ash not more than 6%. Yeah, I've been using Ultra B, but to be honest with you, a 100-pound bag has lasted me like 2 years every time I get one. So I'm getting to the point to where it's like, I don't know if I'm just getting too lazy to make my own patties at this point, or now that you can buy Apis in those global patties at Hive Life, I might just go that route in the future. What's that?
I ordered 80 of them.
80 patties?
Yeah.
80 pounds?
Yeah.
You ordered more than I did, because I'm not sure if I can go pick them up. I'll be like, Steve, I know you're in Tennessee, but go ahead and swing down through here and drop my orders off.
That wouldn't be a problem.
That's why I was talking about Lee picking up my stuff in his truck the other night. If I wanted to get some wax dip boxes and pick them up in his truck, and he told me, I got a Nissan Rogue. I don't have a truck.
He does have a Nissan Rogue.
Can't put many boxes in the back of a Nissan Rogue.
You said they're $16.50?
$16.50. I mean, that's a deal. Wax dipped, already assembled. You can't beat that anywhere.
I'm going with a blank credit card when I go down there.
Well, yeah, you better. Well, I think you have to pre-order, Steve, before they get to have
Well,
them bring them.
Yeah, the guarantees this price is pre-order.
Guarantee availability more than price.
Yeah. Well, if they don't have it. They don't have it.
Yeah.
Now,
outside, I got so much equipment. It's crazy.
Well, I'm bringing home a hive from Ricky Rourke or whatever this year. So I don't know how much more room I got in my Honda Pilot to load stuff back.
You're going to be renting a U-Haul and towing your truck back.
Yeah, last year I didn't know if I was going to be able to bring my wife back home or not.
Strap her to the roof, man.
I mean, last year I got a extractor from Hilco and 16 boxes. And from Man Lake, I bought 3 boxes of bottles, because that's the big thing right now is, buying bottles and trying to get bottles shipped to you to fill. Good night. The shipping on empty bottles is ridiculous.
Randy Klingon said he sent me a text message, but I swear to you, I have not gotten it. So I don't know. You drinking tonight, Randy? You might have hit the wrong number.
Yeah. So last year my vehicle was full, and I started to have to buy my wife a plane ticket to fly her home.
All right, I got Steve's address, Fort Mill. All right. So
who's in Fort Mill?
Steve Johnson, and so is Dennis Lentz. So
okay.
I'm going up there past them tomorrow to go to the Domino Sugar Factory, and then I will.
Well, Steve was talking about Ultra Bee pollen patties, or no, excuse me, Dennis was, and I bought 40 pounds of those last year at Hive Life to get them delivered there. That was a good deal last year as well. Now I've got another 10 pounds of Ultra Bee. So my bees are set for pollen patties or whatever for the spring.
I am, the thing is, the problem I have here is same as you, hive beetles.
Yep.
So when you go to put that pollen patty on there, I can never get the amount right that I need to have on there where they'll consume it before the hive beetles really take effect.
Cut them in half. Cut them in half. You can always go back and add more.
I went to, instead of a pound, I went down to 3/4 of a pound in the sandwich bag.
Yep.
And what I found is if I just cut a little hole in the bottom where they can get into the bag and eat it, they do well. And if the beetles get in there and they do lay larvae, well, then the larvae are trapped and can't come back out the hole. So I can just grab the whole bag and take it out.
Yeah.
And rid myself of those larvae as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Let me see. It said, make your wife lay down in the horizontal hive. I'm sure it won't go wrong for you.
Yeah, Spanky, I'll give that a try.
Just make sure you strap the top down good where she can't fall out.
She's a good sport. She's coming with me again this year.
Well, my wife, I actually had it set up this week where my stepdaughter was going to come over and take care of the animals, and I was going to have my sister come get my mom for a few days, which would free me up to go. And then I was like, do you want to go? Because you might find it very boring. And I swear to you, I didn't get it, Randy. And
yeah, my wife's a people person, and she likes meeting a bunch of people from different places. She's one of those people that's never met a stranger. She'll go up to talk to a brick wall sometimes or whatever,
And to be honest with you, I don't care about watching the speakers speak. I'm going to go there to do what we're doing right here. Talk to everybody, just like you're saying, and go to the vendors and walk around and, be in the Apis booth or be in Ricky's booth over there and hang out.
Did you go last year?
I didn't go last year. I was going to, but
it was great. I mean, yeah, you get to see all those people. You get to mix with a bunch of people that you've never seen before. And this year, twice as almost, 50% more people than we had there last year.
I told Cayman when I talked to him back in the summer, he's like, well, we're going to cut it off at this amount. I said, why would you do that? I mean, I understand if this place can't hold that many people, but I mean, go ahead and sell the place out. You know what I mean?
Well, Lee's going through, Cayman's going through some growing pains. He wants to make sure he keeps it palatable for everybody. The worst thing you can do is try to grow too big too fast and have a crash, right?
Well, he's done a phenomenal job.
He has.
I mean, and use the power of YouTube. YouTubers talking about it to get the word out there, and himself. I mean, he's one of the biggest YouTube influencers out there, you know. So,
Did you go last year, Steve?
No, I didn't. Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah.
I was too. I mean, it was the weekend of like right before, and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm gonna go. And I went to buy tickets, and it said sold out. I was like, son of a gun. And then I found out afterwards that like a bunch of people couldn't even go because of the storm, right? So they didn't go.
People coming in from the north and the west were having a mess. Us coming from the south, it wasn't as bad.
And you know, I would love to go. It's just
I think Greg Burns probably took forever to get there, you know. And some of those guys, I think John Hill, I had ordered some stuff from John Hill, and he brought 2 trailers worth of stuff. Funny thing is, you know, I got into Sevierville that night, and they essentially closed the town down because they expected the freeze to come there. So we went to the only place open to eat that night, and it was the Waffle House. And then we're sitting there, my wife and I are sitting there eating dinner at the Waffle House, and here comes John Hill and pulling his trailer coming in that night. And I met him there at the Waffle House. So I told him this year, I said, hey, John, you come this year, I'll buy you dinner at the Waffle House, you know?
Check this out. I don't know what this is going to do when I hit this button because this is usually Lee's thing. So, there we go. I'll bring you guys right back. This is the picture Randy sent me. That's his breeder colony.
Oh, good night.
7 boxes tall.
It looks like 2 deeps in the bottom and then mediums the rest of the way up, huh?
Yep, looks like. Well, there's a deep near the top too.
Oh, yeah, there's one right there, deep near the top.
So
next
3 deeps and 4 mediums.
Good night.
That's a big old colony there. Which way do we need to go? Nope.
Doing a little queen making, is he?
He can make a bunch of queens in that thing.
Yeah, so I just got from Ricky Rourke. I just got one of his 6-way, a new design. He and I worked on a design for a new 6-way horizontal hive. You know, one of his, what does he call them, nuke hives or whatever. And I added a little bit with a pitched roof or whatever. And he's got a little design or whatever's going to go in the front. And then we're going to be giving away one. There's going to be one in the silent auction this year for the youth program. So he and I are working together to put one together for that, to put it in a silent auction at the Hive Life conference as well.
Yeah, that'll be I actually knew that, but I wasn't going to be the guy to spill the beans. I'm glad you did it.
How did you know that? You've been talking to Ricky too about the boxes that you're going to buy from him, huh?
Yeah, so we're developing a box to be able to be sold on the website for the store. And obviously Ricky's a great builder, so he's gonna build them, and we're gonna sell them on the website. But it's gonna be more like a drop ship thing, right? So you'll order it through the website. I'll order from him, then I'll send him the shipping label, and he'll send it out to you, type of thing. So I don't have to stock the boxes, and he only has to make them as they're ordered. So
are they going to be 3/4 inch boxes, or is he building them out of 1.5 inch?
He's talking about them being closer to 1 inch thick, like 7/8. Okay. And supposedly, now this is what he told me, and I don't know how he's going to do it, but supposedly the boxes will actually slide together. The joint will slide together, and it'll make a nice 90-degree angle. Nice, and it'll be a hidden joint. And then he's talking about putting sheet metal around the edges of the box, so when you go to pry it with your tool, it doesn't tear the boxes up.
Is it just one of those 90-degree angle sheet metal, or is it to have like 9 frame spacing or something in them?
No, it's just going to be around the edges. And you know, Ricky he'll probably come up with something and be like, this is what we're going to do. So
yeah, he will.
He's supposed to be making one and sending it to me so I can trial it out. But
yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not, but he sent me an email back today about a observation hive he's building for somebody. Oh, it's nice. It's really nice. It's got 12 frame observation hive. I don't know if it sits 4 feet high or whatever, but it's a beautiful piece of work that he's putting together for somebody.
I love those. Like you see Frederick Dunn's where it's in the wall and
Yep.
it swings, right? My question is, how do you work that colony? Because the box is actually in the building, right? And it's got a tube that goes outside to let the bees come in and out. But how do you actually work the colony?
Well, yeah, but you don't work your colonies outside every day either. If you have to work it, you pop it down, take it outside, do what you need to do, and bring it back in, right?
There you go. I didn't think it was removable like that. I thought it was just like.
Seems kind of heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
It
think
would
it'd
be
be
heavy.
heavy.
What hive body ain't heavy? I mean, good night.
That's true.
Glass and all that stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, matter of fact, we're losing losing viewers, but I didn't think about it. I apologize. You guys go and give Son of One 263Bs a sub. Let me see if I can pull his link here. I gotta search him.
Well, to answer Spanky, he was asking about, Hail Hives, what about the auction? There's a silent auction every year, Spanky, at the Hive Life conference. And last year, I want to say they raised about $7,000 or so. Don't quote me on that. You can ask Cayman or whatever. But I want to say they raised $5,000 to $7,000, and that money all goes to the youth program that you hear Cayman talking about on his lives about bringing the kids from 10 years old to 21 years old and their guardian or whatever. So I think he had, I want to say 26. I think he made enough money last year to bring 26 young beekeepers to the Hive Life conference and pay their way for a hotel ticket and meals, etc., to come this year in 2023. So what I was talking about was Ricky and I have gotten together to put together a hive that he's going to build to put into that silent auction for this year to benefit those that are going to come to the 2024 Hive Life conference.
Teddy Hatchett. Of course,
actually last year, Bob, at the Hive Life conference, they had a Lyson solar wax melter. And I was looking at that thing and I was like, oh my goodness, that would be great. And then you were sitting there and man, Brad, I'm going to have to go up to Avoyelles Parish, Louisiana and use the one that you gave to Brad because Brad won my Lyson solar wax melter that you gave away.
It's $200, man. $200. I've been trying to get stuff to put on the website, but the problem is when you're trying to start out small, it's hard because they want you to buy pallets of stuff at a time.
Yeah.
Or they want you to commit to buying $10,000 of product in a year.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I can't make that commitment. I don't know what the website's going to do, from time to time. I mean, I haven't done 10,000 yet on the website. So it's like, don't know. I do have a supplier in Canada that's willing to work with me on getting smaller amounts of things, but still, it's like if something costs $100 and if I have to spend $75 to sell it for $100, then I've got $75 tied up.
Yeah.
In hopes that someone might one day buy it, so it's.
Well, that's what I found about bottles. I even called, Man Lake the first year I got those little honeycomb embossed bottles, and I really like those.
I like those too.
So that's what I use. Well, I bought Man Lakes, 24 bottles with including the caps or whatever they had them on sale for $19.95. Well, then all of a sudden they went to $24, $25, $26, $27.95 for a dozen bottles. I'm like going, oh my goodness.
Right. They're taking all your honey profits.
It's sold in packaging. Yeah. So I actually called I want to say it's CSI or CSC or whoever it is that makes those bottles. And they want they don't want to sell you, but pallet size quantities or truckload size quantities in order to get it to you. So I know you and Lee had talked several times about the bottles that y'all get.
And
But yeah, and then Man Lake wanted, I want to say it was $150 to buy the 291 pound bottles in a box. But yeah, they wanted like $86 then to ship those bottles too. So by the time you get done with it, it's $87, $90, 90 cents a bottle.
Better Bee is free shipping on this bulk stuff.
Better
Do they do?
is,
Okay.
they always charge me shipping on every damn thing.
No, if you buy the bottles, well, I'm talking about the plastic bottles. You buy those, free shipping on bulk.
Really?
Yeah. So I was trying to buy like $500 worth of bottles, and it was going to be another $130 or whatever in shipping price. And I'm like, going, good night. That's 30%, 40%, 50%, and you're paying just in shipping charges.
I mean, shipping's crazy.
It is ridiculous.
I wanted to buy, was it Hive Life patties?
Yeah.
The shipping was too expensive. It didn't pay to buy it. I'll wait till I go to the conference.
That
is something you can do at Hive Life conferences. Get a lot of good deals if you're willing to put it in your car and bring it back home with you if you got room.
I got room.
But you might have to buy your wife an airline ticket to get back home.
Well, that's the problem. I was supposed to go to a wedding in Texas that weekend, and I forgot about it. I made an arrangement to go to Hive Live, got the room, and my girlfriend is pissed. She's going to a wedding in Texas without me.
Well, Brian's son's getting married. I'm like going, couldn't you get him to move it? No, I couldn't get him to move it. So I think Brian is actually coming only one day because his son's getting married on that Friday or something, I think.
That's the yeah, he said he was only going to go there for one day. So it was like, at that point, you're spending more time driving than you're actually going to be there.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how far it is from him from, well, he's like in Northeast Ohio, so it's still quite a ways away, I think.
Yeah, he's up near Akron area.
I'm 12 hours away, but I'm going to go down to Chesapeake, Virginia for Christmas, visit my daughter, and she's only 8 hours away. So I'll stay there for Christmas to January, and I'll drive that way.
We're a good 9 or 10 hours to get there. So we're still planning on being there Thursday night or whatever for the meet and greet night, but it's going to be a long haul to get there.
So 16-ounce pet classic honey. You get the ones that we use are 321 to a case.
Right.
They don't have the hex on them, but
mine are 291 pound bottles to the case, or like $140 or whatever for the case, but then they want another $80 to ship them.
That's where, so when I bought a case, it was $321, or I'm sorry, 321 bottles was like $97. And then I bought a 1,700 pack of lids, right? A case of lids. There was $1,700 or 1,700 in there. And I want to say altogether it was like $300. But I don't have to buy lids anymore. It's just now I can just buy bottles, right? As long as they use that lid. But
lids and seals together. They got the seals already in the lid, and you just screw them on top.
Layer more. Oh, hey, you heard my explanation on that. I just bought 2 bottles of Swarm Lure for 2 cents, and shipping was $14.98. Go figure. I explained that shipping. I explained it. The shipping will be about $5 out of that, so it's $5 each bottle. Putts. But hey, what do I expect? You know, we're the motley crew of beekeeping over here. But the you know what? I bought those hex bottles, but I think I bought them on Amazon when I bought them.
You can.
Let me see.
Yeah, I bought last year at Hive Life, I bought 1 box of 8-ounce bottles, which I want to say was 500 something bottles in that 1 box. And then I bought 2 boxes of 1 pound bottles, which I want to say was $2.90 in a box.
And yours is the hourglass, right?
Yeah, and then the year before I had bought the 1.5 pound from Man Lake because that's all they had. They didn't have the 1 pound, and that's the year that I paid shipping out the nose.
So Amazon's got those hourglass bottles. It's 24 of them for $29 or $1.21 a piece with free shipping. But they only have 14 packs left.
Yeah, I just went and picked up one. There's the 8-ounce one.
Okay.
It's got the hexagons at the top or whatever. It's kind of got an hourglass shape.
Yeah, they've got those 24 packs for $29. Oh, Paul just disconnected himself. Oh, he's there. It's just his camera's not on. Yeah, so that's the thing. But when you got as many colonies as Steve and Paul do, you can't just buy 24. You need like 240 or 500 or.
I go through a lot of bottles.
So that's when it becomes harder. And I don't have any of those kind of things there. It's almost like you got to buy them from China to get a discount on them. Let me see if they got a. Yeah, they just don't have a big selection really. And last time I purchased those February 7th, that same bottle. Paul, you still there?
I think we lost them. I hear them.
I hear them. Yeah, I hear them. I just don't see them. You must have a price so they can apply taxes because of course, taxing takes priority reimbursing damaged product.
Sorry, I dropped my computer and lost it. Folded up and lost.
Well, at least your computer's not broke.
Yeah,
that's the best thing.
This is what the 1.5 pound looks like, or whatever. When it's done.
Well, they've got the Amazon sells them for $1.21 a piece with lids for 24 pack for $29
of 1 pounders.
1 pounders, yep.
Yeah, so that's $1.24 a piece. Good night.
Takes away from your profit
with free shipping.
At $10 a pound, I mean, how much you paying? Then you got to put a 12-cent label.
Well, the good thing is you can claim.
You put a label on the front and a label on the back.
Yep.
Or whatever on that. I mean, how much you?
Well, can at least with shipping, you can tax deduct that. That doesn't help. You still have to pay it, but you can tax deduct the shipping part of it. So we figured it out. It's about getting them from Gamber. If you take the shipping out of it, the lid and the bottle end up being about 47 cents a piece.
So, you got to include the shipping in it.
Well, I mean, you got to pay it, yeah, but
that's your cost per bottle.
But I don't have to buy the lids anymore, and the lids that's the heavier of the two boxes. So, even though it's smaller.
Yeah. So last year I bought about 750 lids and about 1,000 bottles or whatever, and brought them back from Hive Life because Man Lake delivered them there, and I put them in my car. I did have to break down the boxes and then tuck them into every nook and cranny or whatever in my car in order to get them back. Because I had an extractor, and I had 16 boxes. I had 40 pounds of You were talking, Steve, about coming with an empty credit card. Well, you better come with an empty van or whatever.
Well, I got a truck. I got a small truck.
Did the so that how do you like that extractor?
I like it. It
pros
had
pros and cons.
I'll tell you one issue I had that I've talked to John about a little bit, and I still don't know what's going on. But also, I bought from him 4 bags that you put your wax cappings in and then spin to get the honey out of the wax capping bags instead of having that big old goopy mess, you know, in your uncapping tank or whatever when you're done. So you can scoop that into these bags, put them in the spinner, get most of the honey out, then let the bees clean up the rest. Well, whenever I put those capping bags in, the extractor would not go back up to full speed.
Was it too heavy?
I don't know what the issue is. And John was like going, I don't know what the issue is either, but you crank that thing all the way up and it would just go instead of, you know, and get it up to full speed. But I've got his old version. I don't have the one with the nylon, his new nylon rings on it.
Okay.
When I bought it from him, he said, hey, if you want to wait till the new one comes out, they're going to have plastic rings. Some people may not like the plastic ring. I bought the other one. It says 880. It'll take eight deep frames all the way around, which I run only deeps. So it takes 8 deep frames and it does really well. I like it.
Well, I'm going to be having some super hot honey coming up. I've got my regular hot honey, but now I'm going to have some ghost pepper honey. So, or not ghost pepper, sorry, Carolina Reaper honey. My nephew harvested another batch. He said he's going to bring them to me tomorrow. So it's going to be super hot for those that are wanting to try some real fire.
So has that sold better off your tailgate than the other stuff?
You know, I haven't pushed it really. I do put it out there. But I usually ask people if they like hot stuff, and then I've got those coffee stirrers so people can taste it. Right. And I have sold some, but I should have made a smaller batch than I did. But you know what? It's not like too thin. It's still staying hot. It's got peppers in it. It's not.
But that's the dried peppers instead of the fresh peppers.
Fresh peppers.
Okay.
So what I had to do is when I did the fresh peppers, I started them off in a quart jar, or not a quart, whatever, the half-gallon jar with my honey. And then it takes the moisture out. So you get excessive moisture in it, right? So it's too thin. So then once I removed the peppers, strained the peppers out of it, I actually added more fresh honey into it to make a bigger batch and less moisture in it, and then mixed it up, and that spread the heat out. And then I took out of the strainer, I scooped peppers into the bottle. So after they had drained out and all the moisture had been sucked out of them, so it's a little bit of decoration, but it still seems to be adding more heat into the jar right now. I mean, I like it. It's really good if you like hot stuff on your fried chicken. If you've never tried it, try it on there, or chicken nuggets or whatever. It works
kind
great.
Of sweet heat wings, right?
Yeah. So you get the heat first, and then after a few seconds, that heat goes away, and then you just get the sweet of the honey. It's pretty good. I like it a lot. As you see, that's my go-to honey shot when I do the honey shot.
There you go.
And all right, so we'll get to the question now. Larimore says, so what's everyone's take on clipping the queens? Is it worth the effort? The wings? No. Steve says no. Paul, do you clip wings?
I never have. No.
Me neither. I be honest with you, I try to not mess with my queen as much as possible, because all I've done is kill queens.
Why is he clipping them for? What's the reason he wants to clip them?
Keep them from swarming, I guess.
Try to keep them from taking off. Well, guess what? Mine take off anyway, so whatever.
Well, what you do is put a queen excluder in your entrance.
Then she can't get out.
Then she can't get out.
I've got one of those, what is it, about 3-inch queen excluder / things that you stick right in front.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really used it. I've got a couple of those that I bought, but I have never really used one to keep the queen in there from leaving.
Randy says you don't want anything hotter than ice cream.
Essentially, if they've made a decision to go, they're going to go, is what I found.
Well, then, I mean, even if she don't go, if they want to supersede her, they're going to raise queen cells
And throw her out.
Then they're going to kill her, right?
Yes.
Either way, so
They've already made that decision. It's hard. You can't fool Mother Nature, with the old tub of butter,
Right.
where they used to be in there.
Do a
Man,
walkway split with her.
You're telling our age now. If everybody that recognizes that commercial,
it's not nice to fool Mother Nature.
Even Steve remembers that. He's just a young buck.
No, I'm so old I forget everything.
You tried taking a shot of mine on the mead night. Yeah, yours is thick. I like yours. I'll do a shot now. I got some out of there. I got some. It just is thick.
Steve, you had said Better Bee shipping was free, but Flower Street, I see in the comment over here, says that he was trying to buy some 12-ounce bottles from Better Bee, but the shipping was high.
He said in bulk.
Bulk. Oh,
the bulk rate.
Like you buy 180 bottles or 200 bottles, whatever they sell it, it's free.
You buy the big 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot box, and you're good to go. Huh?
Oh, like
you buy $10,000 in extracting equipment, and they bend you over the shipping truck.
Well, Better Bee is only 2 hours for me.
Okay.
I should tell you. I'm going to tell you a story. I was up in Saratoga this summer, the racetrack, and we're a bunch of friends of ours, and the girls wanted to go shopping down in Saratoga, and I don't want to go shopping, so I'm going to take a ride by myself to Better Bee. I go to Better Bee. I'm going to buy the new oxalic acid stuff, the legal stuff.
Right.
So I wanted the bag, the 35-gram bag, which is like $50. So I go there, I order it. I'm in the computer, and I'm walking around. The guy says, "Here's your bag," and he gives me this box. And I said to him, "Is this it?" Because I figured it'd be like in a cellophane bag or a aluminum bag. He said, "This is it." So I said, "All right." So he charged me $50. What it is? I put it in my car. I go to Saratoga, pick up my girlfriend. I go home, open the box. He gave me those 3.5 gram ones, the small ones, 40 of them. That's like $400 worth of silic acid he gave me.
That's because I just paid for him
box, right?
shipping.
What's that, Bob?
That's because I just paid for him with the shipping from my extractor and all my equipment.
So I got all these bags. So I emailed the guy. He never came back. So listen, are you sure this is what you're supposed to give me? Because I had him for about a week or two. And I said, let me count how many bags I got in here. And I had like 40 bags. It holds 50 bags, this box. And I had like 40 of them. That was the one they sell for $9 a piece.
So he gave you $400 worth of product for $50.
$50.
That was a little like oxalic acid pellets?
No, it's the vapor. It's the crystals.
Okay.
And all you need is that piece of paper, which you got to download anyhow to make it legal.
But
I got a bottle that's about this big. I mean, it's essentially almost a quart bottle, I guess, maybe.
But that's the paper is what lets you oxalic acid with your honey supers on, right?
I mean, I got a 5-pound bag I got from the chemical place in Florida.
Yeah.
Florida Labs, yep. That's what I've been using.
That's what I got too.
Yeah.
That's the matter of fact, one of the components from this came from Florida Labs as well.
Yeah, I don't use it with honey supers on anyhow. So it doesn't really matter.
So you're using a ProVap or?
I got a ProVap.
Okay.
And I got 2 wands too. I had 2 of them because I got a lot of hives, and this is ridiculous. I went for the ProVap about 6 years ago when it first came out.
You didn't buy the battery one
I bought the Larabi last year and picked it up at Hive Life or whatever from Rob. It's nice. I like using it.
Have you bought
one? Because I could plug it into my truck if I had to.
Yeah. Well, mine are all in the backyard right now, so I can run an extension cord out there. But if you needed to, you could put them onto a little Honda generator or something.
I got electric to the fence, but I have a second yard about 15 miles away, which is in the woods.
Yeah.
Use off my truck.
Yeah. Is that new Ford Lightning or whatever? $85,000 Ford Lightning.
I got a Tacoma. Bob was in it. He knows it.
I've been in it. It's a nice
What
ride.
you run it off that 40-watt plug on the Tacoma?
No, it's 150.
I thought it was a 400-watt that you could plug into there. It's 150.
I think it's, it might be 400 watts.
And it runs it okay?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I have a 2,000 watt
Inverter. Okay.
I got an 850 inverter from AutoZone, and it works my ProVac fine.
Okay, so you're not plugging it into the Tacoma plug. You're running it off the battery.
First of all, I don't treat that high. I use what the hell do you call that now? Not Mine Away. What's the other one? A Formic Pro I use.
Okay.
So you don't oxalic acid at all right now?
No, I will. My main yard in the winter, I'll do it. Probably in a few weeks. My main yard.
Yeah, December. That's when I hit him.
I'll do that. And I'll tell you, not this year, but the year before, I already lost one hive. And I was pissed because I had to give away hives. I had too many.
Well, hey, you give me all the ones you want.
I would so far away, Bob. I would.
That's such a bad place to be when you got to give them away, huh?
One year I gave 12 nukes away. And I sold 20 some more nukes.
Hey, giving away 12 beats buying 12, right?
Yeah.
Well, you say you're trying to downsize?
I've been trying to downsize for 5 years. I'm too old.
I hear you.
But I mean, your honey sells pretty well.
Well, I tried to go less honey this year, and what happened was there's a town about 8 miles from me. They wanted me to do their cheese festival. I dealt with them before a few years ago. I said, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. My girlfriend said, do it. So the day before the festival, I said, okay, I'll do it. And I figured I'll sell 60 pounds, 100 pounds. So I brought 240 pounds with me. I sold out in 4 hours.
Really?
I was pissed because I wanted to go home and get more. But, your truck's down the parking lot. You can't leave. I had my grandson with me helping me. In 4 hours, I had nothing left. I'm sitting there for another 4 hours. So I can't leave because you can't bring your truck in because people are walking by.
Right.
So how many are you running, Steve?
About 100, 110 right now.
Okay.
You can't count them because one day, one dead one, then you split another one. It's hard to keep count.
Yeah, roll of dice, right?
That includes my nukes. I include them all the same because my nukes are 2, 3, 4 deep right now.
Yeah, well, Bob built so fast last year, you didn't know how many he had from one video to the next.
You know,
I still don't. It went from I had 60, but I was debating whether or not to count the queen rearing nukes as a legit colony. So then I was like, well, if it's got a queen, then it's a colony, whether it's a big colony or a small colony.
Yeah, you were running like 15 two-framers for a while there, trying to get them built up, right?
Yeah, and then I ended up selling queens out of them and then merging them back down and then making them 5-framers, double 5s, then moving them to 10. So, yeah, it was just a bunch of juggling. And I started them late. So I should have really started those 2-framers earlier in spring, and I was doing them too late. So
not all just a snapshot in time, right?
Well, now I got all the damn equipment that I could want. I mean, I can go from 2-frame, 5-frame, 10-frame. I mean, I've got the equipment right now. So hopefully I don't have to buy. Lord, I'm going to curse myself by even saying this. Hopefully I don't have to buy any boxes this year. But last time I said that, I was like, oh, I got plenty of equipment, like my first year to my second year. And then halfway through my second year, all my equipment was full. And I was over there buying and building and painting and everything right in the middle of the season. And then this year I was like, oh, I'm going to buy all this equipment before the season. And that way I've got it. And then didn't use half of it. Still sitting out there. So we'll see if that happens next year as well.
Yeah, I'm wanting to go to 30, but my wife, after extracting this year and 508 pounds that we got out of 4.5 hives or whatever, it's like, are you sure you really want to go to 30?
Right.
That's a lot of work.
That's where I'm at now. So I found this year that I did grow and I did a lot of work. But as far as actually going through and doing hive inspections all the time, I found I did less hive inspections.
Oh, yes.
And actually, I would say that probably ended up being better for my colonies, me just not being in there as much.
Bob, you're 100% correct.
And because the first year when I that I was keeping bees, I had done all this research, watching all these videos, wanting to get bees, finally got my bees. And then it's like I'm in them every other day, and that's not good for them either. So and then I'm decapitating queens because I'm trying to mark them. Then I was like, well, I don't need to mark a damn queen. I mean, all I need to see is eggs. If I see eggs, she's been there within the last day, and so I stopped looking for her. If I find her, great. If I don't, great. As long as I know that she's been there, and that's kind of how I just went at it. Maybe it's a little bit lazy, So if you talk to Lee, he wants to mark every queen and make. All I found marking queens does. I mean, it's nice to know. Don't get me wrong. It's nice to know, but all I can do is mess it up. I can either put too much paint on it. I can either, if I'm using a queen catcher, I can just kill her, smash her. The only good result is if you just happen to get a perfect dot on her. And
but it's a requirement in Louisiana to mark your queens.
Is it really?
That is.
It's not here, but we don't have bee police here. So
why is it a requirement to mark your queen?
It's part of the Department of Agriculture's stipulations on being a beekeeper in Louisiana to have long strength hives and mark your queens.
Oh, wow.
Don't treat for mites. You will be down to one hive. There you go. Just stop treating, Steve. You'll be down to, 20, 30 colonies.
Well, about 15 years ago, I didn't treat for mites. The other thing I did was I got wintergreen I used with Crisco. And that's all I put in there. And it stopped the mites.
Was that for mites or for hive beetles? You don't have hive beetles, do you?
Mites. I don't have a hive beetle problem.
Yeah.
I'll do that in the winter. Crisco oil, maybe a little sugar, and wintergreen. And I never had a problem.
That handles mites?
Yep.
Huh.
I had a problem. But then I never do a wash. I never did a wash in my life. The first wash I ever did was last year with the bee inspector. He did about 20 of my hives. And
so,
I didn't have one mite in any of my hives.
Hey, that one-handed queen catcher is how I decapitated a queen with the little slide. Letting her out, not putting her in. I caught her. She went in. I closed her up great. I marked her. Everything was perfect. I went to let her out, and she stuck her head through the hole and got
oh God,
decapitated. So that's why I was like, now if I'm going to do it, I just gentle catch her, put a dot, let her go.
Is that the one with the flip thing that you catch them in?
That's the thing that you hold in your hand.
The tube with the little thing that goes up in it.
That's the one.
Yeah. Yeah, you just have to practice, but I practice on killing them. That's what was happening.
Yeah, I just marked one using that thing a couple weeks ago, but I'm always worried about squishing her too hard in that thing because it never works right,
Yeah,
he's always upside down too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just haven't had good luck. So I just started catching her with my fingers. And like I said, I don't have to see her. It's not like important to me as long as I see that she's been in there.
Right.
So I just let them go.
Well, I try to mark everyone I've got, but the problem is by the time I see them, I've got gloved hands with too much propolis on my gloves and that kind of thing. I'm like going, I'm going to tear her all apart by the time I'm done with this activity.
Yeah, I just barehand her. But my thing is, then I'm trying to mark her left-handed, which is my offhand, or I've got to catch her left-handed, which is my offhand, right? So it's like, just got to get used to it. Yeah, I saw the crack pipe thing. I actually saw that before it was on Stream Team. I saw it on Barnyard Bees. Had
Yeah,
that crack pipe thing.
I saw it from some guy in Australia who used it first. That's a website I saw on that. And yeah, that looks like a good thing. Nice long queen catcher.
She walks up the tube and you just plug it, and you can open up the other end and let her walk right into a queen cage or something. I think that's the one he showed. Yes, so I haven't had any inspector out here. I'm registered with the Department of Agriculture and everything. I've never had an inspector or anything come out here to look at my bees.
Well, in New York State, last December was the first year you had to register your hives. So I registered my hives. Early April, he calls me up, my house. He says, this is like Tuesday. He says, can I come Thursday or Friday? I said, well, come Friday. I figure I have time to clean my yard up. He goes, I'll see you Thursday. 9 o'clock in the morning. He spent about 6 hours with me.
6 hours?
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Did you ask him, how long have you been beekeeping? That's what I would have said. If he's been beekeeping less than you and then.
Well, I got news for you. He's been keeping less than me, and he has a fraction of what I have. But we had a good time. I couldn't believe how many hives he went through. We went through half my hives.
Really? He didn't just take like, hey, you got 100, so let's do 10. That's 10%.
No, I'm surprised he didn't do like 15, but he kept going, and he loved my bees. So I said, he goes, which one you want to do? He goes, you tell me which one you want. I said, I don't care, any one you want to do.
You just pick it. That's crazy.
I'm glad he didn't want to go to the other yard, which is 15 miles away. I don't know if I registered that one. That's why maybe I didn't register that one. I don't remember.
Oh, hey, Paul, you put that in the private chat, not in the comments.
Well, I didn't know how that goes in. I saw Bohemia Bees on here. I was going to tell Jason, thank you. I just got my box of Hive Life pollen patties today.
I saw his video today too. He put some peppermint on his patties and put it in there. Some crushed peppermint he bought.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. When I came home today, I bought $13.98 for a 25-pound bag of sugar from Walmart, and 98 cents for a 2 bag. I bought 2 bags of peppermints, so I'm ready to go.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to buy the syrup, because the price of sugar is just getting outrageous.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it wasn't too bad. It's like 3.5 cents a pound or something like that for sugar.
No.
50-something cents a pound.
51 cents a pound.
So you said $13.98?
Oh, what was? Let me do the math.
25.
$13.98 for 25 pounds.
56 cents a pound. 55.9 cents a pound.
It was $11.95 last year.
Okay.
And
I tried to order today from Walmart. They're out of it. They're out of the 25-pound bags.
My Walmart's got plenty.
Well, so
61.8 cents a pound for the 10-pound bags.
Right.
And I guess 55 cents a pound for the 25-pound bags.
Right.
And you guys don't have a sugar plant near you guys anywhere?
Oh man, I'm in the middle of sugarcane valley, man.
Well, you should be able to get sugar syrup there cheap.
I probably could if I researched it some more, but I haven't put the time into that investigation yet.
Well, if it cost me $14 to make a 5-gallon pail of 1-to-1, roughly, then I'm spending 10 on 5 gallons of 2-to-1. So I'm paying 5 gallons or $5 for a 5-gallon pail of 1-to-1, because I can split that one 5-gallon pail into 2 5-gallon pails and then fill it up, right? And then use it. So $5 for 5 gallons. So $1 a gallon.
You're still feeding 1-to-1 right now in South Carolina?
Yep. It's not.
I'm trying to get close to 2-to-1 right now because we're fixing to go to 54 degrees.
But I think I'm going to try it. We'll see. If all my colonies die, Steve, I'll drive to New York and pick some up from you. Because
it's free. Come get them.
And
Yeah, I'll meet you in Virginia.
You meet me halfway.
Well, not halfway. I'll meet you in Virginia.
And the so I'm gonna try to keep feed out for them most all year this year. It's going to be an experiment because I know they talk about moisture in the hive, but it doesn't get that cold here till January.
Yeah.
So outside of January, once we hit February, it's starting to warm back up already. So I may not feed as much, but I'm still going to give it to them because I figure they're just going to go back and feed it to their young. And
well, I always joke that our winter runs from about February 7th through the 21st, you know.
right, about 2-3 weeks, that's about it.
That's about it. But we did have 18-degree weather last year, so.
Yeah, we got snow, but it was like 75 degree, literally 75 on Wednesday, snowed on Saturday. And then by the next weekend, it was 75 again, and then it snowed again on Saturday. So it was just.
Yeah. But like I said earlier, Christmas Eve was 74 degrees here, so good night.
New Year's Eve here was 78. So it was like, you can't predict it down here. It's so bipolar weather.
But then the next week it'll go down to 34 or 36. So yeah, you're going home.
-5 last year.
Sir?
-5 last year.
Oh, good night. No.
Well, you get the wind too, don't you?
Yes, sometimes we get the wind. And I don't wrap my beehives.
And they do fine.
They do great.
So that leads me to say, I understand some people want to wrap it, but is there that big a benefit? Like, Mike in Minnesota, he's wrapping his, but I don't think he's wrapping it with like any thick R value stuff. So I don't know what
with black when the sun comes up, it gives it a little more heat to the hive.
Right. So maybe it's easier for him to just maintain it in there.
But I don't think, looking at Frederick Dunn's channel, I don't think he wraps either, though. He just goes out and cleans out the dead bees out of the bottom of it. But I don't think he really puts a wrap around them, does he?
I don't think so.
At least what I've seen on his videos that I recall.
The wrap when I had 20 hives, but now it's just too much work.
I know the guy, what's the guy's name at Vino Farms that I watched several years ago? I think he was wrapping his. I haven't watched his channel in a long time.
No, he actually do you watch the Bug Man or Funny Bug?
Yes, him. He has heat.
Well, that hive that he's doing. I mean, he heats his hives, which I don't know how he does that. But the hives that he's building this year are the hives that Vino Farms, I think his name's Jim at Vino Farms, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Started building with like 2x4s. They're like really thick walls,
right,
on it. And that's helped him, I guess.
That's why I was asking was what Ricky was building for you, new hive bodies or whatever, were they going to be the 1.5 inch thickness or whatever insulated hive bodies?
Well, no, from what he said to me is he was trying to do like 7/8, like almost an inch thick. But I've been using 3/4, so that's what the standard ones are. So I don't know if it'll make a big difference or not, but I don't know. I'll be willing to try it out to see.
All right, guys, I have to go or my girlfriend's going to kill me.
All
right, Steve, we'll talk to you later, buddy.
All right, take care. Nice.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Lisa, I see you're on and fixing to drop off. You owe me a number that I owe you. Send that to me sometime. We're going to stay with Lisa in her place. She rented up at.
I got you. Yeah, that's the other thing. If I do decide to go, then I need to find a place to stay or get a place or something. So
yes, well, she offered on one of the chats one night, and I kind of said, well, it's kind of a little strange staying with somebody you don't know before, but I sent her an email and said, hey, if you're willing to take a chance on me, I'm willing to take a chance on you, So Denise and I are going to go up and stay with her. And
they also have little campgrounds there that have like little tiny home sheds. Basically it's just like a bed in a box, basically, to stay in up there. Little chalets, I guess they're calling them, but that's something that you can.
Yeah, last year we stayed at the Clarion Hotel, which was probably about 4 miles up street or whatever from that, and it was a nice place, but it was freezing cold. So,
Right.
if you're staying at the place, you can use their indoor water park, but I don't know at the temperature it was last year. I don't know if how much you want to be running around in your swimsuit.
Right. That's true, but it's probably heated anyway. So before we hop off here, because we've been going for 3 hours now, anybody else wanting to get in on the swarm lure today? I'll dropping the link because I don't know who's coming in and coming out and hadn't seen it or anything like that. Might make sure nope, for some reason not. I know I typed it, but there you go. There's the link. That's the link to the website. And I know you're going to say, wow, that shipping's high if you didn't see the beginning, but really the 1 cent for the swarm lure and $9.99 for shipping. So it just is $10, including shipping. And then the second one, if you get the second one, it's 1 cent and $4.99 shipping. So it's $5 and $5 with $4 shipping is what it ends up being. $4 to $5 shipping. So there you go. That's that. Surprised Lee didn't pop in here. I know he's back from the football game already.
Well, I said he was at a football game or whatever in there. My wife's with her girlfriends down at the beach in Florida this weekend, so I'm kind of stag here. So sounded good to me.
I understand, Spanky. I understand, buddy. I know it. I sent a tumbler like this and a big tumbler, a 32-ounce tumbler, and 2 of these bottle openers like this, right, to Canada. It was 2 pounds, $33 to ship it to Canada.
Good night.
And it's not like way up north Canada. It's like just across the border Canada. So that's the international shipping rules there. But for everybody that did get in on it, I appreciate it. And not saying it's going away. Might still be available on the show. But at any rate, I'll get this packed up and out Monday morning, get it in the mailbox. And
so yeah, that's the issue out there right now with shipping and stuff. But Man Lake, we complain about Man Lake a lot of times. They do offer still free shipping with a lot of stuff, even though it's already really built into the price. But go ahead and go out there I'll give a plug for John at Hilco. He's offering free shipping with most of his stuff or whatever that you buy from his place as well.
And I've talked to John a few times. I actually tried, and I don't know. I tried to get him to, when we first were going, trying to get him to give just a discount. I didn't want anything from him. You know what I mean? It was just like, well, if viewer, just like a discount code or something. And his thing to me was, well, we're just too small. We can't do that. I'm like, okay, no problem. But then it wasn't a month later. He's giving, extractors away and stuff like that. I'm like, but you just told me you couldn't do this, but you're doing that. So I don't know, but whatever.
Well, he has been, he has been free with a little bit. He's giving gift cards away on different people. I think he gave some away on Jason's channel the other night and on Natalie's channel, I guess, when she reached or whatever. So
yeah, so I understand. I'm a smaller YouTube channel.
Yeah,
I get that.
You can't keep giving away the farm. Yeah, I understand.
Well, yeah. So I mean, when you go to the stream team, you got Bruce that's got 10,000. You got, I understand. I get it. I understand the economics, but the people that watch my channel also watch those channels. So at some point it's like, well, maybe I do get to be a big channel. I don't know. And then is it like, are you going to want for me to do that now? Is that the time that I'm a jerk and I'm like, no, I can't, I'm not going to do that? Or, I don't know. I try not to be that way, but it's like when I was small, you didn't want nothing to do with me. But now that I, got a little bit extra people, and I get it. Natalie and Cayman are got a thing going. So Cayman talks about Hilco, so they're getting a lot of business, and the Hive Life gave him a lot of business. I understand. As a matter of fact, he bought like 3 pallets of the Apis Biologics patties from what pre-ordered, so that's good. Helping out. But
Yeah, he did well at Hive Life last year.
I'm sure he'll do well again this year too. Everybody will be talking about it.
He will. He will.
So,
yeah, but like Grammy and I were talking about the other night, I said, now with Grayson on, you got Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night.
every night of the week.
Yeah, we got to start getting a life. We got to do something else.
Yeah, it's true. Well, like right now we had, I don't know how many we had at the maximum tonight, but people hang out, they hang around.
Yeah, you're usually Tuesday, and here we are on Friday, but I didn't have anything better else to do tonight. So yeah, we're no life beekeepers, right?
I had nothing going on. Let's see, content.
And we got another 17 people out there right now that don't have anything better else to do on a Friday night.
Well, we've had 140 views during here, even though it only shows like 18, but like people come in, then they leave, then they come in, then they leave, so I get it. It's just, I only see like there's a select group of people that comment constantly, right? And then there's some people that just watch and don't say nothing.
Yeah, like Son of One. What else is there to do in South Alabama or whatever on a Friday night? Unless you're gonna.
I got nothing. All my kids are grown, so it's not. I can go watch a movie with my wife. That's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to go get my Florida Gator hat or whatever instead of my Alabama hat. How's that?
So, who's going to win, Georgia or Tennessee? Don't they play this weekend?
I don't know. I'm a fan of SEC all the time. I'll root for the SEC. And sorry for all those others out there, Cayman and Bruce and everybody, but I'll root for anybody that plays against Alabama.
Yeah, Jason, I know you're lurking in the background, buddy. So, hey, Jason, speaking of which, I developed a swarm lure. So, if you want to talk,
did you grind up queens to put in there?
That's what he did with his. Mine are not ground up queens.
Okay.
My swarm lures are based on the scientific research of others on PubMed and what else? I keep saying it, but I always forget it. Chem Europe and National Library of Medicine. So I concocted this based on what they said was in Nasonoff, and that's how I derived this. So we'll see.
So it smells like a drone in heat. Is that what you're saying or something? I don't know.
Yeah, queen in heat. A heated queen. So we'll see how it does. Dennis likes talking bees, but he don't come on to stream. We need to get Dennis in here. If I had a body like Dennis, I would be on live streams all the time, even though I am now. Without that, I'd be on more streams. You guys would see me all the time.
So Jason says he's got a secret sauce, huh?
Maybe some science and myth all in a bottle.
Yeah.
That's kind of what this is, right? I mean, we go basically what the scientists said is in the Nasonoff pheromone is in here. Bought from a real live lab, the ingredients.
So Spanky says crushed hive beetles is an attractant. I don't know about that.
Hey, that might be the abscon thing you were talking about. They were saying, well, we need to put something, make something abscond. Just grind up some hive beetles and strain them with some alcohol and put it out there.
Well, if crushed hive beetles is an attractant, I should have every bee and queen coming to my hives, because every time I'm in there, I'm squishing the crap
Be
out of
wanting
them.
to move in, right? For
Yeah.
sure. That's how I do. If I see them, especially this time of year when it gets a little bit cooler, they start moving slower. They're easier to smash.
As soon as you open that lid, just bang, 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 bang. Yeah.
That's it. That's what I do. As many as I can find, but I haven't found that many right now, so it's good. Good stuff. But anyway,
I've got a few more great value peppermints to put in there to try to knock them down a little further.
I've got, I haven't put any peppermints in a while. I haven't had that many hive beetles, but I find that usually when I go in a hive, I don't have the peppermints near me, or I forget and leave them out, and then the bag's out and wet. Use something that smells like K yeast to.
They had a 5-pound bag, and I said, I'm not gonna use a 5-pound bag of these peppermints until they get all gooey. So I bought 2 little small 1-pound bags instead.
That's I try to when I do have them out there. The biggest thing is the amount of wrappers, the amount of wrappers and stuff. But other than that, I mean, it has proved fruitful for me for the year as far as compared to other years with the hive beetles. And I've done some other things like put the pollen patty in sandwich bags and stuff like that. So that's helped.
So we're using pollen patties you mixed up yourself, or you using somebody?
Yeah, I mixed them myself.
Okay.
I used Ian Stepler's recipe with the coconut oil and the flaxseed oil and the Apis Biologics, and I put some peppermint oil in there, or peppermint extract, and it's worked pretty well. I've never used the coconut oil and flaxseed oil to this last time, but it seems to keep them from drying out as fast.
Right. I know Cayman's second recipe that he put out there years ago or whatever included some just cooking oil or something like that in order to keep them from drying out.
But I did use vegetable oil before, but it still didn't keep it. But I did make a couple changes, since I had that syrup, using the syrup helped.
Yeah.
Instead of using 1-to-1, using
Right.
actual 2-to-1 sugar syrup in it helped out a lot too.
Right. A lot of people that I've heard using ProSweet, to use ProSweet in the mix rather than sugar or whatever, helps keep it from drying out a bunch.
Well, ProSweet, I've never used it. A lot of people speak highly of it, and I have no reason to doubt it. It's just too damn expensive.
Right.
I mean, Cayman, I don't know if you remember, Cayman did a video where he just inverted the sugar himself on the stove he used citric acid.
Yeah.
But you got to boil it down or keep it warm to basically
get it to a certain temperature, but not too hot. Right.
Yep. And then it inverts, which there's tons of YouTube videos on how to invert sugars, but it's it's just a lot of work. And then you got to work.
It's more work than I want to put into it. Yes, sir.
Me too. So that's when Dennis told me about buying the sugar syrup. He actually brought me 2 buckets. He's like, here you go. And once he got me on that, I was like, I'm coming up. And we went and bought some, and then I sold half of them my mentor bought, and then he doesn't use it as much as I did, because I went through that, what I had left over, and then went and bought another truckload and used all that. And then, now I'm going up for a 3rd truckload. So let me see.
Well, I'm mixing 2-to-1, and then, hey, if it doesn't dissolve, they're getting some crystals in the bottom of the sludge or whatever as well.
That's let's see how they make peppermint candy, produce it in a patty form. Well, DC's Bees did that. He actually put them in the oven on I don't know if he did a video on it, but he said he heated them up and melted them and then let them cool. like in a patty block or a peppermint block. I might try that. What'll happen? My wife will get mad at me. That's about it.
That's what Ken Williams was talking about last year's Hive Life conference, making that sugar block that he was mixing some, I want to say he put apple cider vinegar in it. And there was a couple different ingredients that he would put in it and then put it in a little cheap tin, heat it up, let the brick, hardened up. And then that's what he used in the wintertime.
Well, when I put mine in the oven, it basically started melting the sugar. And then you got to take it out and let it cool so it hardens back up, and then it's like more solid. But if you don't let it excuse me, if you don't let it cool off all the way or dry out, whatever it is, then it seems to break apart pretty easy.
Yeah, what I found is just turning on the oven light is enough heat. And when I've got honey that's crystallized, I'll put it on a cookie sheet, stick it in the oven, and just turn on the light overnight. And it will decrystallize the honey without getting it too hot. You never have to turn the oven actually on.
I've got a chicken egg incubator sitting over here in the floor, one of those styrofoam ones with the thermostat and all in it.
Right.
And I just lay the 1 pound bottles down in there, and it warms them up and decrystallizes them.
Well, like you talked about before too, if it's July, just stick it out in your daggone car in the driveway and let it sit out there that works well.
Let me see. Do it, Bob, and see if you can get some large scale contracts from commercial guys. I know that's the thing. It's so like with the website. That's the next thing, right? So then we've talked about shipping. So if we start getting big stuff, well, then the shipping goes up. And then it's like, is it cost effective to keep it, then ship it? And, I've paid for the shipping here. Then I've got to pay for the, the customer pays for the other shipping. But it just gets to the point to where it's like, is it worth ordering? I mean, stuff like this, the shipping's relatively cheap.
Right.
And that way, small stuff is easy. But once you start getting boxes, and then you got the boxes, well, are they built already? Well, that's going to be a bigger, bulkier box, which is going to cost more to ship. So it's I guess it gets to be a logistical nightmare, because then you get the box. And my website is quirky anyway when it comes to shipping, because it doesn't use, like my shipping software, it doesn't use that like an Etsy. When you order something, it just calculates the shipping. I have to put a shipping amount in, and that's kind of got to be a blanket shipping to cover whether it's going to Washington State or if it's going 2 blocks away from me. It's kind of got to be the same thing. So it's I don't even know if it needs to be hardened. I think it has a fondant-like consistency, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it could be. I'll look into it for sure. I'll melt. I'm not scared to buy some candies and melt them bitches down. My wife might get mad at me for messing up the stove. Hey, Rodney.
Well, I can see from Dennis's comment over there that I'm not going to be watching his live chats or whatever up there. So he says he's going to be called the half naked beekeeper or whatever.
Well, he wears shorts, like cut off shorts and tank tops, and hey, he'll probably have more views than all of us put together.
That seems to be what it takes these days, if you want to get those views.
Nothing it frustrates me, because it's like you have to, every view you get or every new subscriber is so hard at this level. But then you get and I don't want to call anybody's name, but you get a female beekeeper and she could know jack's crap about beekeeping. And there's one girl on here. Let me see. I'm gonna.
So you're not gonna start wearing a halter top and Daisy Duke shorts. Is that what you're saying, Bob?
It might take that to take the channel to the next level, but
million views, baby.
Let me see. if I can find this chick. All right, so there's a girl, a female that is brand new at beekeeping. When I say brand new, I mean like, no, I guess she says it's year 3, but I saw another girl that says it was like her first year, and I mean she's got many more subs than any of the guys that I know. You know, I mean this person's got 4,600 subs, and she's got 125 videos. I've got not that I mean obviously. If I look at I don't know, how can I see how many videos I've got? I know I've got.
Yeah, all your videos are between midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever at night sometimes.
Well, I mean, actual recorded videos. Recorded videos. It doesn't give me a number.
The Bob Midnight Beekeeping channel. That's what
I've got over.
I'm trying to sleep and my phone goes ding. Bob's on live. Yeah.
I've got 109 pages of 30. I think I have like 400 videos is what I'm thinking. I've got over 4. I've got 4 times the videos this girl's got out, and she's got twice as many subs. So it's just like, whatever. Just shows how shallow us beekeepers are, I guess.
That's why you got to be an exterminator during the day and a beekeeper in the afternoon and evening, right?
Yep, that's it. I mean, is what it is.
Yeah, I got a day job too. This ain't paying the bills.
Yep, not yet. Well, may never. Maybe, who knows? Maybe if people start buying the swarm lure I made, might allow me at least to go on a part-time job instead of a full-time job.
Well, I know Cayman talked years about, he was driving a truck for years wanting to go full-time, and it took him a long time to get where he's at.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing it for a long time. I mean, I guess
somebody like Eamon with 1,500, it takes. Are the guys they had who was on the stream team the other night? That Sweet Cindy. Did you watch that one the other night?
No, I didn't watch it specifically because of the aforementioned topic we just spoke about.
Yeah, well, she was.
She might be very nice. I don't know. I've never seen her stuff.
Well, she and her husband are running 1,200 or something hives, I think, too. So yeah, you got to get to that level before.
Well,
I'm not willing to work 1,500 hives in order to make a living at it right now.
Well, yeah, Cayman doesn't run that many colonies, does he? He's only got.
No, he doesn't. He's actually reducing because I think Hive Life's paying some of his bills or whatever now.
YouTube. He doesn't do. I mean, he does give you an example.
He's kind of transitioning from his business model from being a 100% commercial, part-time, huge sideliner beekeeper and driving a truck. He's trying to move into being a full-time beekeeper, and now he's trying to move into being a, I guess, bee enterprise person, to where he's providing the Hive Life conference as well as being a commercial beekeeper as well.
I like Cayman. I like his beekeeping videos. I like what he's doing, for the community and everything.
Yep.
The thing, I don't know. It's not like a negative thing. I don't have anything negative to say about Cayman. It's not that my opinion matters anyway, but he can do a live stream on a Sunday night and make $500. People just super chat. Now, let's flip that whole coin to the other side. I've been going 3 hours and 28 minutes. And there hadn't been not a super chat. So it's like,
I gave you $10 last time you were on. You want some money, Bob? I'll give you some money.
I'm just comparing apples and oranges. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, and literally.
Well, I think though, you have to look at it too, though, that Cayman kind of brought Bob into it. Bob was kind of a reluctant participant, in my opinion. Bob was out there; he was the man. but Bob wasn't getting into videos. I remember my first one was watching Bob was about screen bottom boards when I was trying to decide whether to use screen bottom boards or not, kind of thing. And
Right.
Cayman's kind of been, but Cayman's been a reluctant participant too, for the most point. I think Laurel, he'll tell you Laurel's kind of pushed him into this YouTube thing, but he's been kind of tip of the spear, really.
Oh,
if you really look at kind of, hey, let's push this thing. Let's change the what do you want to say, community or whatever. And he's got Greg to buy in. Let's be the lighthouse. Let's be the change that you want to see. Let's work together. We're all in this kind of together. So he's kind of building that community. So I got to give him kudos for that. He's doing a great job, I think, at that.
Oh yeah, I mean,
and I don't think he's trying to make a lot of money with. I don't think that the Hive Life conference is really a source of income for him. Let me tell you, last year he was running around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to make sure that everybody was having a good time there.
Oh, so, yeah. And again, I'm not discounting anything he's done. I think he's doing great. I was just trying to compare the fact of how, even with Stream Team, I'll see people watching Stream Team that I see in here all the time, and I see constant donation. And the same people are over here. Oh, come on, guys.
There you go, buddy.
That's not the point of this. I appreciate it, but that's not what I'm just saying that.
Let's see, when you start begging, Bob, they come around, man.
Y'all make me feel bad. That's not what that's what I, but okay. So I appreciate that, guys. But what I'm saying is you get both sides of it when you're on YouTube. So like if I talk about a product because I'm trying to promote a product and I'm trying to sell it because I bought it, right? I'm actually a distributor for that product.
Yes, I understand.
I get the, well, we don't want to see infomercials. I get that. But other people don't have to do that type of thing because they are getting that extra income on the side that maybe we don't know about, right? So, but you watch Stream Team.
That's been a long time coming, I think. And you got like Jason here on Bohemia Bees that just chimed in with a super sticker. He's got his own store.
He does, yes. And he carries Davis.
He doesn't promote it a lot, but if you look at Jason's videos, he's in the same vein as Bob Benny and Cayman and some of these other guys, and Jason and all. They're more, and Fred Dunn, they're more educational things, trying to build that that community of learning and saying, like I said, we're all in this together. Let's all learn in this together. This is let's build this community.
I do, Jason,
because the Man Lakes and to a certain extent the Dadents and those type of people have kind of just, if you're not buying from us, hose you. We don't want to hear you unless you're doing it. Right. They're all in it. They're all in it for the dollar and the marketing, where these others are in it to say, let's build a community and grow this thing.
Right. And that's the same thing. Like when we started, that's what we wanted. We just wanted to hang out, people hang out and do their thing. But I've heard Jason say it as well on his videos, hey, the super stickers and chats and all that really help out, and trust me, I'm not like trying to panhandle on YouTube. That's not what I'm trying to do. But at the same time, it is a nice feeling and it is a nice gesture and it does help, especially when you're going like 2-3 months before YouTube like drops you anything.
Jason's asking you, do you want to be brutally honest?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, go ahead. Be brutally honest, Jason.
And a lot of our stuff is not necessarily.
Well, he's sending you a private text. He doesn't want to put it on the chat.
That was Spanky. Yeah. So it is about the community. We like hanging out with everybody and talking about bees and. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hey, and I'll tell you, I've got great viewers. I mean, even when it came to Apis Biologic, the pre-sales were great. This swarm lure, great. Everything is it has gone great as far as that, and I enjoy hanging out with everybody and shooting the breeze and I wish more people would come in and hang out like you are, Paul. And Jason's done it now. Son of One's done it, and
Yeah, honestly, when y'all started doing Apis Biologics, the first Hillbilly Hives went after that. Earl went a little way too long, and I think that's what kind of kicked Phil off a little bit. For Phil from Pharmagene Bee Juice or whatever, he was like going, "Hey, yeah," and but I understand you guys have made an investment into something you believe in, and you're pitching it. I don't have a problem with that. Just like you pitching your laser thing. Hey, I bought a laser sign from you.
You did.
And if that's how you want to make your money, yeah, put it out there. Let people decide if they want to do it or not.
Tell it to my bees. That's true. You're right, Jason. I try not to get frustrated. It's just that fine line that you walk. It's like, you get both sides of it, right? You get if we talk about it, then we get penalized because people stop watching. And if we, but if you don't say anything about it, then it's like, well, then nobody really thinks about it or whatever. But it is what it is. I mean, I've been doing this long enough that I understand the game. It's just, what it is. But more than that, I'm very transparent on everything, right? As far as my beekeeping, if a hive falls over, you see it.
So, Jason, I got a question to ask. The guy was conciliatory the other night. At least his wife said he was. Did you get to keep your hat? I didn't get to see that. I know you were kind of pressured into raffling off your hat or whatever, and then the guy said, "Hey, keep your hat." So I didn't know if you got to keep it or
Actually,
not.
I think
I saw the other night you got to say, "I'm getting a new Scottish hat or something too." So I didn't know where that all went.
Yeah, Hillbilly Hives is sending them one. Hillbilly Hives Live sending him a hat. LOL, maybe. But yeah, so that's the thing, man. We're just doing, I wouldn't have came on here tonight. I was just didn't have anything to do, so I was like, oh, let's go live. And there's Brian. Hey, Brian. Man,
there he is. You up late? Are you at home, Brian, or are you out on the road somewhere, going on a weekend before you end up somewhere else?
He must be at home, because if he was out in a hotel, he probably would have been on like 3 hours ago.
He'd have been asleep. Yeah, exactly. Didn't have anything better else to do but hang out then on Friday night, right?
But yeah, so that's this is a great community, guys. It's just is what it is, I guess only the strong will survive, kind of like a beehive. So you just got to stay in it. Oh, he's got several of them, several of the hats. Was that the bar? I got the bar right here. I'm just not drinking tonight. But at any rate, man, I was getting ready to call this like 30 minutes ago, and we keep getting people popping in. We got all stars in there. Hashtag Brian20. That's it.
Yeah, that's hashtag Brian20.
Did you see Lee made a shirt that says hashtag Brian20 on it?
Oh, did he? He said he was sending a shirt or something. I said, I'll see your hashtag Brian20 and raise you hashtag Brian25.
Brian11. Yeah, we'll see. Wait a minute. Isn't this the same guy that said he wasn't going over 10 colonies this year? Didn't he say, I'm not going past 10?
You can never trust whatever Brian says. You never know.
Look at you trying to manipulate the hashtag Brian20. I haven't seen the shirt yet, but he told me on the phone that he had made a hashtag Brian20 shirt. So it's probably available in his store.
Oh, Lee chimes in.
Hey, Lee, send a link to the shirt, Lee.
Is the football game over? Yeah, we want to see it. We want to see it for the shirt.
I would have been at 10, then Greg gave me a queen.
Oh, yeah. Pepto Queen that makes too much, right?
BMath 1, 2, 3, 11, 20. Yep, that's about right. And then 20, I've got to split or they're going to swarm. So now I've got 40.
Yeah, I went 2-4. I went 2-4-8. That's where I'm at now.
And you're planning to expand next year again?
1-2-4-8, and I've got, like I'm saying, I've got.
You'll be at 20 next year.
I'm picking up a nucleus horizontal hive from Ricky or whatever come January, so I'm going to use that as a queen builder, and we'll see where we go from there.
Hey, if you guys want a hive from Ricky, you better order it now. If you're doing the pre-order, you better order it because he told me he had like 50 to build before January.
That's what he told me the other day. I don't know that he can accept any more orders to bring to Hive Life right now, so he
told me he had to tell the guys, hey, these 4 and 5 hour days aren't working anymore. You got to boost it up.
Yeah. And I think when I called him, he had just talked to, or was fixing to talk to Yappy too, and Yappy was fixing to buy one.
So that's, yeah, he's busy guy, and he does good work. So deservedly.
He does. So. He does, and he'll let you design him how you want him to, and that's why I've got a little one. So mine's going to be called the Bee Hacienda.
The Bee Hacienda.
So yeah, it's one of those 6. It's not the 12 one like Lee got. I told him, I said, if I knew you were coming to deliver one from Lee, Lee only lives about 10 miles the way the crow flies from me.
Right.
Yeah. So I was like, if you're going to deliver one to Lee, and maybe I should have got with you and had you bring one to me too. But I'm going to pick it up at Hive Life this year. So
that'll
like
be
like I said, we're putting one into the.
Your gas mileage is going to suck on the way home.
Whatever. What's $4 a gallon amongst friends, right?
Right.
But like I said before, we're putting one into the silent auction or whatever as well. Ricky said, if I had 20 hives last year at Hive Life, I could have sold them all that day. When he was there, he had some on display and he had a few there, but so we're putting one into the silent auction this year. So hopefully a lot of people be able to auction it and go to benefit the kids coming into the next Hive Life conference.
Let me see. Selling until I learn more. Yeah, that's the thing. I bought some swarm colonies early in the year, and they did not do very well overall. I mean, they were discount, but they didn't really grow very, very fast. But they did make it. I requeened them, but they did make it. They are still going. They just were very slow builders. Yeah, Ricky does crazy work. So
is he the one he did for Johnny?
Yeah, I saw that one too.
With the sunflowers and all on it, and man, it had the Smoky Mountains in the background.
That's Ruth. That's Ruth doing that work.
Oh, Ruth does a great job. I told Ricky, I said, okay, here's the Bee Hacienda. Have Ruth design it however she wants and do whatever. So I've got like 6 different doors on the front and 6 different porches. So it's kind of like a row house or whatever on there. And with a pitched roof and everything on it. I said, let Ruth do whatever she wants to do with it, because she does a great job every time.
Just be creative. This stupid cat, man. I've got a bipolar cat that half the time it doesn't want anything to do with you, and then the other times you can't get it to leave you alone at all. And that's where the phase of life it's in right now, bugging the mess out of me. But
last year she did the one with Great Queen's Dead Mites and Good Nutrition or whatever for Cayman's Hive or whatever that she had there. And I know Jason's saying, she did a great job on his too.
I'll probably end up getting one. Right now, I hate to say I don't have a need for one because I could always find a need, but I've got so much extra equipment right now. Buying any kind of hive at the moment is kind of like, why?
Well, you bought all those 2-frame nucleus boxes that you're going to use for cream raising. That's what I bought mine with the 6 frames in there. And Lee bought his 12 different ones or whatever that he's got in there for queen raising. So I think you've already got the equipment really to do.
I've got
what you
30 of those boxes,
do. Yeah.
and I spent $30 a piece on them. So I spent like almost $1,000 on those.
Well, I know you built a bunch of how many of those did you have survive last year? I know you had some issues with them from your videos about which ones were viable
right
and
now,
weren't by the end of the year, by the end of the
right
season.
now, I've got no bees in any 2-frame equipment because if they were growing, I put them in 10-frame or 5-frame equipment, and then I went from 5 to 5/5, and then moved them to 10 frames.
Right.
So any of the nukes I have came out of those, and then I sold a bunch of queens, and then I merged them back down. So, so I don't have any 2-framers running right now.
So how many are you overwintering right now?
I think like 27, 28 colonies.
In different sizes?
Mainly tens. I've got a few 5-framers out there, but mostly 10 frames. No, not going to get hammered tonight. You guys cost me too much money when I started drinking. I started giving stuff away and, having to laser it, then mail it.
That's why we push you. Bob.
Drink.
Bob,
Yeah, I know. Shots. I'm like, no, I'm good tonight. So, and my wife gets upset when I start drinking, even if it's just a little bit. She asked me the other night, are you going to drink all the time now? I'm like, no. Oh, so Brian's hammered tonight.
No, I'm only going to drink when I'm on live. That's it.
That's it.
But Lee shows you his little glass, and you've got the jug, so there's a little bit of difference.
Yeah, I'm drinking meat out of a Apis Biologics tumbler, or the mason jar glass, right? That I had one like this, one like that. Oh, what the hell, guys!
So Brian, he's been prepping to go live out there. It looks like Brian's ready to get on.
I'm already selling swarm lure for 1 penny. What else do you want? Jeez. God, this is so potent. I've got a look. It's actually got a line on it.
I was gonna say you better mark a line on that thing that says like this is the limit.
And the only reason is because I don't have anything else in my glass with it. There you go. Just filled it to the line.
There you go.
Line-ish, which I don't know how that line got there, but okay.
I think that line represents about 3 of Lee's glasses.
Don't do it, Bob. You've been clean for a good while. Yeah, at least a week. Yeah, but look at how many glasses Lee drinks. And it's funny because when we started this, he's like, oh, no, I don't drink. And then he started making mead. And then it's like every show he's like sipping mead.
Yeah, but he's got that little brandy sniffer with about 2 sips in it like this. And he fills it 3 times. So,
yeah, that's true. I'll drink it slow since you guys want to hang out a little bit longer.
There you go.
But, yeah, so, yes, I don't know. I need to make, the thing is, I know what I need to do, but it's like I need to make more pollen patties. I need to make more, well, I got the syrup coming, so I need to make pollen patties, and that's the next thing. But I keep telling you to mark the cup, but you would just drink out of the bottle instead, so the cup would never go empty. That's true. I'll show you the line. The line is there. And now he drinks every show. I'm gonna have to like do an intervention.
Yeah.
But it's Friday night. The link is posted, guys. Anybody wanting to jump in, come on down.
Yeah, I remember Bob when he didn't smoke, was clean shaven and didn't drink. And then he went and started growing the beard, and then he started smoking again. Then he started drinking again.
I want to try these. I got and my buddy said that he quit smoking on these, but I don't know if they're any better. If you've known anybody that's used these things, these ons,
those little nicotine patch things.
It's a pouch, like a nicotine pouch. So I don't know if it's like a Skull Bandit or what.
Yep.
I don't know. Never opened it. But he said he stopped smoking cold turkey using these things. But I mean, if you can get addicted to these, just I guess you're not getting the smoke and that stuff. So
Sunday night intervention.
that's it. We need to.
You're going to hear a knock at your door.
And just, and then all of a sudden everybody hauls me out there. As a matter of fact, Paul, wasn't it you that sent me money to buy a new duck when my duck got hit?
No.
You?
No, it wasn't me.
Somebody did. It might have been James Knoll. Somebody did. It's been a while. But I had 5 ducks, and then one disappeared. One got hit by a car, and then I ended up another one disappeared. Then I had 2, and for the longest time I had 2 walking around, and now both of those have disappeared. So I think Fox is just taking them off and having at them. So I don't have any ducks right now. So in the spring, I'll have to get more ducks.
The pig needs some help, though. The pig needs some help.
Oh, that pig has gained some weight. The little one, George, has gained some weight, and he's doing good. He's still trying to get the big pig, but it's funny. She's like laying on the ground, and he's like straddling her. It's crazy.
Not gonna have it, huh?
And then Spanky's PC died, and Spanky, I've got a processor. If you're rebuilding, I do have a processor. I killed the ducks. That's it. They're dead. They're dead ducks.
And, you could ask Brian to come on. I'm sure he's got his best T-shirt on.
Brian, it says hashtag Brian20.
Yeah, it says hashtag Brian20. No, he's not getting that one for a couple days from Lee.
I want to see him wear it on the stream team. Hashtag Brian20.
There you go.
Brian20 and
come on, Mr. Cooper, you can do that.
What's that?
I said, come on, Mr. Cooper, you can do that.
Oh,
if Bruce can wear that daggone mullet A hat, then you can wear the Brian20 T-shirt.
I have my We the People shirt that looks like an AR. I'm surprised. Usually, like, I haven't seen DC's. Hopefully DC's okay, because usually he's Johnny on the spot when we go live.
Well, it is a Friday night.
Yeah, but he's like the rest of us, no life.
Yeah.
He was saying he follows like 250 beekeeping channels.
Oh my goodness. I can't do that. My wife always goes, another chat tonight? Really?
Well, my wife says.
She goes, I thought that was only on Tuesdays and Wednesdays or whatever, Thursday. Well, now it's on Fridays and Sundays. And
I don't think that would work in this PC. No, you got to rebuild, son. You got to rebuild bigger and stronger.
Cayman's always been kind of a roll of the dice. Is he coming on Saturday night this week? Is he coming on Sunday night this week?
Cayman just goes live when he wants to, and then it's usually a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
Yeah, and he was doing Sunday for a while, but
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if I clicked over and I said Cayman Reynolds was live like 3 hours ago or something. It would not surprise me. It's happened to me before. I've gone live and then Cayman was on another channel, or on his channel, not another channel. But no, he didn't do it tonight though. But funny enough, like sometimes when you go live, even when Cayman's live, it's like we still get the dedicated people that just still show up, hang out.
Yeah. That's why I noticed Grayson the other night was saying, like, do I go on Sunday nights or whatever? And I kind of texted him. I said, hey, Cayman a lot of times ad hoc will go on a Sunday night, so you may not want to try to go up against him. You may want to do Mondays. I don't think Cayman's ever really done a Monday night.
Thing is that, he's new. He's a young kid, but it doesn't matter what night you're going live. If Cayman goes live, you're just going to lose viewers that night. It's just you're just gonna lose. It's just what it is. But the main thing I think is that you pick a night and you stick with it. I think he's been Monday night, he's been Sunday night, then he said I'm going Sunday night, and then he moved it back to Monday night for 1 week. I was like, you haven't even been consistent on a schedule long enough to change, to move days.
Well, I don't know if you saw my comment to him tonight. I gave him a little critique or whatever there, but just to let him know, I said, the other night when he was on, was it Hillbilly Lives, or he had Bruce on his channel or something or whatever. He was on somebody else's. He was on your all's channel Tuesday night. That's what it was.
And I was like, shh, hey, there's other people talking.
Yeah, he was kind of dominating the conversation. And he was kind of wanting to jump in. I know he wants to participate, but I was like going, I kind of sent him a little thing tonight saying just a little critique. I'm not trying to be badgy or anything, but just when you're on somebody else's channel, you may want to let some other people talk.
Come on, Lee, you're home now. You can jump in.
He's piping in now.
Yeah, he said he just got home, so now he can jump on.
Well,
he probably won't.
Was he at a high school football game or something?
Yeah, his son's final home football game senior year.
Hey, you got to hit that.
And they won. They won 20-6 is what I saw him post up earlier.
No, did he? Congratulations.
So see, Lee's got a glass too. Come on, Lee. There's #Brian20.
There he is. No white T-shirt. I'm proud of it. Did you go change just for us?
That's because he went out. He wore his fanciest T-shirt out.
Just for us.
Look what it says. We the people.
Yes, sir.
Oh wait, that's the wrong arm.
You can pry this gun from my cold dead fingers, right?
Yeah.
Brian, how you doing, bud? I can tell by the glow that you're feeling the warmth of the alcoholic spirit.
Let me move that over there. Yeah, I'm doing all right.
So, you look. You're a happy drunk?
Oh yeah.
I'm going to take a pit stop now that Brian's on here. I'll be right back.
All right.
Right now I'm having Paladin Brewing Hydra Hopped.
So, Brian, you came on late, and you may be too intoxicated to even understand what I'm fixing to tell you.
No, I know. Here, hang on 1 second. Hang on. There we go. Now I'm studious.
All right. So, I've been talking pretty much, well, until this week, almost every day with Apis Biologics, right?
Yeah.
More from the scientific aspect of doing the research and stuff.
Yeah.
On products.
Yeah. Here.
So I went down a rabbit hole.
There we go.
And the rabbit hole was swarm lure.
Okay.
So I went to PubMed.
And
I went to National Library of Medicine.
Okay.
And I went to Chem Europe.
Okay.
And studied Nasonoff.
Yeah.
Queen bee pheromone. And as we talked before, that my degrees are in health science and
I just heard a blip like somebody else is going to join.
Yep, son of one.
Oh,
he's done eating.
Oh, look over there.
So I created.
How does this work? You guys got this down about pointing to the different corners. I don't know how this works just yet,
It's opposite. Well, opposite. So
I can even do that and represent Paladin Brewing.
There you go.
Are they a local brewery for you?
They are. It's like 8 or 9 minutes from my place. It's a nice little place. I mean, it's kind of like, it's almost like you walk in and it's like Cheers. You go in and
everybody knows your name.
Hey,
Brian.
Somebody said, "Hey, Brian." I wanted to look.
And
no, when you walk into Cheers, hey, Brian.
Oh yeah.
And they just put your beer up because they already know.
It's just a nice little place. I mean, you'll have like 15 people there, maybe. It's a local place, so they don't sell like Budweiser, Miller, whatever. It's all of their own craft. So
Yeah, we got a couple
nice.
of those.
They got a nice little food selection. You can get little flatbread pizzas and little meat and cheese trays and all that kind of stuff. So it's nice. I mean, it's my wife, her one friend, it was her birthday today, so she drove down from Cleveland and we went out to the brewery. So and I wore my We the People shirt.
There you go. Well, Lee's going to open his place and have mead and crawfish pies or something like that, you know.
How much
stock did you buy, Brian?
Well, I bought enough stock that I have one of their little metal signs on the door over here. So when you want to walk into my man cave, you see a Paladin Brewery sign on my door.
They're your sponsor now.
Yes.
Your man cave sponsor.
Yeah, I think so.
So
how are things in South Alabama?
Things have been pretty good. Temperatures ain't been bad. It's 50s at night, 80s during the day.
Oh, wow.
So,
we're not quite 80s. We're like 78, 75 in that area during the day.
We have one more week in Northeast Ohio above 60s. And then after that, I think after like next Friday or Saturday, then we're going to dip down. And for like a week straight, it just shows high of like 45, low of like 30.
Ouch.
So, yeah. So I'm looking, man, I think I'm going to have to time it out. My Abivar is supposed to come off on November 14th, but I think I'm probably just going to be a handful of days before that. So really, I mean, it won't hurt much if I'm 2 or 3 days early, but you know,
but it won't hurt you either if you just leave them.
I was going to say, is there any problem leaving them in there?
I've done it before. I've forgotten strips before and then opened them up in the spring, and I'm like, oh, well, okay, I guess I'll take it out now.
Well, you figure that if the product's off of it, it's just basically a plastic strip hanging in there.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Now the bees don't really care to do much behind it.
Yeah. No, I'm going to try later in the week. There's a day it's going to be like, it's like 67. So I'll probably early that day crack them, pull the strip, and just, you know, I might hit them with an OA round, you know, just to get the ferretic mites, but they're all looking good. So I just need to time it with the weather, you know.
Jason says leave them on. Better to leave than pull early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Lee's down here with me. He says 85 yesterday and today, but we're supposed to go down to 70 tomorrow. But then we got a few nights with 54 lows or whatever in the next couple of weeks.
Oh my gosh. I would love 54 as a low.
85 is high. So, I mean, what do you do? Good night.
Yeah. You know, like our problem here that we're having in my area is like today it was 73.
And they all follow Ohio State. That's the other problem.
High?
Exactly, Bob. But the problem is there's absolutely nothing out there for them right now.
Right.
So if you don't have some type of supplemental feed out there for them, your hives are just going to wreck through whatever stores they have. So
you put pollen out now as well as sugar?
I just do a thick sugar just because they're like the last time I pulled any frames. I mean, I was seeing brood patterns on one frame that was literally like a little bigger than a softball. That was it. So I don't want them to brood up right now just because there's nothing out there for them. I don't want to put any type of pollen patty on there because I don't want them to brood up.
Right. So you think you've already got your winter bees?
Oh yeah. Our winter bees typically late September, early October is when, if you want to supplement to build up your winter population,
You're done.
late September, early October is when you need to do that. This late in the year, they're already, they've already emerged, and
You got the same bees right now that you're going to see in February.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. We're a little warmer down here. I think we're still building those bees right now. I can really go through probably a whole nother, I don't know, son of one. You could probably say 2 in Alabama. You're probably the same thing. You probably got a whole nother brood cycle, or maybe even 2 before you get to the ones that are going to overwinter, huh?
Yeah. Well, the one hive I've got's got 3 frames on both sides full of brood.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm trying to nurture a new swarm I got on the 21st.
Oh my gosh.
Right.
Wow.
So I think we might have a shot at making them make it through.
Right.
Wow.
You got them in a 5-frame box or the swarm?
Yeah.
What was that again?
You got the swarm in a 5-frame box or in a 10-frame box?
Oh, it's in a 5-frame. They're covering 2 frames right now, and when they first got them, I gave them some extra brood.
There's a football boy
from my other hive, and a frame of honey because I didn't know what the conditions were going to be, so I just gave them some extra stuff, and they've been doing good.
Yeah.
Queen's been laying like crazy.
They should make it down there if you give them some food to make it through.
Hey, Lee.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight?
Where's my shirt?
Congratulations on the win, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're going to regional playoffs next Friday, but we have to wait until tomorrow to find out who all won tonight. That way we'll find out where we're going to.
I remember my son got to play in the Superdome. That was an experience.
Oh, cool. That's fun for those high school kids.
So we got to see the hashtag Brian20 shirt.
Yeah, we got to see it
pulled up.
Lee, where's my shirt?
About to come up now.
If one of them, look at that, Barry White has entered the stream.
Barry White. Hey, how you doing?
If that shirt, I'm not saying now. Look, if you haven't purchased that shirt, don't go and purchase the shirt. But if it shows up at my door, I will wear it. That is funny.
I texted Brian last night. I mean, it was just a split-second thing I was throwing over to him. I said if I would have had time, I would have took a picture of him, trimmed it all out, had his face in there.
Yeah, last night Jason was pushing that, saying hashtag Brian20. I said, I'll see your hashtag Brian20 and raise you hashtag Brian25, baby.
Yeah,
I'm counting for 24 myself.
I tell you, yeah, next year's going to be interesting.
You got a new extractor, Brian. You got no reason not to.
I know. And I just spent, I tell you, I spent today just cleaning stuff. I had old frames that I scraped the wax off of, and I literally got everything cleaned up. My uncapping tank, I cleaned that out. I literally cleaned everything. I got all my supers scraped up and cleaned. I got my, I put Paramoth down. So I got that, I got all of my super stacked. Everything's organized for the winter. And I'm sitting there looking, and I'm just like, I do have, like, I got 11 hives now. I've got those 2 double nukes. So that's 4 in a sense. I got that polystyrene hive that's just sitting. So that would be 5 hives that I have. And then I've got 2 horizontal hives that are sitting and not used. So that would technically be 7 hives.
I thought that polyhive did good for you. Why did you stop using it?
It did, but I ended up, it was my fault when I pulled my splits. It never made itself a queen, and it ended up going to a laying worker.
I got you.
And I didn't manage it. It's when I started the traveling with work, I couldn't get to it and manage it like I should have. So when it went to the laying worker, I just went and I shook it out in the woods, like back behind where my apiary is.
And let them
I
fly
shook
home.
it out and just, I didn't want to deal with it, so I just shook it, and it's been empty the whole season. It's a good hive. I mean, I today that was one of the things I did is I rinsed all my poly parts, the hive bodies and that. I rinsed in the feeder and all that. I cleaned everything.
So you're going into winter with what, 10 or 11?
11.
11.
See, that's what I went into. Well, I went in with 15. I came out with 12 last year.
Yeah.
And now I'm at like 28, 27.
Yeah. It's just.
So like we were talking earlier tonight, you need to buy bottles, so you got plenty to bottle with next year.
Oh, I went to
But
Blue
the price
Sky.
of bottles and shipping is ridiculous.
No, Blue Sky is like, it's a 26-minute ride for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Blue Sky Bee
goodness.
Supply. So I went out there the other day and I bought a huge case of.
So do I look green with envy?
I think their bigger case is 225 bottles.
Right.
So yeah, that's like the one thing I will say is I got, I have Greg 2 hours away that, I've been getting all of my hive body parts and stuff from. But then like if I need bottling stuff, bottles or labels or anything like that, Blue Sky's 26 minutes away. So I'll literally go online and place my order, and I'll type in the comments, I'll pick it up on the dock. And by the time I get out there, I walk in and Mel, who's one of the owners, I'll chat with her for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And she's like, all right, let's get your stuff. And I go over to the dock and throw it in the car, and that's it.
Yeah. So my closest bulk place is Man Lake in Marshall, Texas, which is about a 5-hour drive.
Oh my gosh.
Now, Mr. Paul, somebody had told me one day at the farmer's market that they got a bee supply down in Hammond. Now, how big it is, I don't know yet, but I'm wanting to find out and go check them out.
I recognize that.
Yeah.
That looks like good honey there, buddy.
I got some over there from you. Yeah, as far as Blue Sky Bee Supply, the only thing I've got from them so far is the top seals on my.
I thought I had. Yeah, look at this. I got multiples.
Yeah, two different lot numbers, I think. Okay, what's the lot number on that little bottle? Is that end in an A?
You're asking me to read something that I don't. I got.
You got to put your readers on. Okay. Old man.
It does end with A.
Is it crystallized?
No.
A lot of my A stuff was early spring stuff, and it is crystallizing like crazy.
Look.
Yeah, I find a lot of our early spring, it's got a lot of privet in it, and it wants to crystallize faster.
It is crystallizing like crazy.
It's thickening up, but it's not solid.
So the lot number on the other pound bottle, what is that?
See, that's my spring
Is that
stuff.
Y
It was
lot?
solid.
Is that a Y lot?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that stuff's all liquid, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
That's the hive that I had 5 deeps on, two brood chambers and 3 deep supers.
Wow.
That produced 160 pounds of honey in one hive.
You coming on my stream on November 14th? It just depends on what time I get out of work. I don't know. I start a new. I do consulting work, healthcare consulting. Next week is
Grayson. It's past your bedtime. What you just doing up?
I know he's up late. Next week is remote, but then November 14th is the first day. What time? If it's later, if it's later in the evening, 7-8 o'clock, I should be able to pop in, for an hour or so. But if it's earlier than that, I can't guarantee anything because I don't know what time I'm going to be out of work. That's the only thing.
Now, what time zone are you in, Brian?
Eastern.
Eastern. I thought so. I know normally he started like 7 here, so it'd be 8 your time.
You're
Okay.
closer to Akron, aren't you?
I am about 35 minutes from Akron. Yeah.
So the short answer to this question, Dennis, is no. I haven't given up on it, but the people that I've asked, as far as suppliers, were not interested at the time I asked them. So maybe it'll change. Maybe they've had a change of heart. The idea was, and we talked about this a little bit earlier when we were talking about. Yeah, I saw that it's going to be on your Etsy store, right?
Yeah. I'm going to put a couple jars on there.
And the people that, like, I asked Hilco, and at the time he said he was too small to be able to offer a discount. But maybe it's changed now. I don't know. So I think his opinion has shifted on the whole YouTube as a marketing ploy.
It has
to be, so maybe I'll reach back to him and see if he wants to do something. And Brian, what I was talking to you about a little while ago was, so I did the research, and I've got my paper from the Ohio State University in pharmacology, right? So so I did research on these PubMed, Chem Europe, Health Science, of all the stuff that was in Nasonoff, the queen mandibular pheromone. And so I ordered the product.
Did you guys see that?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
I saw that laser etching. Who laser etched it?
This is one of the new
Pura Hives, and they were supposed to send me one, but I haven't seen it yet. So
yeah, that's one of the new Premier boxes.
Is that laser etched or branded?
That's laser etched.
Yeah, it's
too deep.
Yeah,
they didn't use air assist. That's why it's got that overburn on there.
That's pretty.
It's a nice box.
I literally Matthew from Premier, he put a little note in there, and I called him up after, and I was like, dude, I can't possibly use that. It looks too good,
Yeah.
He said, well, maybe we'll send you like just a Hive body front, that I could show in the live streams and that. And I told him, I said, well, let's talk. And I want to, after the new year, because it's too late to do anything now, but for next year, I want to get a whole hive. I want to get 2 deeps and 2 mediums set up with, that engraved in it. Cause it just, man,
you got it as an end table.
I opened up that box and I saw that and I was just like, you've got to be kidding me.
Nice.
Yeah. I tell you what though, other than that, I looked over this box and they're solid.
That's got the tight little dovetails on the end, right?
Yes. Yeah. And they are, I looked over them pretty good, and the handles that's on them is recessed up just a little bit. So yeah, they're nice.
It looks like the handles are upside down compared to everybody else's.
So he sent me an email on that. How much are those boxes going to be sold for? I didn't really look on. I looked at I bought some Premier Foundation last year at Hive Life.
Yeah.
I bought 2 boxes of Premier Foundation from him, and now he's got these boxes, and he sent me an email on that, and I kind of opened up the boxes and looked at it, but I didn't really look at the price and how much is he going to have them for at Hive Life this year.
I don't know. I know they have a deal. If you're looking for equipment, regardless whether you get the boxes from them or somebody else,
yeah,
Hive Life is the place to get it, because
Appalachian Hive has those 1650 wax dipped already assembled, but
yeah. Now
I was talking earlier tonight. My little Honda Pilot's already going to be full with a horizontal hive from Ricky.
Oh yeah. The Pura boxes, I think they're a little bit more than that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure though. Don't quote me on it.
Yeah, they look nice. I bought 16 boxes last year from John at Hilco.
Oh,
Nice boxes. And I want to say
Yeah.
they were probably about that price, maybe a little bit more for unassembled ones.
yeah. Yeah.
So I'll get back to this real quick before we get off of it.
Well,
So I
what
did
do
the
you have
research.
there?
I did the research on the queen mandibular pheromone.
Yeah. What do you have?
I'm not going to tell you. It's terpene formulations for the queen mandibular pheromone. So I created a swarm lure
Oh.
to mimic the queen mandibular pheromone, and I've got these listed on the website for 1 penny.
What?
Okay, listen to me. It's 1 penny, but it's $9.99 shipping, so it's $10, right?
Oh, okay.
So you know $5 is going to be the shipping right out of the gate, and then the other $5 is basically to pay for the bottle and the stuff. So we're doing a field test, so people can test it out. And if you get the second one, it's $5. So $5 a bottle, basically.
Okay, Bob, I'll buy some tonight. But if it doesn't bring me new swarms, then you're going to hear it next time I go live. How's that?
Exactly.
Hey,
Exactly.
well, what I'm thinking is it's probably too strong, so you'll probably have to dilute it down to a probably a lower, not a concentration, but a volume, right? Just dilute it a little bit.
So it's not go big or go home. It's go light and go right.
Swarm Wrangler. I think that's going to be the name. Everybody seemed to like that
Swarm
today.
Wrangler. Okay.
Swarm Wrangler.
Woohoo.
Mr.
I
N.
like that.
So,
I like that.
so yeah, so it's
Lasso them in, huh?
well, hopefully that's but the idea is, Brian,
Remind me.
all of the swarm lures on the market are $30 a bottle. If I sold this for $15 a bottle when it's at retail, I'm still doing
Yeah.
phenomenal. You know what I mean? So it's like
Yeah.
it's never, this product will never be, unless the you know the ingredients go up, will never be $30.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to get over on anybody. It's
I
just
tell you, for swarms, this is the first year that I really messed with them, and I caught a couple. I don't want to mess with them again because two of my colonies, there is one that literally, like, I can walk down there and I can, peek up and look at the front and stuff, and I'm like, how you doing, girls? And I look at them and I talk nice, and as soon as I do anything, I crack the lid, I do anything, I got 50 of them at my head.
on the swarms.
Yep.
Well, hey, you remember Greg brought me the Pepto Pink Queen when he stopped by?
Yeah.
That had been in his pocket for like a week down in Florida. So it's like, it didn't last. The queen did not last. It got gone. However,
Got gone.
her daughters,
Yeah.
it made a daughter who made a daughter. So now that hive has 2 queens in there that are daughters of
Oh,
Greg
nice.
Queen, working side by side. Right
Yeah.
now.
I'm going to probably requeen. There's 2 colonies that the second one that I moved to the farm property, I'm going to requeen that because it's pissy. I've told him, I'm like, just, they get a little bit angry at times. I was hoping that when I moved it would chill them out a little bit, just new location. They're going to reorient, but it didn't. It was a swarm. And the one over in my main apiary, that's, man, they are angry. If I check that colony and I have my shorts on like I like to wear,
Right.
I literally will have a dozen stings on my legs.
as long as they
Well,
don't
it
get
seemed
you
to
on the
work for
jump.
Brian. He took those ones down to Brian and kind of calmed down. At least the videos that I've seen. No, I'm sorry, Brian, Bruce. The ones that Greg took down to Bruce's bees or whatever seemed to calm down his a little bit.
Yeah, they did, and that's what I'm going to do. I've already told Greg. I'm like, I got, I'm going to order a couple queens for next year. So
Well, just don't squish the queens. Just cage them up
yeah,
and send them down to Bob, because Bob don't mind pissy bees. And
and you know what though, Bob? I mean, it's I'll do that. I don't care. They're good colonies because they're like, the one in the main apiary. It's spilling over the sides. November, and it's filled 2 deeps still, so the population is crazy. They have the stores like mad. That one is my only colony that has not touched the feeder. They're
really,
Yes, they're I mean they're pounding it. So, and the weight on it, I pick it up, it's an 8 framer, and it is packed. So they've done good, but pissy bees are like that. You get those angry bees, and they're like that. They're good honey producers. It's just it. I
well,
I don't like.
I think they're just very defensive because
Yeah.
they're not wanting to get robbed out by any other
I was
bee.
about to say you have less of a chance of them being robbed out because of
Yep.
the defensiveness.
At different times of the year, yeah.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, they're really protective, and I just don't like to deal with that. I like to deal with the ones where I can open them up and I can run my hand across the top of them, and not a single bee jumps up. I just,
And
so
I'm sorry, son of one. What was your name again?
Ed.
It's Ed.
Okay, and didn't you go help Bruce do some extracting or whatever at the
Did.
end of this season?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, did Greg bring you a Pepto Queen too?
He didn't know I was going to be there when they had the little gathering, or he would have gave me one.
Okay.
Um,
I
Probably
remember
would give you the
seeing
one
your
he had
name on several things and seeing you at the videos or whatever when they were doing some extracting or whatever there. So
yeah. Going back to like he was talking about swarms. Every one I've caught around this area, I've never had a problem with. I can go into them without a veil on. Yeah.
I can do that
Yeah,
most.
I'll wear a jacket. Yeah, I wear a jacket because my arm cover my arms, but
Be right back.
I never wear a veil hardly ever.
I got lit up. I got lit up the other day just topping off my feeders, and I still have 2 of my 10 framers. I have like the double nuke inner covers on them where they got the 2 circles, and I've got quart feeders on them.
right, solid inner covers.
I pulled off one of the quart jars out of one of them inner covers.
It came
I
out.
didn't have no jacket. I didn't have, I had shorts on, t-shirt.
Yeah.
Then I took one under right here. I took one up here. I got tagged like 6 times. I mean, they went right at my head. I was like, oh hell. And I went running. I got it on video. You all aren't gonna see that. They lit me up and chased me through the yard.
Gotta have
This
one.
isn't a
blooper reel.
how-to video. This is a how I do video. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, man,
How I run.
they were on me like that.
Yeah. Were you wearing black? Were you wearing that black T-shirt?
No. It's just right now there's nothing out there. So
Yeah, they're a
really,
little pissy. Yeah.
yeah, all of my colonies are a little bit defensive, But it's just yellow jackets are really bad this time of year up here. So I should have known better, but I've got 2 colonies that I have to open like that. All the other ones have top feeders that I can literally just pull a cover off, fill them up.
Right.
I've got 2 that I have to pop open quarts, and the first one was okay. Man, that second one,
Are you open
Right now,
to it?
what I'm running, and the nice thing is I've got 2 deeps, then I've got another deep hive body box, and I've got a dollar store shoebox in there with straw in it, and I'm using that to feed. And then on
Okay.
top of that, I've got a screened inner cover. So if I want to go and add feed to it, I can pour right through the top of that screened inner cover down into that shoebox and fill
Yeah.
it back up without ever having to get back in it. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Of course, that's gonna work well for about the next month, and then I'm going to pull that screened inner cover off and put a migratory lid on it and shut them up for the winter.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
all
I need
I'm going to all migratory lids on mine, but I got the hole drilled in top so I can put a bucket on there for
buckets.
Right.
Lee, you got, man, your weather at your place, that'd be the way to go.
I'm the same.
Yeah, Hale Hives. He's about 10 minutes from me.
I'm not too
Yeah.
far from Lee.
Yeah.
He's got prettier hive stands and boxes and everything. He's got the showcase hive yard, you know.
Right.
He takes pictures of his. I
I've
try
got
to
Stanford and Son bee yard, like there's junk laying everywhere.
Yeah, you and me both.
When you,
I said, bee boxes look good, just don't look around them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my
You
bees
get-
come up like bump, 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 bump.
you got that Barry White voice, you know, you got to have them pretty hive stands like that.
Hey, baby, come and look at my hive stand.
You want to see my hive?
Oh my gosh. So, hey, there's DC after 4 hours and 31 minutes.
Yeah.
He's there. He came home.
He came home. He must have been watching those other 249 B channels he follows.
So Ed, are you near Ozark? Are you near where B or Grammy is over there? Or Bruce?
Yeah, I'm about 45 minutes south of Ozark.
Okay. So you're closer to Dothan?
He's 2 miles away from Bruce.
2 miles from Bruce.
Oh, okay. Okay. I
Oh,
got
wow.
you.
Are you in Dotham also?
Dothan?
Yes, sir.
Dotham? Oh, okay.
So, hey, I want to thank. There's been 10 people that have ordered to be part of this swarm lure test. I appreciate it, guys. So, thank you very much for that.
Yeah. I'll buy some from you, Bob, as soon as I get off here too.
Swarm.
I'll give it a shot. Even though I'm not a big swarm guy, I like growing my bees organically from one hive to the next.
I do too, but I put swarm traps around my yard, like empty hives that I just leave empty.
Right.
I swarm lure in case I do have a swarm that maybe there's a chance they'll land in my own colony.
That's where I am. I've got one empty box on one side of my property and one empty box on the other side of my property, and hopefully I can catch those guys before they go 40 or 50 feet in the tree that's above me.
Right. That's how I do it too. I'm like, yes, that's my new product, guys. Thanks, James. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're talking about having the swarm box in your yards. That's how I have one up here in this corner. Got one hung up just to, hopefully if something does decide to swarm, it'll go in there.
I've got one that's been hanging in the back of my yard for 3 years, and I haven't seen the first bee pop in that thing. Not at all. But
Okay,
they'll
Lee,
go 30 feet up in the tree over here. So it's crazy.
okay, Lee, I'm sending my boxes to you to paint them those pretty pastel colors, okay?
All those colors basically, I mean, to me, have something to do with a bee. Let me see. Let me pull these back.
I mean, you look like good housekeeping of bee yards. That's what it looks like.
Let's see if I can pull it back here. Now, like that green, that's venom green. So I figured bee venom.
Oh, you've got
Then
that.
you have creamed honey.
Okay.
I
That's
think
the yellow one, huh?
The beige one right here.
You got blue balls from when Brian gets stung in the nutsack from wearing shorts.
Then you got honeyed yellow, and the blue don't have nothing to do with bees. That was my daughter's favorite color when she was a baby.
I wasn't going to go that far, Bob, but
Hey, well, I figure, see, here's how it works for me. We're 4.5 hours into a stream. I know anybody that's not here right now will never see this because they're not watching more than about
Yeah.
10, 15
and you haven't been sucking down the bead, but I still got that comment out of you. That's what I don't understand.
Since Bob said that, I could probably say I will never have blue balls because my balls were snipped. So they go. What do they do? Like they go like violet or something. I have like violet balls. Is that what they do?
Purple nuts.
Okay, I think you're safe, Brian, because I think Grammy's off and Sarah's off and some of these other people are off.
They've
So
been
I
gone,
don't see.
That's D's. That's D's nuts, Blue.
Yeah. Garrett's on here. Yeah, so they'll go to a nice shade of D's nuts.
Alex, I don't know who you are, but that is definitely not the case. And that's just enough to get you banned.
Yeah.
Well,
Lee has definitely got the prettiest bee yard around. I have to say that.
Yes.
One of these days, I aspire to be like Lee in my pretty bee yard.
Yeah.
Just spend more time with your bees than I do. Don't work like I have to.
I try and keep mine nice, but yeah. I don't know.
Who is this dude?
Yeah, mine are. I have a couple hives that I ordered off of Amazon at the beginning, and then I put a bunch of boiled linseed oil on mine. But I've tried that Eco Wood, and that seems to be working pretty good so far. But like I said the other night, I'm only about two years into that, so we're trying to see how that's going to work out for me.
About to say, as long as they're glued first.
Glued and screwed, baby.
Yeah, but see, when you buy the boxes pre-assembled and they didn't glue them, then I'm having a hard time with it. With the Eco Wood. And it wouldn't matter probably anyway, but I didn't have that problem with any boxes that I painted. So good night, Rodney. Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, I talked to Bob at Hive Life, and that's one of the things I checked with him about last year was, hey, what are you doing? And he said he was treating with copper naphthenate, and then he would treat all the boxes with copper naphthenate and then let them sit out for several weeks or months before he would actually then paint them after that.
Yeah. And he uses the Zinzir oil-based primer to prime them with. That's the same primer I use.
I've got to address this. Okay, so yeah, they are 1 cent, but I priced them at 1 cent because it was easier to do $9.99 on shipping because shipping will be about $5. So it ends up being $5 for the vial and $5 for shipping. So if you're going to order 10, that's why it's showing $54.90. So 10 cents it ends up being $5 a vial that way. So that's how that ended up, Garrison. Sorry for the confusion. You weren't on when I explained that earlier. So that's why it's $9.99 shipping and 1 cent for the product. It ends up being $5 for the product and $5 for shipping. So hopefully that ouch. Oh no. Are they disconnecting or did I disconnect?
It's time for show enough.
Show gun. But yeah, so it's not the actual shipping isn't that much. That's actually the product cost built in. So that way I could just say it's $5 and didn't have to put in a separate shipping for everything because the website's crazy. So, but if you order 10, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'll stick with pledge. I got you.
You guys order all that swarm lure. That way all the swarms go to your place.
Well,
I don't even have to lure.
But you're going to have enough splits to do next year, Brian.
The thing was on these, the shipping is cost $5, right? So it's basically ends up being $5 a vial. If you order a second vial,
That's not bad though.
it's it shows $4.99. It's showing up in the shipping column, but it's actually for the product. So
Yeah, you're just playing trees. I tell you, next year I will that. What the heck is that? Like corrugated plastic swarm trap?
Cryoplast,
What is it? Swarm?
the JZBZ boxes.
Yeah, it's that gray like plastic.
the Swarm Trooper.
There you go, Swarm Trooper. I am going to put that thing. There's a fruit tree at the farmer's place where 3 swarms landed this year, and I'll put it again over there. But I'll probably, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do if I even catch any. I can't get too big, so
20.
You're going to.
No. I don't.
Happen.
My only problem is it's just the time, with still working full time. I can't manage them like I like to. So
how much total honey did you get this year, Brian? I saw a couple different videos where you extract a couple different times, but how much total did you get?
500 pounds.
Yeah, me too. 508, 12, 20, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Well,
I wanted to go to 30 hives, but my wife was like going, hey, you had 4 production hives this year that produced 500 pounds. Do you really want to? And I had 2 other resource hives.
Yeah.
But do you really want to go to 30 hives and have to manage them that much?
Well, the thing, like, I even found once you cross into the double digits and you go even like 10, 11, you kind of enter a new world as far as equipment that you need, because you can't, you have 10 hives that you're going to pull supers from. You can't have a little 3 or whatever frame.
That's right.
Crank extractor.
That's what I had. I had a 4-frame. It was electric, but it was a little 4-frame Vivo or Vizio, one of those Chinese ones, and it did well, but you had to flip them around.
Yeah.
But I bought, like you did, you bought the Hilco. I bought the Hilco 880. That was the year before the one that you bought.
Oh, okay. That thing, like, the 2 piece of equipment that really helped me this year was the uncapping tank and that 9-frame extractor, because I can have the extractor going, and then I've got my uncapping tank. I think it holds 14 frames.
Okay.
So I can have literally the next set plus a little bit ready. So it really sped things up.
I bought the Hive Butler uncapping tank.
Oh, okay.
Which works well for me. It's enough frames for me to put the next 8 in there.
Yeah.
Well, you kind of feel like you got that whole buns to hot dog thing, right? So like hot dog buns come in 10, hot dogs come in 8, right? Or vice versa. So it's like, why do they make extractors? Like you said, you got an 8-frame extractor, right?
Right.
But most people, I would say the majority of people are using 10 frames.
Right.
So it's like, why would they?
Depends. Brian's running medium. I'm running only deeps.
Oh.
So Brian's running mediums, and the next frame extractor up to there will run probably 18 mediums, where mine will only run 8 deeps.
Yeah.
So some of that has to do with your choice of hive management.
Yeah. I don't like deeps. I
wouldn't mind them, but my back won't handle it.
Yeah, I'm getting there. At 61 years old, I'm starting to get there myself.
Yeah. I just don't. When I was 35, I had back surgery. So when I was working at the hospital, I blew a disc in my back, had back surgery, and I don't like pissing with stuff that's that heavy.
They wanted to do the surgery on my back, and I know now they have more technology, different things they can do. But
Yeah.
15 years ago, I went in for my regular 6-month checkup on my back, and they wanted to schedule me for surgery. They was going to put a metal rod from my neck to my ass.
Mm.
And at that time, he said I'd be in a body cast from my neck to my ankles for 9 months to a year.
Oh my
So
God.
when he walked out the little room and hung a left to go schedule the surgery, I walked out and hung a right and didn't go back.
Have any of you guys ever seen the older Walter Kelly wax melter?
Well, that's what I was going to say, Jarrett. If you look at my channel, I used a cheap Office. Actually, it came from Office Depot, but you can get them at Home Depot. Those little black bins with the yellow tops on them or whatever.
Mm.
I used that, and I bought some just little foil pans from Dollar Tree, and made my own little wax melter this year. And you wouldn't believe the pretty white wax that I came out of that with.
The
It is. You could use that for lip balm, and I use some other stuff. Some brood. If you use the brood wax, you'll get it. It'll be a little darker. And yeah, I'm going to use that for recoating my foundation.
You talking about those bins right there?
Yep, just like that.
Those are nice bins.
You know, I like those wax melting tanks, but it's just a flashback to when I used to just melt it in a pot, right? And it was always such a pain in the butt to clean it out afterwards. And I don't know if that's the case with those, but it just seems like you would have to clean it up really hard, you know.
So I had a dead out this year, and I lost my first hive. Moment of silence. I lost my first hive this year, and I went to take all the wax and everything and start to boil stuff. Boiling wax and those frames and stuff is not scraping that all off and boiling in a pot and stuff and then letting it cool and stuff is not the way to go. I found a shower door from somebody's trash bin in my neighborhood, and I use that as a cover, and that black bin and those cheap little foil things, poke a little few holes in the bottom of that, put a paper towel under it, and a little catch dollar bread pan from Dollar Tree to catch it in. You can't do any better than that for $20.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
my thing is, like, I saw Bruce do his solar wax melter, right? When Bruce did his, and I was like, yeah, that's what I want. And I just bought it, right? $200, spent
I
it.
just got one.
And they're amazing for the price. I mean, obviously you can build one cheaper, but judging by my routine,
Yeah.
I always, you know, and I'm not a rich guy, but it's just like I just find that
Yeah.
I
got that.
Even if you spend $200 on it, guess what? June, July, August, you've got your whole wax taken care of.
Yeah.
Just throw more crap out there every day, you know, during the summer months. And why sit there and boil it and let it cool and have to re-render it again and have it cool and re-render it again? And no, you put that through there and let it flow through you're flowing it through a paper towel filter.
right.
And man, that stuff comes out beautiful. Why bother?
I might have to try that next year because I still got a bunch in a bucket right now that I hadn't melted to clean up yet.
I would imagine, and I haven't done the temperature in it, but mine's still sitting outside. So I would imagine that if I had more wax in there, that it would still drip slowly down in there. It would still get.
You're into October, November, Bob. You're not going to get much out of it. Save it until next year during the summer, and you'll be good.
Yeah. I put mine out just because I bought one, you know, and I got it this week. So I put it out.
Yeah.
And I mean, there was a little puddle in the
tray,
but it's not, you know, and the only reason why I put it out is because we were going to have 73 today. Tomorrow we're going to have 77. And I thought, well, if I get a little bit, that'll be fine. And then I'm just going to put it away until next year.
But
But
what about the day when you're getting in the 80s this week? Isn't that what you said you're supposed to get in the 80s?
no, 77 is the high.
Yeah, you really need to be in the 90 degrees at least for here to do it. Go look at my video out there on it. I think it says free, cheap, and Dollar Tree parts or something like that. Go out and look at that video and go all the way to the end and look at the clear wax that you get out of the end of that, and that'll convince you.
Yeah.
But now he said he found his for $100. Yeah, it's sold. If I could find one of those Walter T. Kelly old tanks for $100, yeah, I'd buy it.
Well, whether you spend $20 or $100, it's going to clean your wax ultimately.
Mhm.
Right. And you know, that's the only thing. Like DC said, he uses the giant, you know, like turkey roaster crock pot thing. That works. I'm not saying it doesn't work. It's just
it does.
It's just a pain in the butt, like Paul said, re-rendering and rendering again.
You spend hours waiting for it. You render it. You got to scrape off the bottom. You got to re-render it. Where if you just let the solar do it and strain it and filter it, you end up getting pretty much a finished product at the end.
It's just rinsing. Yeah, I mean, this was the first one I did in there, and obviously it's been sitting here.
Okay. Put it on lead to go and look it up and show exactly what I'm talking about here. Look at that white wax. Can you get something cleaner than that from what you're using in a crock pot? I don't think so.
Now, was that capping wax?
That was capping wax.
Okay. This was like every kind of wax once it dried out and everything.
Okay, mine looked like that if you use the everything wax, yes.
But I've got like 2 of these, or close to 2 of these, and a half one out there right now.
But you saw how pretty that other white wax was?
Right.
Would you feel bad about putting that in a lip balm tube for somebody?
No, not at all.
Oh, that was beautiful, huh? Now, I'm not making lip balm. I'm going to end up using that to recoat brood foundation, you know, when it ends up coming to it. But you could use that stuff for anything.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you could basically almost probably put not a heat lamp, or you could put a heat lamp over it to just heat it like that and let it come down the ramp. So
I'm all about cheap and free. The sun is free.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yellow wax in the sun. And you can, I think you can, but I've noticed that it looks white at first, and like mine looked white at first, but then over time as it dries out, it kind of changes color a little bit.
Frank's talking about bleaching stuff. I don't want to put anything else in there.
No, he's talking about sun bleach. The sun actually bleaching it.
I've heard some of them say the sun will bleach it out a little bit, but how much, I don't know. But I would rather keep like my cap and wax versus my brood wax separate too.
That's what I'm trying to do too, for the most part. So Brian, how many castle hives you got printed to bring to Hive Life conference? I'm buying one.
I'm going to bring 100.
Okay.
At least
I want the one that's got the extra super on top with all the frames and the feeder and everything like that.
Yeah, I got the only thing left that I have to print for them are the frames. It'll take me about a month to print all the frames for the 100 boxes, but I'll bring 100. So there's somebody else, I will say, that's going to bring them. Lee got it there.
Lee's got one there.
There's somebody else that's going to bring them, and I will not mention names.
Somebody else has got competition against you.
Yes, and I won't say that they're the top of the Hillco or anything. I've seen the quality of his initial prints, and since this is late and nobody's going to watch past 3 hours or so, they are crap. So
I'm buying one of yours. Put put a tag with my name on one of yours.
He messaged me and asked me about it, and it's like, what can I say? I don't own the patent on it. I don't own anything, but it's just, for me, it's the whole principle of it. It's like, that's literally the only thing I sell,
Right.
and you want to go and do that. So
I'm sorry. I bought John's extractor. I'm buying Brian's little hive. Okay?
yeah.
You do have competition in the comments anyway.
Ooh, there we go.
Well,
Yeah.
I had that same discussion.
How did you get a logo on yours there, Lee?
Somebody sent that to me for free.
I have other stuff, but
You
I
like
just
that?
don't.
Hey, you got a logo on yours too. Okay, Brian, how do I get a logo on mine?
I could.
This was
I
a
mean,
different manufacturer.
yeah.
No, I do have Brian's as well.
This is a top bar. You know,
It's
but
Susie's top bar.
you know, I got this top bar that this one actually is going to Rob LaRobbie's. His mom bought that. I gotta send that out tomorrow. But I want to make a horizontal and print one for Ricky.
Yeah.
But you know, the other ones that are going to be at the conference, whatever it is, you know, it is what it is. I just thought it was kind of like a.
It's those crunchy granola people that want top bar hives. I don't want one. I want a Langstroth hive. Okay.
Yeah. Tell it like it is.
I'm not crunchy granola. Leave me alone.
I'll be
cut a
good.
mini hive out of wood.
I'm not woke. Okay. Leave me alone.
You'll notice though, like even in my last video, I think it was when I was standing by said piece of equipment, I never mentioned it. And there might have been a whole segment that was edited out just because I'm kind of pissed off about that. So it's like you want to go and the only thing that I sell, you want to go and do and bring that. It is what it is. But
talk to John about it. He's a good guy. He's got enough irons in the fire.
I talked to him on the telephone about it, and John's whole thing is, I want to make $1, and I don't care who I upset in the process. That is exactly what I got out of the conversation.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I thought John was a better guy than that.
I've gotten other information from other people that the whole American made thing, you're probably going to want to check that here shortly, because certain said person has been in touch with Chinese companies and that. So it's all about.
Well, I don't think John makes any. I don't think John, in his defense, a little bit, and maybe he needs to defend himself, not me.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's made any bones about where the source of some of his stuff is coming from.
Yeah.
He's assembling it here, but the source is coming from somewhere else.
This thing, though,
and don't get me wrong, I think his extractor. Are you unsatisfied with his extractor?
Oh no! I'm fine with that. It's just his thing with that. He messaged me about 2 months ago, and was like, and he was asking about the 3D printed hives, and he has a couple printers that he prints off pieces for his shop, and he said, do you own that file? I said, no. And I said, it's online. If you search, you're going to find it. And he said, are you bringing those to the conference? I said, yes, I was planning on it just to have them, probably at Greg's. He said, would it upset you if I bring them? I said, whether it upsets me or not, I said, I don't own the design, so I can't, if you want to print them and bring them, that's on you. That's on your conscience. If you want to do that, that's on you. So, and he never said anything else. And someone else messaged me and was like, John is all over these 3D printing sites trying to tweak his printing. I saw some of the prints, like his initial prints, and they were crap. And I know, like, I can look at, like, somebody that 3D prints you can look at, a piece, and what you can do is you can look at the layers, and according to the layers, what size nozzle and things like that were used. What he's trying to do is he's just now starting to try and print out this huge stock of them, and he's trying to use a very large nozzle size. Well, anything when you want to print, like what Lee showed, if you want to print that small thing with those frames and you want to use a very large nozzle size, you're going to get a lot of like blurbs there, or blobs. You're going to get a lot of imperfections in the print. So, if you want something that's going to look nice, that would be it. Exactly what DC just said. You're going to get less detail. You're going to sacrifice detail, and you're going to pump out a whole ton of product. And, when you're dealing with those, it's like, do you want to just pump out a product that has, 15 or 20 imperfections across one side of a frame?
Yeah.
I saw one of the prints, and I looked at it and I'm like, holy hell.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that a little bit, because I
Yeah.
consider John, based upon my dealings with him, to be a man of integrity.
I did too.
And what he's doing, and if he's trying to push something else out there that's substandard.
And I mean, and I get it. I mean, you want to make $1, but I thought, if you're somebody that's selling extractors and uncapping tanks, and you're doing all this and that,
and wooden ware and all that other kinds of, he's got a lot of irons in the fire, as opposed to your 1 or 2 or 3 irons.
One thing, my one thing, and but it is. I mean, it is what it is. I just, I don't own the design, so I can't say anything.
Well, put my name on one. I'm coming to Hive Life. I'll buy one from you.
Okay.
But
I know
like I said, I'm probably buying some frames from John, because he's got some nice frames that are thicker than Man Lakes stuff.
Yeah. And I tell you, I'm curious about Premier's new frames, because they say they're supposed to be thicker.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one. I want to see if
I have not either.
I want to see if Greg has any.
Yeah.
So,
well, I bought 100 frames from John last year, and I can say I'm not disappointed. I bought 16 boxes from John last year, and I can say I'm not disappointed.
Yeah.
Okay. Extractor from John last year, I'm not disappointed.
Yeah. No, I
spent about $1,500 with John last year at Hive Life, and I'm not disappointed in what he got. I got a good deal, and I got quality products, so I can't.
Yeah.
I can't poo-poo what John's doing, but it does concern me a little bit that he's kind of looking to encroach on an area that Brian has been known for several years, and trying to push.
I mean, we talked about this a little bit before you came on, Brian, because before, you guys were, giving away extractors and all that stuff on the stream team, right? I asked him, I talked to him on the phone, and I said, hey, I don't want anything for myself. I just want a discount code for my viewers that they'll come to your store and buy, because that goes back to this co-op thing I was talking about in the chat. And he said, no, we're just too small to do that. And it wasn't a month later, they're giving away an extractor, and everybody's getting you get an extractor, and you got an extractor, and you got an extractor, but you were too small a month ago to give a 10% code.
So what
I'm not trying to sit on here and bash John. I still think in my heart that he is a man of integrity. Okay.
Yeah, he's
all
got
he's
good
done.
products. He does. I mean, I love that extractor I got from him. I do. I love the darn thing. But
yeah, it bothers me a little bit that he's encroaching on your essentially one avenue that you've kind of gone into. And so, yeah.
Well, and I know some other stuff that I won't talk about, just because it deals with some other things that I know, some other conversations that I was just like, I shook my head. So
Well,
yeah.
again, like
Anyway,
you spoke before, nobody owns the business. Okay.
right. Yeah. Yeah.
But at the same time, you've developed the craft over the last several years. You make a quality product. It's beautiful. Okay. You've taken attention to detail. I don't know how many iterations you've gone through for hives and frames and feeders
It
and all
took
that.
me, so I'll just say, to get the quality that I print them at, it took me about a month of literally with every part tinkering, and for certain ones, like, the inner cover was a royal bear, just because
I'm sure it was.
it's raised up a hair, and 3D printers don't print in middle of air, so you have to use supports. And I kept tinkering with how much supports. One side of it, if you look at the inner cover, you can tell that there was some type of, something on it.
Lee's got
that
one
peeled
showing
off. And then the other side is as smooth as a baby's bottom.
there. Yep.
It
Beautiful.
just it's all of that tinkering that,
It's time that you put in.
it's the time. Yeah. And then I literally spent, it was probably a month to get every piece tweaked according to nozzle size, layer, height. And I didn't rush out to the forums and say, okay, guys, what's this and what's that? But I did it myself because I wanted to learn the product, and, just, I wanted to learn how to print it. So,
And you've made a fine product. Like I said, put my name on one. I'm buying it.
You'll
There'll
get
be
one.
100 other people that'll buy it there.
Yeah.
But guess
I
what?
know. I'm probably,
I'm gonna buy John Hilco's frames
yeah.
too, because he makes a nice frame, better
Yeah.
than Man Lake's frame.
His bottling tank that he has, if they weren't at the price they were,
Yeah, $600. He's got them on sale for 400, right?
no, there's, what was his 19-gallon was
Well, I saw
Nine-
Gus came out and he
950.
basically
Oh,
thrashed
bottling tank. I'm thinking of uncapping tank.
Oh, no, the bottling tank, it was
the
it
18
was
gallon one.
yeah, it was like 950, and I just, man, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, that's the one. I saw a post about somebody was asking about that bottling tank on Facebook, and Gus Mitchell trashed it. He's like, I
Yeah.
can't stand behind that product. And then John came on there and he said, well, we understand there were some problems. We're making the next round to be better. And
Well-
then Greg said, well, that's why we like you, John, because of
Yeah.
your response.
Well,
And-
if you want a heated one, the 18 gallon or 18 liter or whatever it is not a heated tank. If you want a heated tank, get the one that came and talks about, or whatever, the Maxant or whatever heated tank. If that's the one you want, it's all depending upon what you want. If you're going to put honey in a tank and load in one day, you don't need a heated tank. Okay.
Yeah.
But if you're going to sit it there and
That's the 16-gallon max sand over there.
yeah, Lee's looking over. If you want to sit it in there in the 16-gallon max tank and let it sit there for 4 weeks before you decide to load, fine. Then that's what you need. But if you're going to dump 3 5-gallon buckets into an 18-gallon liter tank or 18-gallon tank and load them all today, who cares? You don't need a heated tank. And John's tank is fine. It all depends upon what practice you are doing. And that depends upon what Son of One does, depends upon what Brian does, depending upon what Lee does, depending upon what Hale Hives does. We all do things differently.
Right.
But how much was that tank you said? 9 something?
950, I think.
Now, my Lyson tank, my 18-gallon Lyson heated tank was right at that same price.
Yeah. I don't, say like, Flower Street Farms there, Brian has hashtag Brian20. If I end up down the road with 20 hives and I get, whatever amount of honey in a season, yeah, I might have to consider a bottling tank. But for right now,
Yeah, you and me are using 5-gallon buckets, right, Brian?
that's what I got. I got a whole ton of jars over there that are already bottled and stickered and everything. And then I've got in the other room over here, I've got 5-gallon buckets sitting.
That's
Well,
what
I was using the 5-gallon bucket, and I just didn't like the gate valve, and I couldn't get a gate valve that like wasn't leaking.
Yeah.
So I had already bought the big extractor and the big tank and the next bottling tank. So I just went with it. So
Yeah, that's the one thing on some of those tanks.
I'm
It's
still
that
looking for a good
valve.
5-gallon gate valve too.
Yeah.
and then I bought that big one with the push-up lever on it. I'm like, oh, that'll go right in there. No, it didn't fit. I would have had to drill the bucket out and
Oh wow.
stuff. So yeah, there's my bottling valve. But the tank, I mean, the tank I got was like I thought it was $8.95.
Okay, I've still
Might
got
be more now.
3 gallons sitting here waiting to bottle.
Yeah, I know. I have 5 buckets still sitting, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. I'd rather have it sitting there than not have any at all.
Well, that's why, Bob, I think I put in the comments tonight your little air actuated or whatever bottling valve that you have. How much was that?
Oh, he just showed it was the valve itself was $4.95.
$4.95. Okay.
Isn't that what it was now? It wasn't that when I bought it. I thought it was $4.25 when I bought it. $4.93.
$4.93 right now.
But but now if you look at the one drip valve that everybody buys with the lever on it, that's $200 right now.
From Maxant for their tank. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's why I was like, well, let me just get this because
it's pretty steep.
Hit it with the foot.
Yeah.
As long as you clean your equipment out, and I run hot water through it and rinse it out a few times. And
for a hobby guy, if we can
$270.
Yep.
Wow.
So
that's just for the valve, not the tank.
Just the valve. That tank.
Unreal.
I'm trying to remember where it said here.
Unreal.
The tank is $1,650.
Wow, that's too much. I don't necessarily want to heat a tank, but I like that dripless valve for loading.
That's the double. That's the water jacketed one. Mine's not water jacketed. Mine's got a band heater, like band coils in it.
That's a lot of pounds of honey to pay for that sucker.
Yeah. I actually got that really before I was producing a lot of honey, but I knew that I was going to, so I just went ahead and got it.
Well, I went out on a stretch and buying a $900 extractor like Brian. To say, hey,
I tell you that
I'm a high BS, but hey, if I can sell enough honey to pay for my extractor and pay for my bottles, I'm good.
Yeah.
My extractor was how much? $18.95 for a 30 frame.
Yeah, I paid $900 for mine.
Yeah. I'll tell you the 2 best things that I bought this year. It was that extractor and the uncapping tank. It sped up the process. Like,
did you buy the Maxant uncapping tank?
No, I got one from Blue Sky.
Oh, Blue Sky.
They had one that was like I was looking at one that John had, and the one at Blue Sky was like $200 cheaper, and I thought, I mean, it's $200. It's a good tank. I mean, it's made in the ones that Blue Sky has. They're made in Italy. They've got green legs on it, and when I showed a picture of it,
and if you wouldn't have said that, I knew the name of it, but until you said what it was.
Yeah, well, even like other people, like Mike Berry, he knew. He was like, oh, that's that Italian. Those are Italian tanks, and Sure enough, yeah. I don't know the company where they come from, but it's a solid tank. I mean, it's it's got the valve on the bottom of it, so that way anything that drips down, you open up that valve in the bottom and it drains out. It's a good tank, but that and that extractor, man, if I had prior to that, I had a 3-frame like Chinese motorized extractor.
Yeah, that's what I had too. And
it would have taken me forever
Yeah, me too.
to extract. So
the hey, Brian, did you hear what Lee's doing this weekend?
no,
Yeah, he's going fishing with Dirt Rooster that I didn't get the invitation for.
He's going with Yappy, Dirt Rooster, and Mr. Ed deep sea fishing with
really,
with Guardian Bee Apparel.
He's in the inner circle now that we're not in. Yes.
Yeah.
I just talked to Randy.
I haven't made it there yet.
Randy called me and he's like, "Hey, Bob." I'm like, "Hey, what's going on, Randy?" He said, "You got Lee's phone number?" I'm like, "Oh, he didn't even care what I was doing this weekend."
Nice.
He said, "Yeah, well, I knew you were too far away, so."
Yeah, I just talked to Randy. Yeah, it's funny. We we gave a smoker away. Like, I mean, it's probably been 3 months ago, and he texted me tonight. He said, "Can you message this guy and see if he ever got his smoker? Because I don't know if I sent it." I said, "Sure, I'll email him." So I emailed the guy. I'm like,
I remember that stream where it was given away. Yeah.
Did you get your smoker from Randy?
That's funny.
Oh man.
Yeah, Lee's on the inner circle with the big boys. He's gonna be out near on that fishing boat, baby.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Frank. We're going fishing for bees.
Lee, you're not going to get a word in that whole entire trip, though.
Oh no. Between Mr. Ed and Randy,
Yeah, between Randy and Mr.
You got. Yeah, I was going to say you're not even going to get to hear Mr. Ed talk. You're going to hear Yappy.
Well, I was going to say I hear Yappy showing up too. So yeah,
you better be first in line for lunch.
Yeah. Yappy ain't just a name.
I'm going to bring snacks with me just in case.
Yeah, that'll be a fun trip though. Those are good guys.
Now, Brian, you know the GoPro case that you have?
Personality trait, yeah.
The GoPro case you have, Brian?
The metal one?
Nah, the plastic one is waterproof.
The diving case.
Yeah.
It's the what, G700-2 we was talking about, and then I found that -3.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be in tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So you're taking pictures while you're going, Lee, right?
Yep. I'm going to bring my GoPro in it. Anyway,
Oh,
I don't know if I'm bringing my big cameras or not.
Okay, I want to see grouper and redfish and trout. Okay, come on.
Well, I done told Bob we might have to at least do a little live to him to say, "Hey, Bob, wish you were here."
That I'm not there.
So when you get back, I want to invite for some grilled redfish or whatever when you come back. Now,
if I get anything.
Yeah.
Yappy probably doesn't even need a fishing rod. He can probably talk a fish into the boat. That's what you.
Now, I was going to drop this here in the comments too, Brian. We was talking about your hives a while ago. I'm dropping a link to your Etsy store so they can go check your hives.
I don't have any of them hives on there, and the only reason why
You're saving them up for the show.
I want to print out the 100 for the show, and if
one of them's got my name on it, right, Brian?
they'll be there. I'll tell you know what I'll have to do. Like the first day for the conference, I won't be there.
Yeah, your son had to go and get married on the day. I understand.
My son's getting married. Yep.
You couldn't get him to change that. Come on.
So
where's your influential push there?
I've got the bubble wrap sitting over there. I've got all the boxes sitting over there. So what I want to do is, because Greg said I'll take them down for you and have them, at my table. Right. I've got like a little pop-up, vinyl banner thing, and I tried to get fancy, but I want to have every one of them boxed. That way, I'll have one on display, and that way, if one sells, all Greg has to do is here's a box. So I don't want him to have to put anything together, box anything. I'm going to have every one of them already bubble wrapped. I'm not going to tape the top though. That way, if whoever buys one wants to look at it, they could open it up, just to verify what parts are in it.
So you should have just did a wholesale deal with John. Be like, hey, don't use your printer. I'll just print them, and you pay me X number of dollars, and you can resell them for the same thing I am.
You're funny, Bob.
Yeah, you need to tell your son January 6th, 7th. What's the difference between the 13th and 14th? Not a whole lot of difference. Just push it back another week.
Yeah, you know why they're doing it on that day is they're looking at college, because just people being in town for college,
They're
college
off that week.
Yeah, they're off that week. So they don't start until what it would be, the 6th is Friday, 7th, 8th. They don't start until the 9th.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're looking for people being in town. So
well, I'm an empty nester now, so it doesn't, I'm behind that, and I've been there, done that.
Is this officially our longest stream yet?
5 hours 19.
Not yet. We're still going. Don't come on.
I think about 5.5 was our longest.
I might bring some of them too.
Go.
So,
did you make the shorter one for Mike?
Huh?
Did you make the shorter one for Mike?
I have to. I told my brother has this file. He's who owns this design. And I told him about that. I said, hey, somebody wants a set of frame holders that only fits one frame. He said, oh yeah, I could shorten that up. I said, okay. It's been 2-3 months. So,
well, yeah. Bob, DC came on late, but he's still here hanging in.
So, yeah, 14 people still here, man.
That's crazy.
There's a bunch of us with no life on our Friday night, right?
Yeah. We're going to have Sean Balter, since we know how to say his name now. I believe he's the one that come up with the idea a while back. Said we need to do a 24-hour stream one day and just see who can hang in.
I think
you're like the Jerry Lewis marathon stream or something like that kind of thing.
Isn't it limited to 12 hours though, and then it cuts off?
That I don't know. I know you can record up to 50 hours in StreamYard.
Yeah, I think YouTube though allows a 12-hour. There's something I remember. I don't know whether it's YouTube or whether it was StreamYard that will allow 12 hours at one time. So what you guys would have to do is do like 12 hours on Bob's and then go right over. Boom. We're going to bounce right over to my channel and do 12 hours on yours.
No way.
The whole weekend.
I don't know if I can handle it.
Nothing but bees.
I was not planning. This was just like an impromptu thing. It was like, anybody want to talk bees? And
Grayson got on, then I got on, and here you are, Bob, 5 hours later, right?
I know. I even put a poll up. Nobody answered the poll. And
yeah,
then I went live and
Jarrett said 12-hour cutoff on YouTube. Yeah, I knew 12-hour was somewhere.
Bad thing is I didn't even put monetization on, so it's like nobody had to watch any commercials. So I'm epic fail.
I appreciate that.
Usually only people watch.
Guys, I'm gonna bail. I'm going to bed now, guys.
Yeah, we're getting ready to go too. At least I am.
Have a good one, Ed.
All right, you too.
Take care, buddy.
You too, man.
It is a long night.
Yeah,
I need to send you $10, Bob, in order to keep you running, right?
No, man. Now people are going to start sending me money to get me off. Hey, we'll send you $5 if you just hang up the damn camera for the night.
You made a few dollars tonight. Jason sent you some money, and somebody else did too. So
that was pity money.
I was about to say, if he drinks a little more mead, it might save you some money.
Hey.
I'll probably be bored tomorrow night too, guys. Don't feel bad.
Pity money's better than no money, right?
I gotta go. I gotta go to bed.
I wasn't actually trying to get anybody to do it. I was just saying that there's a difference between my live stream and Cayman's live stream. Cayman will go live and make $300 to $500 in his live stream talking about Hive Life, and we can come on and talk bees 5 nights a week, and I won't make $10, $15. You know, it just doesn't happen. So
Are you working tomorrow, Lee?
No, I got well, depending on weather in the morning, we're supposed to have farmers market, but we got a lot of rain that's supposed to start.
Yeah, I'm looking for my garden to get a little rain. Sorry.
And Bob, I got to rub it in again, but I do have to go to bed early tomorrow night.
because you're going fishing, I understand.
He's going fishing.
That's awesome. Lee,
Next
how
time I'll be like, I don't even have his number. I just email him.
Lee, tell Randy I never got his email.
I'll let him know.
Hey, did you guys, man, and I think I have probably spent 3 hours already editing, and it's only,
Holy crap.
I think I'm at like 20 minutes on the video, but
Rick, where you been, buddy? You all right?
Yeah, I've been trying to hang in there. I've had some issues come up.
Well, I hope you're doing
I
all right.
live in-
Seen you in
I
a
live
minute.
in an old house, so I had plumbing issue. I had a well issue. Got it all fixed though.
Well, glad you're back, brother.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. I lost two hives. One of them was my fault, and it's process of learning. And but the other one they just absconded. I think it's because it was the only hive I had out in the light in full sunlight.
I don't have any problems with mine being in full sunlight.
I had them out back here in full sunlight, and they took off.
oh wow.
Did you
But
have
Was it mites or was it beetles or what?
no, it wasn't beetles. I know that. Took care of those with the peppermint. I don't know if it was mites or not. I didn't get a chance to check them. Went back to see how they was doing. Check the honey, see what was going on, and opened it up, and they were not there. They built up 2 frames of comb, and then they left a little bit of honey, not enough to collect, but then they took off.
So it was a new split with lower resources. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, there's a few resources, but I've got 2 healthy hives left. The one that got robbed out was my fault. It's because it was my fault. But anyway, they got robbed out. That was my fault. That was the one hive that I caught this year.
happens to the best of us, brother?
Yeah, it's a learning process, Hey,
Well, sometimes it does. I had a strong colony, and I just went back, and they were disappeared too. And you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but I know that all the rest of them that I had up underneath the ones that I had under the tree are all doing good, except for the one that I messed up on and they got robbed out. And that's my fault.
Yeah.
It's because I put a top feeder on top of them with a top entrance, and the other bees came in and decimated them.
Yeah, I lost one this year, but I think it was because I killed the queen inadvertently in a double D. I was trying. She made it up into the honey super on the 3rd level. I was trying to shake them down, and I think I may have killed her when I shaked her down, and they ended up going downhill from there.
I guess it's easy to do. I didn't. Yeah, it's a learning process. But I mean,
different. That's beekeeping. Welcome to the party.
I'm looking forward to the spring, because the spring I plan on splitting them like crazy.
The
Yeah, Brian, what were you saying before you got in there?
I forget what the heck I was talking about.
I sorry.
I want to ask a question.
Something, Rick came in and then we got interrupted.
I wanted to ask a question if I could.
Yeah.
I've been mixing up some food, syrup, and I've been using a teaspoon of peppermint oil, and then I put in a tablespoon of that Hive Alive.
Yeah.
And the Hive Alive, it seems like it keeps it from spoiling. But I'm wondering, is that enough peppermint?
Well, how much are you mixing at one time? A
A gallon. Yeah.
That might be too much.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, a teaspoon to a gallon is probably a little hot.
You think? Okay.
A teaspoon in 5 gallons.
What's it say?
I was going to say in a gallon, you probably need to put 4 or 5 drops.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, because it's so strong, the menthol.
Well, it's peppermint. I didn't know it was menthol in it.
Well, yeah, it's got
10 mLs of the Hive Alive per gallon, but the peppermint, yeah, I don't know.
Now,
I
10
think
mL, that's what, about
concentration there, Rick. But the peppermint, it is very aromatic, and I think you probably a teaspoon is to me would be a little hot. And I think you need to probably back out on that a little bit. Probably 4 or 5 drops would probably be the maximum of what you really want to put in there.
And you know what? Somebody gave me a good explanation I had never thought of when I started using peppermint. And I made mine kind of strong the first times too. And he said where he thought the problem would be is that the smell of the peppermint could actually mask the brood pheromone that's in the colony because of the scent being so strong.
That's probably true.
So it could cause an issue.
Makes sense to me.
Let me see, peppermint, 3 or 4 drops. Bob made the mistake. Yep, there you go. Yeah, they didn't like it at first. I had to wait basically in the open feeder for some of that alcohol and stuff that's in the peppermint extract I was using to evaporate before they started taking it down.
Yeah, Rick, that's not a scientific discussion from my part, but that would just be my suggestion. It looks like DC is kind of concurring with that.
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, I think I'll cut back on that.
There was no measurement when I started because Earl was talking about putting peppermints into the colony, but he never said about putting peppermint into the syrup. And then I did it with the extract and no measurement. Right? I was just like putting a bunch in there. And
well,
it was too much.
I know my wife makes that what is it? Essential oils tea with a cup of peppermint and thieves and whatever else other kind of things are. Man, that stuff's pretty heavy.
Yeah, it can be strong
when you start to drink that or something. And that essential oils are pretty strong.
I don't really smell it in with the Hive Alive in the syrup. I mean, I smell more of the Hive Alive.
Yeah, the Hive Alive have lemongrass and stuff like that in it at a different level. I don't know what concentration the lemongrass oil or whatever is in Hive Alive, but it's probably not as heavy. But if you're adding peppermint oil directly to that afterwards, that's a pretty strong addition that you're making, I would think.
Okay, I'll cut that back to like 10 drops.
I would go that. I would go half that.
Half a teaspoon.
Probably like 5
about
drops.
5 drops per gallon, I would think.
5 drops, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Play with it. See, I would start with 5 drops and see where that goes.
I didn't get a chance to film it, but I did put the bees from the 8 frame over into the ice cream hive, and they are eating the crap out of this stuff, man. I mean, I put a gallon in the top of that thing, and I go back out there and check it. Like in 3 days, it's gone. I got to fill it back up.
Yeah. Dearth's on in our area too, and I'm fixing to put out. I bought 25 pounds of sugar today. I'm fixing to mix it up tomorrow and put it out there in 6 hives and see what happens. And they're going to eat it all up. Last time I put it out, I put 20 pounds, I think, out last week. And man, the next day after I put it out, the straw was dry.
Yeah. Well, this is the heavy peppermint oil they have in it too, and they're eating the crap out of it still.
Well, I'll plug for Bob. Buy you some of that Apex Biologics.
I need to
Add it to your sugar syrup and see what they do. How's that?
Bob, are you going to be selling that down at the
No, they'll be there. The company itself will be there.
Okay, good, because I would plan on coming down and buying some of that.
But that won't benefit me. That'll benefit them. That's
Yeah. How do I get it through you?
Oh, well, you haven't been online, but I've got on a website. I'll drop the link to the website.
I got you right here, Bob.
How was that for a shameless plug, Bob? I try to take care of you, buddy.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I've had other problems with the well going out, and then I had another problem with the plumbing issue, but we got it all lined out and fixed, and I got really great water pressure now, and clean water. Water's a lot cleaner because I took 20 feet or something out of the rod that goes down to the pump.
Sawmill Charlie dropped a video an hour ago.
Is it starting to silt in? Your well starting to silt in?
Yeah, it was. Well, down low, when it was down there, down deeper, it was picking up coal, because that's basically probably what it's drilled into is coal.
A coal vein? Oh my good.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, it's underneath my house. It goes topsoil, of course, right? And then you got a layer of clay, and then underneath the clay is coal.
Well, you get charcoal filtered water, so there shouldn't be any organics in it, right?
Don't smell like it. Just awfully black, and it leaves the. I have a couple of filters down there, try to filter it out, and they were turning them black, real black, and caving them in, and stuff. And now it's not so bad. Now it's clean water, and then I cut out the. They installed a water softener, and I cut that crap out so that now I've got good water pressure. I didn't like.
I keep that water softener and take those minerals out. Otherwise, could have some other issues in your pipes.
Oh, these pipes need to be replaced, dude. It needs to be totally replumbed. I mean, this is an old house. I'm just trying to get by long enough till I die.
Ain't that all of us?
And I'm trying to live as cheap as I can for as long as I can.
But I'm planning on being around here for a few more years. I ain't taking off tomorrow. I can guarantee you that. Unless the good Lord decides to take me home tomorrow.
Well, I tell you what, if the good Lord wants to, I'm ready. Let's go.
I'm ready too, but unless he has other plans, I plan on sticking around for a little while longer.
Yeah, I'm going to hopefully stick around for a little bit longer, because I can have some people I need to help out,
I got six new grandkids that I plan on teaching the problems of life about. Yep.
I don't have any children. I haven't been married. No. Nope. Well, I was married for a short time, and she decided to divorce me because I got MS.
Well, I hope you find somebody to share the last part of your life with there, Rick.
Oh, she's some big wig that works for the government too. Isn't that nice? Knows your government will take care of you, even when your wife works for them.
Well, life's too short. Life's too short to spend it alone. Find somebody to go have a good time with.
I would like to. If I wish I knew of a place where I could find someone that liked the kind of things that I like. But I tell you what I like, and it ain't good. It's not cool. Because, it's got a lot to do with marijuana.
Okay, well, I guess I won't go there.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
We've been on for 5 hours, 38 minutes.
Is this a record, Bob?
I think it's a record.
Okay, we took it to the record, buddy.
And
Stream team never gone this long, huh,
they
Brian?
never will go this
We
long.
never will.
Brian got to come over here to get the phone.
Yeah.
I think Bruce's bedtime was about 4 hours ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What-
He wakes up.
What time is it there?
Well, Bruce
We're
is
early.
central.
I'm on Central Time.
Yeah, Bruce is on Central Time, but he wakes up early for work. So
It's 1
Brian's on
o'clock.
Eastern. I'm on Central.
yeah.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, it's midnight here, 12:17.
Yeah.
I think we got 2 more hours in us, huh, Bob?
nope, not me.
Well,
You
well,
going
but
to
you know
work
what?
tomorrow?
though?
Come on, job man. You got a Saturday.
No, I got to drive an hour and a half each way to go pick up sugar syrup for my bees tomorrow.
But
Lee
hang on
ain't
one
even
second.
going to work tomorrow, man. He gets up like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Time
Well,
out.
like I said, it depends on weather in the morning.
Wait.
If I'm going to the market.
Tomorrow is daylight savings, so you could stay up late tonight, be a little
Sunday.
tired tomorrow, and then
Sunday.
late Saturday night, Sunday AM,
Sunday.
go back and you're going to get all of that back.
This is
I gotta go. I gotta
You
go.
got
bed
36
early
hours till
tomorrow.
daylight savings time, baby. We're good to go. And it's fall back. You get a whole another hour, so we're good.
Yes, yes.
Gain an hour. Gain an hour on the weekend. Yeah, Hive Live, man. Everybody will be looking like zombies by the end of the week or the end of the weekend because they've been up all.
I guess it is what is it? 1:18 a.m. here.
Yeah, but it's 12:17. We're good. It's a whole hour
We
early.
started the stream before Brian went to the club
We're
and
gonna
ended it after Brian went to the
No. We went to the brewery at like 6 o'clock.
It's close.
So
7 o'clock, 7:30 Eastern started stream. So
we're gonna party like it's 24:19. How's that?
24:19.
Where's
Oh,
Prince
man.
when you need him?
Oh man.
yeah. You guys all have a good night.
Yeah, you all too. I've enjoyed it very much. Thank you, Bob, for having me on, putting up with me over the past
I had to
5
coach you to
hours.
come on.
40 minutes and 37 seconds.
See, Paul likes to sit on the side talking crap, and then you got to
I
get him
do.
to drag him in.
I usually I'm usually over in the chat just putting in my smart little comments, and here to say keep on in.
Gotta have a little fun.
And Jared hasn't been on in a long time either.
He's over there putting in his smart little comments. He needs to jump in too.
No, not now. Don't come now.
Yeah.
Tuesday, Jared. Tuesday.
I'll
Yep.
do nothing now.
All right. Y'all have a great weekend.
All right,
Yeah,
guys.
you all
Y'all
have
have
a
a
good
good night.
Enjoyed it tonight. Y'all have a great one.
All right. Bye.
Take care, all.